absolutely loaded show here for you on Wednesday, January the 27th, 2021. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of That's What G Said podcast. We are going to be flying from subject to subject, from segment to segment here, and we'll talk with Martha Claussen from Sam Houston over there, who does the press releases. It's a huge week, 4 days of racing there at Sam Houston, with the big one on Sunday, the Ladies Classic Day, 6 stakes races, 2 graded stakes races. So we set up the scene for the week with Martha, and then we start talking racing. Thursday, Sam Houston, Andy Villanueva joins me to talk about the late pick 5. I'll cover the full Sam Houston Thursday card. I'm going to hit the full Sam Houston Friday card. Going to give you a couple best bets for Gulfstream for Thursday. Then we get into WandaVision. Tim Kelly joins me. We talk for an hour and a half about all 3 episodes of WandaVision so far, and we'll start to do weekly recaps of WandaVision starting next week. If you're a fan of Marvel, the Avengers, you're going to love that discussion. We close it out with the Royal Rumble 2021 preview. Andrew Champagne, Darin Zoccali join me. We discuss every entrant in the men's and the women's that have been confirmed, every rumor, anyone that we think could show up, possibly show up, who's got a shot to win it, odds, you name it. We spend almost 2 hours discussing everything that could possibly happen in this year's Royal Rumble. So a ton of action on this show. We're not going to talk a ton of football. There's the in-between week now, but we do know the Super Bowl is now set. Tampa Bay, Tom Brady going to be playing against Kansas City, the Chiefs. The current line, Kansas City is a 3-point favorite, so we're going to get Mahomes. We're going to get Brady. We're going to see if Mahomes and the Chiefs can win back-to-back. We're going to see if Brady can win it with another team. Great storylines. All next week, we'll have a ton of different guests. We'll talk about the game from every single angle, wagering, prop betting, storylines, fantasy, everything you could possibly imagine. Before we jump into specific segments, I wanted to give you out a couple best bets for Gulfstream Park for Thursday. A few horses I like on the Thursday card, so get those past performances out for January the 28th. Let's talk a little Gulfstream. In the opener, I thought the 3 Union Park Gal raced pretty well last time out on December the 23rd. She was coming off of a layoff. She hadn't raced since September. She moved through an opening on the inside. She made an early bid to the lead, and she opened up a length, got a little bit tired that day, going a mile and a 16th on the drop, but it felt like she really fits at the level. I think she's in a great spot, has an opportunity again to save all the ground. Second time at the level, second start off the short break. Union Park Gal, throw her in all your exotics, make a win wager if she's around 3-1 or so. Let's flip to race number 5 at Gulfstream Park on Thursday. Take a look at the number 8 in here. This is a maiden 50 going 5 furlongs on the turf. Imagery tried to get on the grass in her career debut, but it was a race at Aqueduct that was rained off the turf. Sloppy racetrack that day. She showed some speed, actually. She was asked for a run, and she had the lead early. She was then in the 2 path in between horses. She got shuffled a bit. She angled around. She came up 3 wide with a nice bid before fading. It was a lot better than it looks on paper. She gets the grass now. She adds the blinkers. She drops in class from maiden specials to maiden 50s. I think she's got a huge shot in here. Imagery, number 8 in race number 5. If we get around 5-2, we'll make a win wager. Make sure to throw her into your early pick 5s and any other exotics you're playing. And in the 9th race, the number 7, Kiffle. A lot of money's going to go to Pain and Blues Away, the 4. Kiffle has some turf upside. She's only been on the grass 3 times, sort of lightly raced in that aspect. She doesn't have a ton of bad efforts ever. She loves to win. She can get the lead. She can stalk. And because she's drawn towards the outside, I think that gives her a big benefit over the heavy favorite here. Kiffle can kind of sit to the outside of her, or maybe just have some options out there with Tyler jumping aboard. The number 7, Kiffle. 3 best plays for Gulfstream Thursday. In race number 1, Union Park Gal. In race number 5, Imagery, the 8. In race number 9, the number 7, Kiffle. Best of luck Thursday over there at Gulfstream Park. So we are going to talk a little bit about the Stable Duel schedule coming up this week. It is pretty damn exciting if you're someone like me who's a wrestling fan and a fan of Stable Duel. There's going to be a huge contest on Sunday. I'll get to that in a second. But if you're playing on Wednesday at Stable Duel, you got options at Gulfstream Park, you got options at Tampa for a $10 buy-in, and then a free ride at Penn National. On Thursday, follow me along on Twitter, on social media. I'll put up a lineup for the Sam Houston. They have the Showdown Game 1. There's a Sam Houston Showdown series this week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. $10 to get into the Thursday Sam Houston contest. You can play at Dollar Night at Golden Gate, only $1 to get involved. You can play at Gulfstream with 2 different options. On Friday, you can play Gulfstream or Golden Gate or Game 2 of the Sam Houston Showdown, $10 buy-in. On Saturday, they've got Gulfstream. Couple different options for you. There's a free ride at Tampa. There's a couple Santa Anita games, and it's the third of the Sam Houston Showdown. And then on Sunday, it's the Sam Houston Showdown finale, $25 buy-in, $1,000 guaranteed. You get some overflow money from all of the other pools throughout the week. You get a Golden Gate $1 game. You get a Santa Anita $10 buy-in. You have a Santa Anita $100 buy-in. You have a Gulfstream and a Tampa, and at Gulfstream on Sunday, January the 31st, the day of the Rumble. We're going to get the Stable Duel Rumble, a $30 buy-in, $500 cash prizes for the winners. Here is how it goes. So the Stable Duel team has been working to try to think of new and innovative contests to bring to the players. This week, Brian Howard was sitting around trying to starting to get excited about the Royal Rumble, and he wanted to have the best event in sports entertainment in the best app in horse racing. So Stable Duel Rumble, $30 contest entry, $500 guarantee payouts structured like any other Stable Duel contest, but because the Royal Rumble is a 30-man battle royal, every wrestler comes out in order with a number. So the top 30 finishers in the contest will be assigned a number. First gets 1, second gets 2. If, for example, you finish 13th, you're going to be assigned the number 13. If your entrant wins, you will be given a $100 credit bonus on the Stable Duel app and a wrestling-related prize pack. Pretty cool stuff here. If you're a wrestling fan, a little added incentive. If you're not, you might as well play this contest anyways. It's not going to you don't have to be a wrestling fan. You're not picking anything. All you're doing is you're going to get an extra bonus if the one that you're matched up with ends up winning. So give it a look. I'll be promoting it all week long on social media. A really fun just a different type contest that Stable Duel has, and I'm very, very excited about that. Also, very, very excited about the interview coming up with Martha Claussen. I used to talk with Martha all the time back when I was on TVG, discussing quarter horse racing and all sorts of different stuff going on in Texas, Louisiana. And this week, we're going to talk about the big week at Sam Houston. Martha Claussen joins me to discuss the huge upcoming week of racing over at Sam Houston.
It's a big week coming up over at Sam Houston, and one of my old friends from TVG, Martha Claussen, is going to join us to talk about the big week at Sam Houston and a big Sunday coming up. Press release out early, talk earlier about the Houston Ladies Classic. There are 4 days of racing this week at Sam Houston. Between those 4 days, you have 8 stakes races, 6 stakes races on Sunday, 2 of them graded stakes, and just big fields all over the place. What an awesome week at Sam Houston. And we've got a great person here to talk with us, Martha Claussen. Martha, how you doing?
Well, it's so good to talk to you, Gino. I mean, the early days of TVG are really some of my best memories since I've been involved in the racing industry. I don't think anybody there, including yourself, will ever forget Todd Schrupp taking on Jerry the King Lawler. Is that an understatement?
And I'm a huge wrestling fan, too. So I like, that was like hitting home for me. That was like worlds colliding. And there were many times through Los Al evening broadcast where we'd be talking to you and you'd be over at doing something at either Remington or somewhere, and we'd be talking about quarter horse stuff back and forth and all the different. So we've had some conversations, talking lots of racing through the years, and this is going to be another fun one because, Martha, this is an awesome week coming up at Sam Houston. So tell the folks out there who don't know you, what do you do right now in racing? What's your job, and how do you interact with Sam Houston?
All right. Awesome question. I was their publicity director for 10 years from 1997 to 2007. And then I kind of wanted to go out on my own and do some freelancing. I love the quarter horse world. So I do a lot of visits to different tracks to do some analysis, and I do a lot of writing for different publications. But Sam Houston is my home track. My husband and I live in Houston, and it doesn't matter how many years have gone by. I love the track. I love what we're doing. I love the horsemen that support Texas racing. So fortunately, despite all my traveling, I still have time and make quality time to do the racing publicity for Sam Houston, to write the press releases, and to be out there and doing the live interview for our big stakes. And one event of the year that I would never of IU, the Houston Ladies Classic. It's such a phenomenal day of racing for us. Basically a lot of people at the track have worked really hard to build this into the marquee day of our meet and really, really celebrate not just our Texas horsemen, but we bring in nationally prominent horsemen from all over the country. And it's incredible to see the number of champions that we've had. I mean, there isn't anybody, I don't think, in our industry that hasn't heard the name Midnight Bisou. Yep. And we had her there 2 years ago, starting out her phenomenal career record. So it's been a great, association for me, and we're super looking forward to Sunday's Houston Ladies Classic and the Racing Festival.
$300,000 up for grabs. It is a grade 3 event. You've got last year's champ coming back. And as you mentioned, just like a who's who of big barns, of jockeys coming in. Really, really great quality racing. That's the thing I think we've all noticed over the last couple of years at Sam Houston. I think last year the tagline was Major League Racing. And it's always been a track that had a solid product, but in the last few years, from the purse structures being raised, I think that was last year where all the money flowed into Texas, and that really, really helped. And then the quality of the broadcast, bringing things up into HD. The thing that makes Sam Houston so great as just a track located where they are, right there in like the middle of the U.S. too, is that they've got a turf course and a dirt course for all levels of racing. So I've just been so impressed as a fan, someone who watched Sam Houston years ago and covered it on TVG, and just seeing how things have improved over the last few years. It really feels like there are very smart people in charge over there that are doing great things. They're listening to the customer. Everyone that I've been, covering this race and been introducing Sam Houston to, they've all been very, very pleased. So I imagine you've got to be really happy seeing the way things have gone there the last couple of years.
Well, for sure. And, Gino, we've always had a good reputation. I mean, I'll never forget Hall of Famer Pat Day actually said that the Connolly Turf Course at Sam Houston Race Park is the best course he had ever ridden on. I mean, we're talking about Pat Day, for gosh sakes, So we've definitely, maintained amazing track surfaces. I mean, Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, who has a really strong Texas connection. His parents still operate the training center in Laredo. He loves all the Texas tracks. He supports them gamely. He does a lot of training. Some of his best 3-year-olds you're ever going to see all over the country started training here at Sam Houston. So when you have, really good surfaces behind you, that's one of the most important things. Safety in racing, so well. How important is that? So that's something we've prided ourselves on. And then I think, even though we experimented with concerts and with all kinds of other promotions, I think Dwight Ruby and Frank Hoff and the current people running the track, they want to get back right to deliver a quality product for a fan, a safe service for a horseman. I think that's really what it's all about. And people
I think, it's for me in particular, one thing that all of us as bettors, we like to complain about things at the races. We like to complain about things that racetracks aren't doing. The low takeout, is just the easiest thing to sell to another bettor around, is that, hey, look, you can get the opportunity at Sam Houston to play not only just a wager, like a low takeout pick 5, you're going to get more money back for every double, for every pick 3, every pick 4, every pick 5, every pick 6 that you play. You're going to get more money of yours back at Sam Houston than you will at any other racetrack.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And 12% is a nice number. People love that 12%. We were really one of the first racetracks to begin that, and we've sustained it, which is good. And, when you have full fields, Gino, I mean, no matter how astute you are as a handicapper, you got to go a little deeper sometimes. Yeah. And, people have budgets, so it's nice that they can spend a little bit more money, be able to do, 50 cents instead of the dollar or whatever, and be able to get some good payouts in return.
Yeah, Sam Houston with the huge week coming up. We're talking with Martha Claussen, who has just done so much over at Sam Houston and at so many different racetracks. And this is like the real fun week for you, as we were talking before, because as someone who now deals with a lot of the press releases and deals on the really big days, you're interacting with all these connections that are coming in, getting information from them about their horses. You're talking to all the different people coming in. So this week, I'm sure it's really, really busy and really crazy. But for someone like you who loves this, like, these are the weeks that you really thrive.
Well, No, that's 100%. And I'll tell you, I don't know if I ever told you personally this story, but before I came into racing, I used to manage professional tennis tournaments. I worked
Oh.
for Virginia Slims, exactly. And that was, that was a long time ago. But anyway, we dealt with all the superstars, mostly of women's tennis, the Chris Evert, the Martina Navratilovas, all these. Well, and so unfortunately, the brand went away because of the tobacco affiliation, the young girls playing the game. And I had to switch gears or move to Cleveland, which I wasn't going to do. So one of the biggest and most incredible surprises and most rewarding things about working with racing is the accessibility of talking to these superstars. I mean, just yesterday I was on the phone with Todd Pletcher, and we had a great conversation about his horses that he's probably sending in for the mile. And he had won the Houston Ladies Classic, and he's a great guy. Well, he's a superstar. And how many times do people be able to call up the superstars of an individual sport or a company or whatever and talk to them just and have a nice conversation? One of the things I love about being a publicist in racing is the fact that all these horsemen and women are so accessible, and it's so much fun to talk to them, to get to know them. And some of them you have to pull some teeth. I love Mike Maker. I have tremendous respect for him, but believe me, you know, he's not exactly the most verbally outgoing person, but for some reason, because he's won, 7 of our past 9 Connolly Breeders' Cup turfs, he comes in, he does the interviews, he takes my calls when I call him. We have some fun. And it's one of the things that I really cherish most about my longevity in this sport is getting to know some of these great people in the industry.
And you guys have circled a really good day to make this the big day because, hey, let's face it, right now, a lot of people are watching football, and this is the week in between. This is a perfect week for Sunday to be the day to circle the calendar because last week we had the conference championship games. There's nothing this week, and then the Super Bowl is next week. So it's a perfect Sunday to make Sam Houston the talk and the focus of the racing world. And I really think, Martha, looking at the quality of the fields, the field sizes, you get a bunch of races, a bunch of different stakes for different horses of different levels for we're talking about the really, really good graded stakes horses and even all the way down to the Texas breds. That's what's so fun about a day like Sunday. It's really a showcase day for all the races, all the horsemen at Sam Houston, kind of to get their opportunity to be the real focus of the racing world. I think to me, this is just one of those things going on with the takeout, going on with how Sam Houston decided this year, you know what, let's change our pick six a little bit to make it a little more fan friendly. And then picking a Sunday like this where, hey, you know what, we get to be the focus instead of putting our big day on a situation maybe where we wouldn't have gotten as much. It just feels like the decisions that are being made there are very well thought out. And I look at and I applaud a lot of decisions that are made there. And to be honest, that's not always the case in racing right now. So I really want to make sure I give Sam Houston and all of you guys as much credit as possible, because as a bettor and as a fan, which is what I am foremost, like it's these are the little small things that I think really work. And this is going to be a great Sunday coming up.
Well, I appreciate all of that. And, it was funny because last year we were on Pegasus weekend, and that wasn't terrible because Pegasus was Saturday. All this stuff that towards Pegasus was Saturday. And so, we got some of our horsemen to come in, but they were tired. They had a long night, and then they had to board a plane first thing in the morning to get to Houston. So it's kind of nice that Pegasus, which was phenomenal, by the way, last weekend, is over. The Eclipse Award will be held virtually Thursday night. So we'll get that over with, and then we can kind of shine in our own spotlight. And furthermore, really, really good news. We had a lot of rain last week, but the Sunday is cool, clear, no rain. And that makes for a nice, firm, fast racetrack, firm race course, turf course. So that's what we dream about. I think my last 2 quarter horse racing events that I was on the road for, we're in pouring rain. And believe me, that is no fun.
No.
The show goes on, but it's never as much fun when it's raining. But on a nice clear day where the fans can come out, fortunately in Texas too, Gino, we're allowed to have patrons at the racetrack. We're very, very fortunate. And I think, our county and our region has done a very good job of, kind of obviously making sure people are careful and using the proper protocols, but we've been able to have attendance at the racetrack, which is phenomenal as well.
And I hear Chris Griffin, he's doing a great job reminding everybody too. I hear him all the time. He's saying, hey, listen, we want to keep having you out here. Just keep your masks on, listen to everything, play by all the rules, and we can continue to open things up even more. So just great message from the top all the way down. It feels like everyone just wants to be able to put on a great show for the fans, keep everybody as safe as possible. And we are so pumped for this week coming up. Martha, we're going to be talking about all the action here. We're going to handicap all the races here. And you had mentioned, I mean, just with Maker, we've got a huge crew of top trainers, top barns that we're going to be shipping in the big race. We've got the returning champ from last year. We've got Latruska, who is going to be really, really tough. She is just very, very fast, and she's the type that can just run them right off of their feet. So it just seems like a day that is shaping up to be a really, really fun one this week on Sunday at Sam Houston. And while this is the biggest day of the meet, this is just the first of 3 or 4 really big days throughout the meet. Later on in the meet, it seems like it's more of a focus on the Great Texas Bred program with a couple of their big days.
Yes, that's a good point. We have Texas Preview and Texas Champions. And even though we love having our, nationally prominent people ship in, we also have a tremendous allegiance to the Texas horsemen and women that support the racing year round. As once our meet is finished, they go to Lone Star and then to Retama Park in San Antonio. We really, really care about these people, and they've stayed with us, or our bordering states, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Louisiana all have expanded gaming, and we don't. And a lot of horsemen could have just left, but they don't. They stay loyal to us. So that's exciting. And then we have a really, really excellent quarter horse meet coming up when the thoroughbred season wraps. And that's a lot of fun too. I love the quarter horse industry. I love the men and women that support that. It's hard work, but man, it's exciting to watch the powerful, fast, explosive athletes. That's the way I describe them. And, so we're going to have some really good quarter horse racing coming up, and we'll actually be live racing through June. So that's a departure for us. That's some added days and some added purse money and a lot to look forward to in the months to come.
So on Twitter, at SHRP is the handle. They are doing a lot over the last couple of years as far as giving you more videos, just more content, interviews, stuff from morning workouts. And you will find some previews with Martha Claussen and Chris Griffin talking about some of the races and talking about this week in general. And then Martha, I think we were talking about you'll be doing a lot of stuff on Sunday as far as like post-race interviews for the stakes with some of the big connections, right?
Yes, exactly. And we're going to be out there Saturday night as well, because we've got the 2 Texas bred stakes. Yeah. And we're hoping that we'll do some interviews also Saturday night with some of the connections that might be in a little bit early. Fausto Gutierrez has already arrived with Latruska. He's already on site.
Wow.
Chris is doing an interview with them today, and he's a really, really nice man. And one other thing I'll mention if we have time, Gino, is the fact that because of the history of the Houston Ladies Classic, because we've had so many good horses that have gone on to national prominence. I mean, obviously, Midnight Bisou, but prior to that, Joyful Victory and Forever Unbridled and Unbridled Mo from Todd Pletcher. And a lot of them have really had the course of beginning their campaigns, their older filly and mare campaign in Houston, and then going on to Oaklawn, where they can run a couple stakes and then hopefully, get primed for the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. So that's exactly what Fausto Gutierrez said about Latruska. I said, she's been running very well. She's got a lot of speed. They put the blinkers on her. They think that that'll help, contain her speed a little bit and be a little more tractable. But he said when he looked at the campaign for her for 2021, he really wanted her to go into the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, and he couldn't think of a better start for her campaign than to start at the Houston Ladies Classic. When we hear stuff like that, that's just music to your ears. That means that the planning, that the evolution is happening, that the goals
doing something right
set are really, exactly.
I'm just so excited for it. We will be covering every single race from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're going to give you some ideas on how to play pick 4s, pick 5s. We're going to have a couple different guests handicapping, and we're going to cover everything. And make sure to give follow on Twitter at Martha Claussen, Claussen, and you'll be able to follow along everything, all the good information for this week, and then for everything else, because you're always posting great stuff about big days coming up, all the press releases there. Anytime there's big quarter horse days or big days in general, you get tons of great information there if you follow Martha Claussen, and we're going to see all sorts of videos. Another positive that Sam Houston, they've really got a great team of handicappers they've assembled this year. We see a lot of stuff from Trey, from Jessica Paquette now. Andy Villanueva's in the mix too, along with Chris. So really great team, and you'll be getting good stuff on Twitter all week long from them if you follow at SHRP. Martha, what did we miss? Did we miss anything about the big week?
No, I mean, I think we don't want to overload our fans. We'll give them a little surprises to look for. We have a couple surprises coming up on Sunday, but all I can say is appreciate it so much, Gino. You're doing a fantastic job with your podcast. You're a great guy. A lot of fun in the past, and I'm so glad that you've got the enthusiasm and you just love racing. The people in our industry that really love racing are going to be positive. We want to continue that. And it's always a pleasure, working with people like you and me because, we love the industry and we want it to succeed and grow. 2020 was not an easy year for anybody, but I have to give credit to so many people in this industry for, forging ahead and staying on an even keel. And hopefully, things will get better all over in our world and we'll be able to continue to grow the sport we love.
Martha, it was such a blast catching up with you. We are both really excited for a huge week coming up, and we'll have to get you back in a few weeks when we can give some love and focus to some of those great Texas breds when they have their big days.
My pleasure, Gino. You stay well, and thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Martha. Folks, that's Martha Claussen. You heard all the ways you can follow her there online and get all the great information about Sam Houston and all the tracks she's covering. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a quick break on That's What She Said.
Big thanks to Martha for helping us out and getting us all set up for Sam Houston this week. Before we get into Thursday, we want to let you know about oldsmokeclothing.com. Horse racing, t-shirts, hats, zip-ups, quality clothing, hoodies, tank tops, long sleeves. You show the horse racing fan in you. 'Tis the law, Midnight Bisou, authentic, she dares the devil. You use the promo code GINO. It gets you free shipping on your order from oldsmokeclothing.com. Andy Villanueva is going to join me to talk about the late pick 5 from Sam Houston on Thursday. Let's get through the first half of the card and then we'll get to the interview with Andy. So in the opener, 10 claimers get the past performances out to January the 28th. The one earned never given, that's the one to beat. Really, really sharp, going to save all the ground, looking for a 4th consecutive win. He will come running. I thought the 4 Shades of Victory was a bit interesting. So he tried tougher last time out, the optional 15 level. He had a fine start, but he ends up settling 3rd, like 3 deep going into the turn. He moved up inside. He was up to 2nd, just a couple lengths off of it, but the pace was a little too quick. He started to back up, and then the top 3 separated themselves. It's now going to be his 2nd start at Sam Houston. He's got a little bit of speed, and there's not that much in here. I wouldn't be shocked if he's right on the lead or sitting very, very close. The number 4, Shades of Victory. Millwood from the outside is going to take a lot of money. I just don't really love the race that he comes out of. I actually thought the 2 and the 3, I treat them both as wild cards. So I have 1, 4, I'll be using and everything as my top tier, and then below them, question marks about the 2, 3, and how I want to involve them in some of the exotics. In race number 2, we got Texas bred maiden special weights, 5.5 furlongs. The 7 horse, I like quite a bit in here. You have 5 of these that exit that January 8th race, and I didn't love the race, to be honest. I thought Cha-Ching Bling, of any of them, if you liked, Cha-Ching Bling was the best, was only beaten in neck. And so if you want to use Cha-Ching Bling in exotics, I'm fine with that. And I really only could make strong cases in here for the 7 and the 3. I'd lean 7, and I would single the 7 in an early pick 4 or any early exotics. He was part of a 5-way battle for the lead. He was in between horses. He was up to the 2 path, and he had major pressure on the inside. He had the lead at the top of the lane. He looks like the one to catch. He could sit close if he needs to. He's going to be cutting back, and he should get a major jump on Cha-Ching Bling in here. So the number 7, Texas Crossbow, will be my top selection in here for Danny Pish. I'll single the 7. I wouldn't be, really need to convince you. I wouldn't want to talk you off the 3, but I think from a gambling wagering standpoint, I like to pick 1 or 2 when they're both going to be short prices. I'd say 7 and move on. In the third, I like the 4 Urja a little in here. She was hard ridden up the inside in her last start. It was against maiden 7500s at this level, and she was just behind the leaders. She was in a little tight. She steadied. She had nowhere to go. She lost all momentum. She tried to come on again, and she got shut off. It was just a brutal trip, and it doesn't really mention it anywhere. Urge, I'm going to be using, I'll make a win wager on Urge if we can get like 7-2. The 1A, Wit's Girl. Now, I don't need Misty Shack. I prefer the entry of the 1, and I prefer the 1A of that entry. The debut was back in October. 4th place finisher, 1 next out. She took up at the start. She squeezed back. She lost all chance, and now you get the big drop. The dam was a 15-time winner, 3 multiple winning sibs, a full to a horse named Wittstown, who is a $145,000 earner and a multiple stakes winner. 4-1A for me in the third. In race number 4 at Sam Houston, mile on the turf course in here, I think the 7 Truly Danzig debuted on the grass against much tougher maiden specials, open maiden specials at Remington Park. And this guy's a half to a horse named Sunlit Song, who's a multiple stakes winner, 7-time winner, $233,000 earner, should be fine on the grass and plenty of upside. The 5 Farmy's Faith feels like the one to beat in here. His turf efforts are a little bit better than they look recently. They are also against open company. He had a smooth start from the inside. He was in a little bit tight, and he was trying to get off the rail. By the time he did, it was just a little bit too late. I'm using 7-5 in race number 4. And in the 5th race, $5,000 beaten claimers, 6 furlongs on the turf. 3 horses I'm looking to use in my exotics. I'll begin with the number 7. Insurrection. We loved him last time out for our buddy Sam Sherman, and this is just a little bit better spot for him. He gets a little more distance to work with. He won't have to be so far back. He's got a more tactical speed than he showed last time out. Just another great spot back for Insurrection. The number 4, Rocket Power. He was on the lead early. He ended up taking back, and he got caught in between horses. I didn't love the ride last time out. So a new jock jumps aboard, and you get Lucarelli first start off the claim. I think Rocket Power is very interesting on the claim back, actually, for Lucarelli. And then the 10 would be my other in here, Young Phillip. He's going to be close. He drops. He exits some live races. He just doesn't really want to go very far. All 3 of his wins have been less than 6 furlongs, so I don't like him as much as the others, but if he's not that short of a price, I could see him being a horse that you at least include and maybe not like some overwhelming favorite you're trying to beat in here. So there's races 1 through 5. Now we're going to get to the interview with Andy Villanueva, where we discuss the late pick 5 on Sam Houston's Thursday card.
First day of racing of the week for Sam Houston on what is the biggest week of their meet. One of the huge Sam Houston fans, one of the better Sam Houston bettors that you will meet. He covers Sam Houston. You see selections and tickets from him up on the Sam Houston feed all the time. And he's a very good friend of our show. Back to talk more racing with us, Andy Villanueva. Andy, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you? Big week.
Doing good. Oh, yeah. Fun week coming up. And it feels like a good week for you and I because we get to start all over. You and I were texting a little or back and forth on Saturday and talking about how much we were struggling over the weekend with our handicapping. So it's nice to feel like we can kind of wash our hands of that and move on with a week where we've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday racing. We've got full cards each of the days. We've got 2 stakes on Saturday, 6 stakes on Sunday. We've got 2 graded stakes races, a bunch of money, a bunch of big barns and big horses shipping in. This is going to be a really good week.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be huge. And I kind of like the fact that they have the later post. Last year they did it like at noon. This year they're starting at 1:45, which is kind of nice. And
No football. This is going to be, this is a perfect week, the perfect week for their day. In between the football weeks, there's nothing going on really on Sunday. It's going to be everybody watching for the big day with all the big horses. So you and I have a job, Andy. We got to build a bankroll. We got to make some money. We got to make some money on Thursday right off the bat. So that way we've got plenty of bullets to fire all throughout the week. So Andy and I are going to jump into the late pick 5 for Sam Houston. Andy, real quick, just one time, give us your plug before we start. Where do we find that awesome GOAT Zoom room and your website?
So you can find the Goat Zoom Room at on YouTube, and also now it's on Apple Podcasts as well. So we've also just got the audio version of it. So if people are just wanting to listen to it in their car, they can. And obviously, you're always on. You're one of our contributors, along with Andrew Champagne. And they can also go to GEEOHAYETEE handicapping.com. It's basically the phonetic spelling of goat. So thought it would be a little bit easier for people to remember.
Great stuff with Andy and with Caitlin over there, and I had a lot of fun talking with them last week about Sam Houston, and now we're going to talk about Sam Houston this week. Race number 6, we're looking at Thursday, January the 28th, and we've got a maiden special weight race here, Andy, to kick off the late pick 5 sequence. It's 6.5 furlongs, the distance. You have a horse like Drive Happy, who's coming into the Steve Asmussen barn for the first time, comes in from Southern California. You'd imagine he's going to take some money. There's a horse like Vegas Guy, who had been facing open maiden special weights, and I thought he was really disappointing, though, on January the 9th here. He's going to be gelded for the first time. They'll probably take the bulk of the money in here. Do you start with them? You using them and some others? Where do you begin?
So I was watching. I looked at this race, and I'm so glad. I mean, if people do DRF or any sort of note-taking, it's important to note certain things. And one of the things that you and I discussed on social media was the race that Burns the Boss and Vegas Guy come out of was just such a bad race.
Terrible.
And He's a Bomb came back and just ran an absolute horrible race.
Against maiden claimers on the draw.
Yeah. So as much as I would like to use those horses, I don't think those horses are good. Those horses are going to have to beat me in the pick 5.
I agree.
The only one that kind of scares me is Vegas Guy because of the
gelding.
First-time gelding situation. I was just talking to CJ Thoroughbreds about their horse in this race, and I was like, man, I love your horse. That race is so much better than what it looked like on the form.
Yep.
And I just think that horse is if that horse is anywhere near ready to fire, he's going to be huge. He's going to run huge.
I completely agree with you. He and just to piggyback on your point about the trip, so his debut was at Lone Star against Open Maiden Specials back in July. He completely misses the break, and then he's in tight right after the break. So he ends up 10th of 12. He's about 12 lengths off it or so. He's able to pass some tired horses, but he really starts to get going. He gets up for 4th. It's way better than it looks on paper. He got action in his debut, and just look at the pedigree too. Dam was a grade 2 winner at 7 furlongs, and when you think of Caleb's Posse, we always think of that elongated sprint to a mile. So this feels like a distance that really should be perfect for this guy. He has a couple siblings that have raced, and one of them is a multiple winner. I'm with you on the 5. I think I'm really cold on that race for the same reasons. It's just, I'm going to make someone out of that race beat me, I think, before I'll respect the race a little bit more. So for me, I'd prefer the new faces. I look at the 5 Rebel Posse. I look at the 6 Drive Happy. I think I'd prefer Drive Happy to a Vegas Guy maybe. I do agree with you that with the gelding, maybe we can give a little bit more of an excuse, or maybe we can give Vegas Guy one more shot now to run a little bit better. But I'd still prefer Rebel Posse in here the most. Just feels like the horse with the most upside.
Yeah, he does. And you look back at that, if people go back and look at that race off of the formulator, you'll see that, he had to deal with the bad break. He had to deal with the fact that 7 came down on him. He ended up having to get taken up. I mean, he basically lost the race 10 jumps out of the race. So I'm more than willing to just kind of write that race off and not worry about it. Drive Happy, to me, I think I'm kind of questioning the Run Happies right now. I don't think they're firing.
No, they haven't been strong. They haven't been great. No.
Right. So he's going to get a lot of play. Obviously, Jeff Bond didn't know what to do with him because he ran him short. Then he goes and runs him 2 races on the grass long. Didn't get anything out of it. Now they add Lasix for the first time. I just don't see it. The only horse that I kind of also have would put in a ticket is Big Mac Daddy. And the reason why is, and I know this is further down the line as far as Barrel Roll's pedigree, which is the dam of Big Mac Daddy, but the third dam was Moonlight Sonata, who was a stakes winner, and she dropped Wilburn and Beethoven, who Wilburn obviously just drops speed after speed horses and maybe gets a little bit with the violence on top. You're going to get 10-1 on him. And Todd Fincher's a very good trainer.
Big Mac Daddy is sneaky. First full for a dam that won a couple times too. So these are, and you mentioned, these are the sneaky pedigree horses when there is pedigree that's not directly connected because there's not a lot of information, right? This is just the first full from the dam, so we don't have a whole lot of direct siblings to go off of. What we do have is, a horse that's a little bit of a price for a really good barn that might be able to fire first out. And now if he does, then the next time we see more of these barrel roll horses, they're going to be shorter prices. So this is one of those type of horses where it might be cool to throw him in your ticket and get on board before everybody starts noticing, and they were to start winning. I always like that with some of these horses that don't have a ton of direct pedigree information from their dams.
Yeah, and and then you go back and you look at a filly like Gumbo, the 4 for Winchell Thoroughbreds. That horse has no business being in a dirt race. That it just screams turf pedigree. Galileo on the bottom, Speightstown up top. I would basically make a note on this for all the listeners and say just have it for later on and wait for him to run on the turf. I mean.
The only other horse I maybe gave a look to was Whitaker, whose dam was a 3-time winner. Pish can obviously get horses ready to fire. And Pish and Leslie are just going to always be a very strong combination. But, sixth race, it seems like we both think Rebel Posse is the most intriguing. I'll throw the 6 in a little more than you do, but I also give looks to, I sort of had him as like 5, 6 on top of, and then as my top tier and below them, I had 7. And then what am I going to do with the 2 horses that come out of that race with Burns, the Boston Vegas guy? Just maybe using them underneath or maybe on some kind of a really long spread ticket if I'm going to single somewhere else. But for me, for the most part, we both seem pretty intrigued by Rebel Posse.
I agree with you. I'd go 5, 6, 7, 9 on a pick 5 ticket to start. That's probably what I'm going to end up suggesting tomorrow. Prior to the races.
Yeah, let's move on into the start of the late pick 4. In race number 7, we've got Texas breds, 4-year-olds, which have never won 2 races. This is a non-2 allowance here, 6 furlongs. The distance, this is a difficult race. I don't really love anyone. Where do you start?
So, hold on, I'm having this thing pull up real quick.
Technology.
Yeah, this was technology. It's so bad. So I was looking at this race and I'm like, where do you start, right? And one of the places I was looking at, I kind of like a horse. I like the 6 horse a lot here, and reason being, he faced multiple winners last time. This is a non-2L race, and this horse had Danny Sorensen was riding this horse, and he was on the rail the entire time. And around about the 3/8 pole, the 7 comes down, and Danny anticipated and took him up, but the 7 ended up correcting, but he lost all track of momentum. He still ended up making a saving ground trip and skimmed the rail for second. So I kind of like that way. I mean, I know he's 2-1.
And he feels like he's going to get a really nice setup in here. When you look at the way, like, the 1 from the rail is probably going to be forced a little bit. The 2 is stretching out from 4.5 furlong races. They've got some good speed. Best Little Man's not going to be too far out of it. You look at Nova Notion, who's going to be showing some speed. You look at 40, who's going to be showing a little speed. Full Trigger will be showing some speed. He's got that style where he can sit just like right behind him, but he doesn't have to be 5 lengths behind. Right? He's tactical enough to stay close, but he can also pass. I think he's a favorite that you have to use in your exotics.
Yes, definitely got to use him. The other horse I kind of like in here, I just don't know if he's going to spit the bid again, and that's Best Little Man.
Yeah, what do you do with him, right?
I don't trust him. I will give a long look at 40, though. Especially at the price of 20-1. That was a nice wire-to-wire win. He went to the front. He was a little tired late, but he showed a lot of gameness and being able to hold off the second place and third place finishers. And I don't know how good that race ended up being as far as being live, but the fourth place finisher, Niall, came back to win next out too. So,
And what's nice about him, he's got speed, he's coming off the bench, and he's proven he can run well off of the bench previously. You know, he was a really good runner-up back in February last year. I remember that race when he showed speed and he battled all the way out and he just missed. So he can show up and pop at a price and can show some speed. So when you're looking for a live long shot, that's, for me, I always like horses that are going to be in the mix throughout, right? If you're going to play a 20 or 30 to 1 shot, you don't want a horse that's going to be 10 lengths out of it and never even really give you a sniff. At least when you play a horse or throw a horse into your ticket like this, they got a shot to hang on. Like, if things go weird, if somebody else doesn't break, there's some trouble behind, something happens, I want the horses that are close to it that have an opportunity to just fall into a win sometimes.
Yeah, but you know, the one thing that if people don't play a lot of Sam Houston, speed doesn't necessarily hold here.
It hasn't been for sure.
It
has
and
not
you
been.
don't want to be on the rail. You want to be you want to be in the 3 pound.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's a great point.
You know, with him being on the outside, it's a later race, so you're not going to have the headwinds that you normally see in the 6 furlong races. So I would look at 40. I would look at Dashiell too. I mean, he's coming back to state bred company. I mean, he'd been facing open company for the last three races. And Danny Pish, Lane Leslie, 12 to 1. It's worth a shot.
Yeah, and this is a horse who beat Caddo Fox when in against Texas breds back in June, when in the Asmussen barn. So I think
yeah,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, and he was competitive. Like, you look at Caddo Fox and Best Little Man, he's not far behind either Best Little Man, and then he beats Caddo Fox. Both of them are going to be major players in here. I had him stacked 6, 2, 3 with questions of the one. I like Daryl's Little Diablo more if he was drawn towards the outside. I'm a little, because he's shown that he can sit off a little bit, but I think when he has the rail, he might get forced a little bit from the inside, and he may not have the type of trip that he wanted. Nova Notion won the first race of the meet, but that was a really weak race where there was just not a lot of speed on paper, and he was able to, he actually got headed and battled back from the inside. So I'm sort of going to be taking a wait and see approach on him, because I don't think he comes out of the strongest race in the world. Maybe a super wild card if you're looking for one other horse to just maybe throw in. I just don't know what his, like, if he's any good on the dirt at all, is Hoist Your Glass. His Canterbury win wasn't bad, but and if I'm looking for like a bust out long shot, I would maybe throw him underneath. I just have no idea if he's got anything on the dirt. He's got some ability, and he's faced open company recently, which I think is a positive, but his races at Sam Houston last year were not very good. Just looking for like maybe a bust out. I'm more of 6, 2, 3 in here.
Yeah, and I'm more 6, 5, 3. So
nice.
I mean, we're pretty much in agreement on that. The one thing with Hoist Your Flag, those 2 races at Sam Houston were on the turf, so maybe throw them out and hopefully he runs better on the dirt. But his running style right now, with the way the track is playing, definitely helps him.
Yeah, and when there are prices like that, you can talk yourself into them a little more, right? You know, it's like, oh, okay, I'll flop this horse in on one pick 4 ticket, maybe I don't play him on all my pick 5s. But when they're a big price, it's nice to have a sprinkle of some of those horses somewhere, because then if your strong opinions in the other races hit, that's where you get big scores. You know, in the races where you don't feel as confident, that's when you want to go looking for a price or two. As we move along to Sam Houston's 8th race, they're going to be going a mile on the turf course, and it seems like, Andy, this week the weather is going to be a lot better than it was last week, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a little on the cool side, but I would definitely totally enjoy the weather, so it's a definite plus.
And we'll keep our fingers crossed, because, you know, big fields, we want to stay on the grass as much as possible, and especially with the big races on Sunday. So going a mile on the turf, first level allowance here in race number 8. Who are some of the ones that you look at to begin with?
So in this race, I was this is a really wide open race in a lot of ways. Just by looking at it, I'll give you a few though. One is Good Fight. I think Good Fight is definitely a horse that you need to play right now because he's in such good form. Um, if he wasn't in good form and he wasn't getting wheeled back this quick, I'd probably say no. But right now, he's in really good form. The one that really intrigues me, though, and that I'm going to probably put in my pick 5 tickets is Leather and Lace. Draw a line through that December 7th race. He didn't want any part of that turf or dirt race. And the fact that he's 3 of 5 here at Sam Houston.
And those races last year were against Open too, when he ran really well.
Yeah.
When she ran really well. Yeah.
Yeah. And, if you look at what she's done on the distance side, which is, 7 of 13, but 5 for 5 at Sam Houston, you got to play her. And at 15-1, you might as well take a gamble. I mean, it's gambling for a reason, but she's definitely worth it. The other horse I'm probably going to use here is Hat Tip. Comes out of some really tough races at Churchill and in Kentucky. This is a lot softer landing spot for her, and I think she'll be a tough filly in this spot.
I think Hat Tip is a must-use. You made great reasons for Leather and Lace, who I think helped me out quite a bit on January 18th of last year. That was one of my better days at Sam Houston of the meet when Leather and Lace scored that day. I'm giving a look. The 5's the one to beat, Hat Tip, for sure. Just like you said, you put a line through the last start, and then the turf form before that is really, really good. And this is a great spot for her to come in. The 9 I'm a little bit interested in, who's stretching out a little here. Okay, so look at the August 29th race going 7.5 furlongs on the grass. That was a pretty good race. There's a horse named Chikara who you see in a lot of the other running lines in this field, and Pika was right behind Chikara, actually was in front and then finished and just got passed by Chikara late that day. I think that this horse gets the lead. I don't know if she's going to want to go quite this far, but I'll take her with a couple lengths on the field early on. She's a bit sneaky. She comes out of another live race last time out in November at Remington, where there were a couple next out winners. You start to dig through her form. Like 2 races back, she ran really, really well against First Level Allowance Company when she was 3rd at 5 furlongs. I talked about the August race before that. Even the race prior to that was coming off the bench for a few months, and she actually, after a slow start, picked up some pieces. If she's not on the lead, she can pass some horses too. That Chikara race in August had 4 next out winners. I'm using her. I'm throwing her in my pick 4. I thought you could maybe make cases for a couple horses towards the outside too, like the 8 Holy Creed, who was just behind Good Fight. You mentioned who's really, really sharp right now. Maybe you give this one a shot back. Also, the 10 Connectivity for Asmussen, for Elliott, who comes in from Gulfstream Park. Maybe a horse to give a look to when back in the Asmussen barn, in 2019, you see a couple of good races at Belmont Park that would no doubt stack up and beat these. So I'll throw the 9 in with the 5. I kind of have them on top. Below them, I have the 10. You made a really great case for Leather and Lace, who I had picked, and I definitely am going to be using in some spread tickets. Is there anyone else in here we need to mention?
You mentioned Connectivity. This was a Chad Brown horse they were really high on back earlier in her career, and she just never materialized into the type of horse that they thought she'd be. And she's obviously been claimed a couple times, and Clark sent this horse over to Bob Hess and couldn't win a Gulfstream in the summertime, which is usually not a good
not
thing.
As strong. Yeah, it's not as strong.
So
good point.
I'm not really high on this filly. I think she's going to get a lot of play. And I would actually, if you're going to go with a horse that might be like a middle price, Impressive Reward is a good horse to use too.
Mm-hmm.
So
very honest. She was like running her eyeballs out at Sam Houston last year, and then she finally put it all together with a big win going long on the grass. So Impressive Reward. Also another horse that you can maybe throw into your late pick 4s, late pick 5s. Let's move to the late daily double, which starts in race number 9, $10,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime, 5 furlongs the distance, so they're not going to be going all that far in here, which means they have to be going, they have to have a little bit of speed at least to keep up early. Where do you start, Andy? We've got a 3-5 favorite on the morning line for Asmussen dropping in class.
I'm a chalk eater here. I'm sorry.
It's hard not to be. It's just hard not to be.
I was looking at this race. I'm like, how can you make any sort of like argument for her? Like, I kept looking at everything I could possibly look at, and I can't find anything.
Well, there's
So,
just nobody else. There's nobody else that you can get that excited about. I can use one other horse with True Friend, and that's Princess Shakira, and that's mainly in thinking that if for some reason True Friend gets in some trouble from the rail, Princess Shakira should be able to sit a smooth trip, cuts back from 5.5 to 5, and will have even a little bit more late punch. She's got a little speed and she can pass. She's a 6-year-old mare who's only raced 6 times, so she's obviously had some issues herself. But I couldn't get past 1-7. I couldn't make, and we try, right? We want to make cases for long shots, big prices, bombs. I just couldn't get to anyone in here. Go ahead.
I mean, I agree with you. To your effect, Princess Shakira from J.R. Caldwell. I tweeted this out last year. J.R. Caldwell's horses always look good for this meet. I mean, it's not like he doesn't always have them looking good, but you could tell he points for this meet. And then you go and you look at his record.
They've been awesome to
at
start.
Almost 25%. So he started out exactly how he wanted to. This filly's coming in. She hasn't raced yet. She might be ready to fire. And so do you take a gamble and hope the one has second-titus again? Or do you single the one?
Yeah.
In a pick 5 ticket. I mean, if you want to keep the ticket small, then you single the one.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of it depends on your approach. Yeah, and the other legs and where your strong opinion is. But yeah, I think for me, that's how I'm going to have to approach this race. It's either am I going to go 1-7, or am I going to just say, you know what, I'm better off singling the one and being able to spread out later. I'll look at the race a little bit more, but I'll probably use 1-7. If you're the type of person who's maybe just going to play this race individually, and maybe you're just thinking about playing the one on top of some sort of exotics, if I was looking for a couple bombs, the 2 that I would throw in underneath would be the 8 Run Ballerina, just because, this horse had some good form before switching barns and hasn't really shown that great form for the new barn, but there are at least some races to go back to that would be good enough to compete with these. When you look at the races in July at Lone Star, even in June at Lone Star before that, like those would be competitive here. I just have no idea if she's still got any of that left. But if she does, at 20-1, she could be a nice horse for second or third to spice up some of your tries. Maybe the 4 on the cutback with a horse who's just shown some speed. That sort of bling race is not bad. That's better than a lot of the races that some of these are coming out of too. So maybe Zoe's Gold Lady is just another horse that has a little bit of upside, hasn't been beaten as much as a lot of these other ones.
See, and that's the great thing about gambling, right? I have a note here for this race, the start of Bling race, and I'm like, that was a bad race. No one's coming out of that race to win.
Funny.
You're saying, it wasn't that bad. You know what? Miss Aggie Bling should have won that race, and she didn't. She hung. No offense to Sam Sherman, who owns Miss Aggie Bling, but that filly was set to win that race, and she didn't win it. And I'll tell you what, though. Take away the trainer names on the 5, Metallic Silver, and you see all the speed she has early. You can make a case for her.
You could
go wire to wire, going 5 furlongs.
She's got pace. She's cutting back. She's another one she's a 5-year-old mare. She's only raced 8 times. You see a lot of layoff lines throughout, so she's had some issues, and she wouldn't be a complete shock in here. It's just the way you approach this race is how you feel about the one. It's just, and that's what it's going to come down to with the one True Friend in here. Are you using with others? Are you trying to beat? And that's really the major approach to race 9, this 10 non-2.
Yeah.
Let's get to race number 10, Andy. Let's close things out. We've got 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races, $5,000, the claiming price, and 7 furlongs, the distance here. Where do you start?
I'm going with Crow Mountain. It's probably going to be my best play of the day. Draw a line through that sloppy track race last out at Louisiana Downs, and her form's a lot better, or his form's a lot better. lightly raced 5-year-old. Yes, he's had some problems. He had a year layoff, but since going into Danny Pish's barn, man, he's done very little wrong. So I've got to go with Crow Mountain. I just think he's probably the best horse in this field. And at 6-1, I think he's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I've got Crow Mountain on top also. I think he's a must-use in your late pick forwards. He's like you said, you can put a line right through his last race and then look at the form. You've got a couple good races on the grass. Prior to that, you have a fine race at Lone Star, just beaten by Maiden 62, Open Maiden 62.5s. Like those are races that are comparable that would stack up here. Must-use for me, Crow Mountain for a barn super capable of getting horses ready. The 1A would be another one that I prefer of the entries, Secret Blarney. I was expecting a little more speed from him last time out, and he actually was. It seemed like he was trying to show a little speed from the inside. He sort of got shut off on the rail and then backed up and approved, just crushed that day. Mule Skinner, who doesn't win often, 7 furlongs might not be a bad distance for him. He middle moved nicely into second before fading last time out, and he ended up finishing third, and he was behind Secret Blarney a little that day. So I no doubt have the 5 on top. Below the 5, I've got the 1A and the 2 sort of next to each other because they're coming out of that same race where they ran similar. I thought the 10 could be a little sneaky because he might be able to be close early in here, Andy, stretching back out from 5.5. And, if you look at the fact that he showed some early speed last time out, he didn't finish, but then look at the races where he's coming from before. We're talking about Fairgrounds, Gulfstream West, probably a little bit better circuits against a little bit better. I wouldn't be shocked if he can maybe hang around for a slice and show a little speed early on here. So we're both on Crow Mountain on top. I got Wicked City as sort of the price. The 2 and the 1A are kind of logical other contenders if you're looking at them. Anyone else to mention in this last one, Andy?
No, the more I look at it, the more I love Crow Mountain.
Me too. I really do. Because there's questions about everyone, and there's some questions about him, right? He hasn't raced in September, but if he comes back in anything close to the form that he was in August, in June, July into August, and he's versatile, he's got a little speed. I guess maybe my only concern would be the 7 furlongs, but that doesn't bother me as much when I feel like we got the best horse.
And it also doesn't bother me that, if they really want to, they can take him back. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's shown that he can come off the pace. I mean, he did it 3 races back, so it's not that big of a deal. So I'm okay with that as well. I think that if you're going to construct a ticket and you want to use a couple other horses in that non-2L, that's the race before, you could single Crow Mountain and hope that the one gets beat, and then all of a sudden you're sitting on a huge, huge payday.
That'd be a really good approach to playing the late pick 4s or late pick 5s on Thursday. Andy, this was awesome stuff. I appreciate it. We're going to get you back a couple more times, throughout the meet to continue to talk about Sam Houston. Yeah,
obviously we'll do that with you as well.
Love to come and talk with you anytime over there, and give the folks out there one more time social media. Where can we follow you? I know you'll be you always have great thoughts throughout the week at Sam Houston. You'll be posting some of your pick 4s and pick 5 tickets that they have up on the Sam Houston meet. Where can we get all the good info from you?
You can go to Villanueva 3RD at Twitter. You can go to Goat Handicapping without the G on Twitter. You can also go to the Goat Zoom Room on YouTube and on Apple Podcasts, and you can also look us up at OHAYETEE handicapping.com for any information. And we usually do put international racing stuff out there, and Sam Houston matrices out there for people who may not want to take the time to do their handicapping.
Great, Andy, man. Always love talking with you, buddy. Appreciate all the work you put in. Good luck this week. I'll be going back and forth with you as we are pumped as fans of Sam Houston. This is just a great week. And, you and I have tried to tell all the bettors out there, hey, if you're someone who plays the races a lot and you want to get a little bit more of your money back when you win, You should play Sam Houston. It is quality racing. This is the week to do so, especially with a really cool Sunday. They're going to be in the spotlight the week in between. No football games this week, so we're all going to be watching Sunday in particular, and you and I are going to make some money for the folks on Thursday first.
Definitely.
Andy Villanueva helping us out here on That's What G Said. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Horse racing fans, many of us have been using the DRF, the daily racing form, for years, studying the races, keeping up to date on news with all the articles. I remember looking for a copy at the local liquor store or picking one up at the local racetrack, wherever I was going. Now it's even easier and cheaper than ever to use DRF with DRF.com and the newly optimized DRF Mobile. You can get all the tracks that you want to bet and handicap. Past performances that are mobile optimized for on-the-go handicapping on your phone. So you go to DRF.com from your mobile device, no additional cost. Tap the calendar icon on the top left. It opens all of the options for past performances and for the tools that are available. One click to bet now and DRF bets. Get real-time odds and scratches on race day. You can tap on any horse and you get those same DRF past performances that you're familiar with a larger font for your mobile display. One click to Formulator for charts, for replays if you get the Formulator version, and even on the classic past performances, you get the home screen with horses, with odds, with buyers. You get a lifetime buyer speed figure graph. You can rotate your phone for the best view, and any horse that you click on, you'll see the running lines. You can easily move from horse to horse. The same data as those traditional classic DRF past performances. You get an interactive format, which is very similar to the DRF Classic version that you're used to on the desktop. Every card includes live data updated instantly with those scratches, and so you get the accessibility from desktop to phone, cross-device functionality. You can take your notes and save them from one device to the next, and then access your account on any of your devices. On-the-go handicapping and wagering, multiple formats to view. You got the overview page with recent speed figures, current day's odds, easy access to expert selections and analysis. You got the buyer speed figure graph with lifetime buyer speed figures and chart notes for every horse. And you got those traditional DRF past performances that are just newly optimized for your mobile phones. They are constantly upgrading, improving, and making everything easier for you to get your handicapping done at DRF.com. Love talking races with Andy Villanueva over there, who does a great job handicapping Sam Houston, helping us out with the Thursday card. Let's jump over to Friday, Sam Houston. Let's roll through their Friday card. I'm going to start in race number 2. The first race is Arabian race, so I don't. I try not to talk too much about the stuff I don't know all that well. In the second race, though, I thought the 3 La Rosa Drive was going to be pretty tough off of her last effort. She should get the lead in here on the cutback. She showed speed from the inside. She put away the other speed. She had some challenges off the pace, and she was able to put them away and shake clear after being headed last time out. I have them stacked 3, the 5 Salacious Accusation, who's in excellent form, looking for a 3rd consecutive win, and then the 4 Quinn Ella, who I sort of use as a wild card, cutting back, not a ton of pace. She closed well to finish 2nd last time out over at Prairie Meadows. I'm okay playing against the friend of autism towards the outside. So we'll go 3, 5, 4 in the second. Race number 3 at Sam Houston. I thought the 4 Jack's Advantage, he exits the most wide open and pretty tough turf race that we've seen throughout the meet. He was chasing a lone speed winner. He's a total wild card back to a dirt sprint, but he could get outrun a little bit in here, but he's coming out of some of the stronger races. I don't know if the race shape is going to be the best for him because there isn't all that much speed. Onward feels like the other one, probably the one to catch and beat, should send hard from the inside. He's got a little bit outrun last time out. I think with the inside draw, they'll be a little more aggressive with him in here. So I'll be using the 4-1 in race number 3. In race number 4 at Sam Houston, I thought Sarda Bling, the mare, she's got to prove it at a mile, but she was a step slow from the rail. She moved up inside to battle for the lead without really being asked. She put the rival away, and she kicked clear. I thought Sarda Bling was impressive. I'll be using her back here, maybe even a spot where I would think about singling, because it's really like 1, 2, 3, 4 in this spot, and they'll all probably take similar amounts of money or close to it. They've Too Much Irish, Velazig, Avery's Mist. They're coming off of the bench. Sarda Bling has that recency, which I think we can really we can lean this way. In race number 5, I have the 10, 5, and 6 on my top tier in a wide open race. The 10, Tizona for Scholl, who gets back to the turf with some really nice turf races. The 5, Humor Collector, Governale, I also thought could be in the mix. If you're looking to go a little bit deeper, maybe Jailhouse Kitten and Valdolobo. I was 10, 5, 6 over 2, 4 in a race that's very, very wide open. I like Repo Girl in the 6th race, maiden 25,000s. She broke on top. She couldn't get the lead into the turn. She settled second a couple lengths off, and she just couldn't come on again. Calescent was so impressive winning that day, and now Repo Girl drops from open maiden specials to open maiden 25s, cuts back from a mile to 7 furlongs. Should be tracking really nicely behind maybe Mine Redemption and Repo Girl on the drop. We'll like her, and we'll use her on top. 2, 7, Chicks Dig Money, 5 and 1, both very logical. Fasted debuted at Churchill on the grass. Price is everything with a filly like this who gets Lasix for the first time. 2, 7, 5, 1 for me in the 6th. In race number 7, I thought the 4 was Dak Demand. Just coming out of some really, really strong races and has been very consistent. Needs a little pace to run at, so you'll probably want to include a horse like Secular Stagnation, who will likely be showing some of that pace from the inside. You also have Algebra. What do you do with Algebra, who's probably going to be showing some pace, but I'm not quite sure, stretching out to a mile, if this is exactly the trip he really wants. Smile, for me, you're probably going to want to throw in the mix for Jonathan Wong. Depending. The 2, Nate's Attack, is another one who you'll probably want to at least look at in some exotics, coming out of some strong races, but I'm sort of taking a wait-and-see approach on him. I don't need him, especially at what could be a shorter price. I do like Dak Demand a little more in here, so I had him 4, 1, 6, 2 in race number 7. In the 8th race at Sam Houston, I like Oh Snap, who should be able to get the lead in here for Gustafson. There is not a ton of speed at all. I think Oh Snap is going to be sent hard. The 6, Good Ride Cowboy, the other Gustafson, should look like a horse with a ton of upside, dropping in class, coming in from Fairgrounds, hooked a muddy track in the debut. I thought the 9, Vix Lincoln Lawyer, obviously sort of a measuring stick for this race, and then the 2, Cresson. So 1, 6, 9, 2 for me in race number 8. In the 9th race, the 5 is going to be my top selection, Tyler's Tech. I just liked his race at Los Alamitos for Wong, and something similar to that would win this race. The number 4 is another one you could take a look at, Euro Bad Guy, who got squeezed back at the start. He had some traffic, but he did move up, and he was 4 wide within a length before tiring. It was a little better than it looks on paper, and it's not all that bad. Euro Bad Guy. AP's Bluegrass had to slam on the brakes. He had an inside trouble trip early. I've got him stacked 5, 4, 2 with the 8 on some deeper tickets. Heart Attack, who is getting a little class relief off the turf effort. The 2-back race, though, at Sam Houston was just sort of in what would be a pretty comparable spot here. So some mixed signals with the 8, Heart Attack. Closing it out in the 10th race, I thought the 8 in here, another use of the 8 with Drew Power, who's going to come closing, who gets back to the grass, and I think we'll get the kind of trip in this field. Metropole was so good, but he's not really a need the lead type. He just got the lead last time out. Don't be concerned if he ends up stalking a little bit more and saving ground from the inside. The 6, Tap Solution, is probably one you're going to be wanting in your late pick 4s and late pick 5s. The 3, Hawkwood, would be another who gets back to the grass, and Bandit Swanson would be another if you're looking to spread out a little bit. But I had 8, 1, 6 over 3, 7 as the next tier there at Sam Houston on Friday. So best of luck on Friday over at Sam Houston. We're going to transition now into more of the entertainment part of the show. Before we do, I have to let you know about one of the longtime sponsors of That's What G Said podcast, full-service realtor Cindy Carava. Going to be talking with Cindy Carava on the next episode of That's What G Said. She's going to let you know everything going on in her field in the last year or so. Full-service realtor. She can help you out with selling purchasing, with leasing. She can help you find vendors, find lenders, anything you need, market analysis. She'll do a free one for you. CindyCarava.com. CindyCarava.com. Now we get into WandaVision. Avengers fans, Marvels fans, we're going to go through all 3 episodes. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. We get deep into everything happening, scene by scene. My good buddy Tim Kelly joins me. He is an expert when it comes to everything Marvel, Avengers, so we really are able to break it all down. Had a lot of fun talking with Tim, and we're going to start doing these weekly recaps of WandaVision. Enjoy.
Really excited to start talking about WandaVision and a lot of Marvel, Avengers, everything going on Disney Plus here on That's What G Said. You've heard us talk about The Mandalorian and all of the announcements over the last month or so, all the new Disney Plus series and specials and movies that are going to be coming out over the next couple of years, a ton of Star Wars stuff, a ton of Avengers stuff. So yeah, WandaVision, so far we have 3 episodes down, and spoiler alert, we are going to be talking about things that have happened so far in all 3 episodes of WandaVision. And to join me to discuss, oh, this is awesome. One of my good friends, worked with him a while back, but haven't catch up in a bit. Tim Kelly, buddy, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me.
So TK, let's let the folks out there know, like, what is your sort of like Marvel Avengers fandom? Like, where do you stack up? Are you someone who's watched the movies? Have you read the comics? Like, where are you as far as like in the world of Marvel Avengers?
Well, I'm a fan. I'll start there. I've been a fan since I was a kid. I wouldn't say I'm huge into the comics, but read a few here and there. Been a fan of the MCU since the first one, Iron Man, and I honestly think that's the high watermark for the series.
Yep.
But I've watched all of them very closely. Big fan. Never missed one in the theater, and I'm really excited for this new chapter. Extending the MCU onto television. The Mandalorian really set the stage for what Disney Plus is doing there, and I'm really excited to see, how Marvel fits into the picture and where they go with it.
Yeah.
So this is a great start.
What's cool is with these streaming services nowadays, they're allowed to do things that we probably couldn't have done like 15 years ago, right? Like WandaVision or even The Mandalorian. Like, I don't know if that's a show that they would have been able to put on network TV. It's like it needs to be able to breathe a little bit. I remember reading about I remember reading about when Netflix had started and how Orange is the New Black was sort of in that. They said that was a show that was kind of out there, and they didn't know if it was if it was on network TV, how many people were going to be able to if after a few weeks the ratings are bad and then you cancel. They have a really nice sort of like a comfort zone now with this Disney Plus, to where they can create these shows like this one, for example. The pace that we see in the first few episodes of WandaVision, like if you come into this and you're expecting Avengers, blow them up, crash everything here, like this is a totally different style of Avengers.
Totally different. Yeah, and I think the Avengers really did a lot of the groundwork for it, because we as fans, we know what we're kind of getting into long term, and it's given us that room to kind of breathe with a different vibe that Wanda's providing us. I think there's a lot of I don't know if you've been paying much attention to the backlash and the positive the fans, how they're reacting to it. It's kind of going both ways. Some people I'm hearing are saying it's polarizing. It's going a little too slow. Yeah, exactly. But I think that for across the board, for whoever it does work for, I think we can all kind of agree that a lot of that legwork was done, across those MCU films. And that's really why we're invested and why we're giving it the time that we are now, three episodes deep. Some of us fans maybe wouldn't have signed on for this type of a genre or this type of a feel for a show, but we know the greater picture of the Marvel universe and the stories that they're trying to tell.
There's like a trust in Feige, right? Who's created this now. And it's sort of the same way we keep talking a little bit about The Mandalorian, because it feels very similar with the universes that they've created now with Star Wars and with Marvel, and what they're trying to do with these shows as a way to connect everything. What's really cool is that we're reading a lot about how what's happening now in WandaVision is going to lead to what is going to happen in movies coming forward in the next year or two. And so this is all a big part of everything. While it's completely on its own, it's also connected. That's what's so fascinating, and I think is for me as someone who just, and I know you're kind of the same way, who's someone who's just like loves TV, movies, like content, like all this stuff behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, like the way it's created, everything. I'm just fascinated by how much attention to detail they put into each of the episodes and what they're trying to do with tell a big story, but also like how many little nods to like 50 sitcoms in the first episode, and the black and white, and the intro, and just like the way the verb, like the way the script is written, like the verbiage, everything about it. It's like fast, the commercial, everything they do, 50s and then 60s and then 70s through the first 3 episodes we've seen. So to me, it's like they're doing a really great job of, hey, look, episode by episode are visually cool. They're like, it's sort of an actual sitcom, but it's also telling the Avengers story too. I feel like they're doing a lot. So it's going to take a little while to really be able to look back and go, wow, like look what they're doing. If you were someone who watched the first couple episodes and maybe you were, or the first episode or two, and maybe you're, I don't know, this isn't what I like, give it time. Because I think, Tim, even in just episode 3, the more info that we get, the more it's like quickly we're going, okay, now it's starting to open up a little bit more here.
Absolutely. And I'll say this, in preparation for talking to you, I went back and rewatched all 3 episodes. And it's so densely packed with Easter eggs and little specific nods and things that when you go back and rewatch it, and just by the nature of it being kind of a mystery show, the more we know by episode 3, it kind of informs a lot of the stuff. Watching, episode 1,
I completely agree. I felt the same way. It's like more, and then you go back and watch. You go, oh, okay. Now the things that I didn't quite understand, I'm understanding them more, and
they land differently.
They do. They do. So again, and they're quick watches too. And so we're not talking an hour and a half. We're talking like 25 minutes to 30 minutes max with some of these. Yeah. And it moves.
There's a long credit at the end of every episode. Makes you think that it's a little bit of a longer watch when you're going into it. But then 20 minutes later, it's done. So it's very brisk. It moves fast. And I'm really excited, like kind of where we left off with it.
Oh yeah, it's pumped. It's got me pumped. I'm very much excited. And what's cool is that as soon as WandaVision the show finishes, we are going to roll right into like another Marvel show release, and then another one right afterwards. Right? I think we got the Falcon coming up. And then afterwards, Loki coming up also too. So there's going to be a ton of content later on in the year. We know a few more Star Wars shows are going. So really excited to like jump on the Avengers train here and really follow along and see where it'll take us. And let's start with episode 1, and we'll go through each of the episodes again. So spoiler alert again, if you've been listening, we're really going to go through everything that's happened in these episodes. We get episode 1, film, which is titled "Film Before a Live Studio Audience," and we get the Marvel Studio open graphics. And what's cool about this, and it just shows you how much people respect things like this and Star Wars, is this was actually filmed before a live studio audience, a lot of the family and friends of the actors, and that's why it didn't get out, because it wasn't something to the public. They just said, hey, we want to do this, but we want people to do it in front of. And so this was, I mean, we were right into black and white. It's a black and white TV show. This is a 50s sitcom with Wanda and Vision entering into a town in a car. They look like they're newly married. She's in a wedding dress. We've got a theme song going on here. And we are right into the house, and all of a sudden we can tell the vibe where it is 50s sitcom. They've got a laugh track going in the background, and Wanda is using her magic right away to wash dishes and clean clothes. A plate goes flying and hits Vision in the head. There's laughs in the back. We get these over-the-top jokes. So, I mean, we right away, TK, this is not what we were maybe expecting from a Marvel Avengers, but I'm going, what? Like, what's going on here? Black and white, and it looks literally like we flipped on an old, like, Nick at Night show.
Yeah, that's right. They absolutely nailed the tone and the aesthetic of the time. It looks like they probably even shot on the same types of cameras and used the same techniques for editing, for every little thing. They really tried to crib from that era, from that time period. And it was amazing. I know you kind of touched on it, but the theme song I thought was really interesting, because across these 3 episodes we had 3 different theme songs, and I just thought
theme
that there
intros,
were some,
completely or what 50s intro would look like, and then we get the Bewitched one in the 70s later, and they're just the Brady Bunch later too. They're just it's a great job. All of the details,
pitch perfect. Yeah, absolutely.
So now Wanda's trying to blend in, and so it's a very over the top start, and it's really funny jokes where they're just laughing back and forth and goofy, and then all of a sudden that's something that I sort of like in the show too. It goes from being really goofy and silly, and then there'll be like a moment where the tone kind of changes and gets a little serious. It wasn't quite as serious here, but they're looking at the calendar, and there's a heart on the calendar, and they start to think they don't really know why. That's another thing they don't know a lot of things throughout. There's things that even Wanda can't remember. They don't know much of anything, especially Vision, and we see Wanda kind of wiping memory and rewinding things throughout. But that's sort of from the very beginning. We don't know where they are is Westview, but we don't know if this is somewhere that Wanda has completely created herself. Is she trapped somewhere? Because we hear that throughout. We don't really even know much of what is going on. It just feels like this is something that Wanda has created, because the last time we saw Vision, unfortunately, was not good for Vision. He was gonzo. So it's still like right off the beginning, it's fascinating trying to figure out like, where are we? What's going on? Like,
that establishes the kind of the crux of the show right there. It's a mystery show, right? Even we'll get to it later, I guess, but in the second episode there's a mystery box that we're dealing with right there, and the whole heart on the calendar, that's really the first mystery of the show that we get to deal with. And I noticed there was a motif of hearts throughout, and I wonder if there's a specific metaphor going on there. I have a theory as to what it could mean, but maybe we'll come back to that around episode 3. But I'm seeing a lot of that kind of stuff throughout, little Easter eggs that they're dropping, clues, because this is a mystery show after all.
And both don't know why that heart symbol is on the calendar that you mentioned. And they're sort of playing it off just like that you would in like I know why, like I didn't forget our anniversaries today. No, you didn't. And they both forgot, so they're both acting like they completely understand what the heart is about. They don't want to give in to the other one. But now it's time to go. Vision's off to work, and he almost forgets to put his human look on before he goes. And now he goes, and Wanda is kind of just thinking about the heart in the house, and we get a knock on the door from Agnes, Catherine Hahn, who is just great. She's
absolutely steals every scene she's in.
She's awesome.
100%.
And she's the next door neighbor, and she comes in just like the nosy next door neighbor. She's got a welcome gift, and there's lots of jokes, like inside jokes that Wanda throws out about her powers here that obviously Agnes doesn't know about. Agnes making tons of jokes about her husband, just really funny interaction, so, totally over the top. But like you said, Catherine Hahn just steals it. And at this point, she comes off just like a totally nice neighbor who is welcoming Wanda, and seems like they hit it off. She wants to help Wanda plan for the big night, because Wanda's talking about the heart, so they assume it's an anniversary. So we're already getting this like mistaken, like misunderstanding with Wanda and Vision, where she's planning for a night that she assumes is an anniversary because of the heart, and Agnes is trying to help her plan. So they're talking about things like how should they set the mood for the anniversary? And this is a great little back and forth. We get very 50s-ish like dialogue. We get the shots of the whole house and the inside. I mean, it is great. And I think our introduction to Agnes is good. She's just she's a great character through the first few episodes.
Absolutely, yeah. She steals it every time she's on scene. I think I heard somebody say about Catherine Hahn that no matter what she's in, she just fits the tone of that project perfectly. And this is a prime example of that. I mean, she perfectly blends in as that nosy neighbor, that iconic type of character from sitcoms from back in the day all the way till now. That kind of character exists.
So we check in with Vision. He's at work and he's getting work done very fast, as we would assume. But he doesn't know what they do at work, which is sort of an inside joke throughout the he's like the most productive, but he doesn't know what he's productive of or for. He's just doing papers, and they keep saying, but you're it's just papers, we're numbers and processing. And it's sort of like a Chandler Bing inside joke here. Nobody knows his job from Friends, but
it's another mystery too.
Yeah. Exactly. And we this is throughout the episode where he doesn't even really know what he's doing here, but we find out quickly that the reason for the heart, it's his boss, Mr. Hart, who reminds Vision that Mr. and Mrs. Hart are going to be coming over later for dinner. That's why they had that heart on the calendar as the reminder. And the boss mentions, we see one of the coworkers who's just been fired because he did not have a good interaction when the boss came over for dinner. This is like a rite of passage. He comes over for dinner. If you screw up, if he doesn't like you, you're done. You have no shot. So this is like a big moment for Vision and for Wanda, because they're trying to fit in here. They're trying to fly under the radar, and they want to just be a regular, average couple here. They can't let everybody know about their powers, about, Vision doesn't eat food or doesn't need to eat. There's just a lot of things that don't add up about them. So right off the bat, we see he's worried because he just wants to the point of him and Wanda being together, they just want to go live a normal, calm life where they can, be together, be on their own.
Absolutely. And I think that's a part of what I think Wanda wants. What the whole crux of this whole thing is, that it's a fantasy, I think.
Yep.
We're still in a theory right now. We don't know exactly what's going on, but I think what's going on is that Wanda has generated this reality, and it's a fantasy. It's what she wants there. And what she wants is that perfect, normal life. I think the theme song alludes to that too. I don't have the exact lyrics in front of me right now. I wish I took notes on that. Oh wait, I think I have it right here. We have a newlywed couple just moved to town, a regular husband and wife who left the big city to find a quiet life. Like they want to be regular. She doesn't want to be this different thing. So I think I don't know, it's really interesting. But I also thought it was interesting that that whole sitcom trope of the boss coming over for dinner, that's a classic too. I could think of The Simpsons did that, and that's the classic steamed hams. The one I'm talking about?
Absolutely. Brady Bunch has done it. Like I can remember a ton of times where they had the boss come home, the wife's got to do, things are going wrong, they mess up the dinner, there's always like a comedy of errors here, and that's what we'll get. That's what we'll get in just a little bit. So as they're at work, Wanda and Agnes are at home planning the romantic night. They're talking about the music, the dress, seduction techniques. They're reading through a magazine article. And the one line that I thought was really funny was Wanda's reading, tell them the death rate of single men is twice that of married men. Now that's romantic. Yes. It was just great, right?
Very funny when she paraphrases that very poorly later.
Yeah, so
made me laugh out loud.
Me too. I thought that was great. I chuckled, no doubt there. And then Vision calls Wanda to let her know about the hearts. But as he's about to let her know, she stops him in just total like sitcom fashion. Oh no, don't explain in 2 more words what could just save this whole night. I'm going to stop you right now. I know what you're talking about. He goes, oh, okay. And he says, okay, I'm really nervous about this. I still get, it's still a little new sometimes. She thinks he's talking about like having sex with her and like their big night together. And so she's like, oh, Vision, I can't believe you still think that way. And he says, I still get tongue tied and I still, I'm not sure what to do. And it was just a really great interaction where they think they're talking about something completely different. So we know now that a little bit later there's going to be another misunderstanding, but before we get to that, and I'll stop here and then let you kind of comment on what the old black and white commercials and then the commercials that they have throughout are just so great too. We get this one here for a toaster made by Stark Industries. So again, that kind of makes you think that this is all something that Wanda's creating in her head when you get these little Easter eggs where it's, this was the Stark stuff when she was young, growing up. She's got a lot of a throwback and reason to remember. So from the point of, the phone call and the misunderstanding through this, again, just great attention to detail with everything that feels like it comes straight out of the 50s.
Yes, I absolutely love that. And the Stark was I thought very noteworthy because of her backstory. She had a huge vendetta against Stark. If I'm remembering correctly, it's because her family was killed by a Stark missile that dropped on her home. Her brother and her survived it, but that's why she had this vendetta against Tony Stark because of his weapons manufacturing in a past life, essentially. And so that was very significant. I think it was formative for her, Stark, and his role in her life. And I thought it was great how the toaster, it looked like, I don't know, an Iron Man or an Ultron or something. It definitely looked like a robot. And I believe there was some color in there too, a little bit of a dash, awkwardly, a dash of red, I believe,
like a beeping and on the radio, almost.
Yeah. And just the way that they played that timing wise, they've done this a few times where they slip into this surreal, creepy kind of a vibe. They'll do
like
it a little
Twilight
bit later.
Zone-y even.
Yes.
Yeah. Like a
surreal,
switch flips and the tone instantly changes. It's really cool. It goes from
there's a dark undertone to it.
Yeah. It's skipping along, happy-go-lucky, and then it's like, boom, it just snaps. And you can feel it. In all three episodes, it happens at different times. You see it in episode 2 with Dottie. We see it in episode 3 with Geraldine and the interaction, like right when Wanda's pregnant, around then. So it's like there's these moments in every episode where you just feel it going from like, oh, happy-go-lucky to just heavy, like instantly. It's great.
It's darkly surreal, and that echoes the whole feeling of the show. I think it's very much on the surface this pop, bubbly, fun thing, and then just underneath that surface is pain and darkness.
So now Vision arrives at home with Mr. and Mrs. Hart. They're there for dinner, but the lights are dim. There are candles on. There's music playing. It looks like the mood is set for some lovin', but we don't see Wanda yet. And Vision knows something's up, so he goes to look for Wanda, and she comes out of the other room, and she comes up from behind Mr. Hart, puts her hands around his eyes, and says, "Guess who?" She thinks it's she thinks it's Vision, and all of a sudden, we get that crazy misunderstanding where she's dressed in lingerie and it's definitely not a dinner party setting, and they have to quickly try to cover and say, she's from Europe, and this is like a crazy new sort of greeting and
a Sokovian greeting.
There we go. Yeah. So they're doing their best to try to play this off, but now there's no dinner. They have nothing to prepare. And we've got Mr. and Mrs. Hart here, who we know that Mr. Hart is not here for fun and games. He's here to find what's wrong with Vision. So Vision has to go tell Wanda and let her know. They have to go and have a little conference in the kitchen. They have no food there. Vision doesn't need to eat. They're not a normal family who just is going to open up the cupboards and have stuff that they can pop in. So now Wanda is going to have to enlist the help of her new friend, new neighbor, Agnes, who is able to come by and drop by just a 4-course meal that anyone would have ready to go, right? Lobster thermidor, a bunch of steak stuff. So now as Vision heads back out to try to keep the Harts entertained, Wanda is in the kitchen trying to cook a dinner, and she's no chef here, TK.
No, it is a mess to say the least, but very memorable the way it was done. I thought visually it was a gag. All the floating items and her trying to do her little Fantasia magic to get this thing together, but it's just not quite working for her. And again, Catherine Hahn comes, saves the day, but also kind of complicates things by not being very discreet in her delivery. She basically blows up the whole spot, and I thought that was probably her strongest scene. The way she's walking around the kitchen, and Wanda's trying to push her out, but she keeps doing laps around around the island and explaining one more thing before she leaves. That really did it for me. That sealed it. I mean, the moment she came on the screen, I knew there was something special about what she was doing, but that scene really, really did it for me.
There's one point I don't want to skip over to that I love the line when Wanda and Vision are in the kitchen kind of not arguing but just discussing what had happened. He tells her that the heart was an abbreviation, and she says, "You move at the speed of sound, and I can make a pen float through the air. Who needs to abbreviate?" Which is just like, that was great, And then we get the laugh track. Everyone's in behind. And Agnes bringing things over to help her try to prep. Wanda's trying to use her magic to prep the meal, and Vision's trying. In the meantime, Vision's just like trying to figure out what he does. He's talking to the boss, like, "What do we do there?" And he's not making a very good impression at all. Mrs. Hart is starting to get hungry, so she wants to go see if Wanda needs help. And as she's about to walk into the kitchen, Wanda's got the plates and bowls all over the place. It's insane. Vision has to break into song to try to distract Mrs. Hart and to keep the hearts
Yakety yak, specifically.
Yakety yak, don't come back. Just out of nowhere, which is funny. And then he ends up playing he's like playing the little ukulele or the like little mini guitar here, and he's singing with them. Mr. Hart is just growing impatient, getting hungrier. Mrs. Hart is a little bit more of a sport. Like, she's playing along and she's trying to make the best of the evening, but she's getting to the point where she's pretty damn hungry now, and you could tell they're getting a little ornery.
Yeah. And they noted earlier in the episode that she was the one that you really needed to impress. So that was kind of important for them. But also, I think we'd be remiss to not point out that character is played by Deborah Jo Rupp from That 70s Show, played Kitty Foreman on That 70s Show, and she just knocks this one out of the park too. I think across the board, the cast here, the supporting cast, everybody they put in those roles just did an incredible job fitting into that time period and that style of filming.
So as Wanda is realizing, like, they need something now, she quickly whips up some breakfast for dinner, and the table is set with breakfast, which doesn't really seem to bother the Harts too much. They're okay with it. So they come over, they start eating, and Mrs. Hart quickly is asking all about them. And they don't know the answers. Where are you from? Why did you come here? Why aren't you married? How long have you been together? Where did you meet? Like all the questions that a normal couple would easily be able to just rattle right off, but they're not a normal couple. They don't have a normal backstory. They don't know what to do, what to say. They're kind of frozen. And that's when Mr. Hart starts kind of getting upset because he wants to know what's going on now. And
I think there's something to point out here is that it's not even just that they don't know what to tell them when they're asking the questions. It's that they don't seem to know themselves. They don't seem to have the answers themselves, which is
they can't recall.
Very
they just
unsettling.
Don't have a memory to recall on. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So they can't even answer simple questions like how did they meet? Where did they go? And you can see on their face, they're not just trying to think of an answer to give them. They're trying to think, wait, how did we get here? What are we doing here? And that comes up throughout.
So Mrs. Hart kind of tells him to stop, it's okay. But he's upset, and he actually starts to choke. And this is when we are, led to believe you kind of like Wanda's a little bit flustered because she can't, like you said, she can't call on anything. She doesn't know what to say. And Mrs. Hart is telling Mr. Hart, stop choking, stop. And then he falls over. And there's this moment where she looks at Wanda, and we get these moments with her. We get this moment with Dottie in the second episode. We get this moment with like Geraldine and with Herb in the third episodes where the characters sort of break out of their character for a second and like know who Wanda is. And she sort of looks at Wanda and says, stop it. Like she knows that Wanda is controlling or making him choke. And that's when Wanda looks to Vision and she says, Vision, like help him. And Vision actually kind of breaks character for a moment and reaches into his throat and pulls out what he was choking on. So it's like we get, this is one of those moments we were talking about when it goes to real serious, real quick.
Yes, it's that darkly surreal turn, and it's great. It starts off with the wife. She's she's saying, stop it in this very laughing kind of a way. And then it just takes this turn where all of a sudden she's saying it to her husband, like as if he's faking choking. Oh, stop it. And then she turns to Wanda, like you said, and starts going, stop it, like begging, pleading with her. And they break that, the spell, I suppose I could call it. Yeah. And it takes a turn. And that's when it's kind of revealed that Wanda's in control here. I think for the first time that really shows that she's pulling strings here. She's in control.
Yep. And then immediately he gets up and they want to leave, but they're not mad. It's not like, hey, we're going to go. It's just like they forgot about this whole interaction. It's like that this never happened. And it's almost like, oh, we're done. Great night. And even in fact, on the way out, Mr. Hart even mentions that he thinks Vision is management material, and he talks about the promotion, and Mrs. Hart, it doesn't seem upset. She even does a little playful goodbye, the Sokovian goodbye, hello or whatever on the way out. So it's we go from thinking, oh no, Mr. Hart's choking, he's going to get up and they're going to be upset and this and that, and then it's like, oh, they don't even know what happened. This never happened. They're completely, the night is done. They're on their way out. They're happy. And it's like, just like you said, we now know that I guess we don't know how much, but we definitely know that at some level, Wanda has control over what's going on, because she's able to start and stop things. We don't know if she's necessarily able to get out of where she is. We'll talk about that a little bit in the next episode we're talking about, but she no doubt is able to rewind, erase things for not for trying to keep her and Vision's cover. And also she's almost doing it at the same time, because we see when she does this, Vision doesn't remember a lot of the time, a lot of the things that have happened. So it's like she wants to just keep Vision, hey, look, we're good. Everything's fine here. This is our life. Like nothing to think about, nothing to worry about. So we got a lot of insight sort of into like Wanda in this little scene, I think, in this like little bit towards the end of episode 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It was I don't even know what really to add to that, but it was surreal, and it really added to the mystery of it. I do think that it could be somebody or some entity, some organization that's influencing her. Maybe she doesn't quite understand the context of, what she's doing and how she's using her powers within this world. Maybe there's someone who's controlling her mind and, trying and keeping her from really understanding, her whole past, but then she's still kind of living with the trauma and then still making decisions within that world, but somebody's pulling the strings behind that. It's hard to say at this point for sure.
Yeah. So when the Hearts leave, Wanda realizes at the very end that they need to create a story at the very least. They need an anniversary. So they decide that this is going to be their anniversary. The day they survived their first dinner party. They need a song. They decide it's got to be Yakety Yak, Don't Come Back. No doubt about that. And they need some wedding rings. So, boop, she creates some wedding rings for them. Both say, I do. They kiss. We get the kiss on with the sort of I Love Lucy credits rolling out here. And then as the credits are rolling, they take it back a little further, and we see that there is somebody watching them on a TV monitor as the credits roll. So now for the first time, really, we're seeing that somebody's monitoring everything that's going on here. Somebody is trying to either controlling this, they're trying to save this, stop this. Someone's watching what's happening. And we for the first time, we see that this is like, you get Truman Show vibes throughout some of these next episodes now, knowing that somebody's watching.
Absolutely. Definitely. I love that you mentioned Truman Show. I noticed a lot of that in the 3rd episode. But one great thing about that last
that he wears and stuff. Yeah. In that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. But that last shot where someone's watching, I thought it was interesting that he's watching on an analog signal. So it's that old school TV signal that it's actually coming through on. And he closes a notebook. That notebook has a symbol on it. The symbol is a sword. If you're familiar at all with the comics, or even they've been introduced in the MCU very briefly. I believe it was in either Captain Marvel or Spider-Man Far From Home. But Nick Fury, I believe, is on a sword installation, like spaceship at the end of that movie. And so I think that we're connecting into essentially the intergalactic extension of SHIELD. There's SHIELD and then there's SWORD. Forgive me, I don't know what the acronym stands for offhand, but it's essentially like SHIELD, but they monitor, I believe, human weapons.
Extraterrestrial state. Yeah.
Extraterrestrial. Yeah.
Space, a lot of stuff like that. And yeah, it's SWORD, and it's the offshoot of SHIELD. And we see this symbol pop up throughout each episode now, in different ways, on a helicopter and coming up, and then on a necklace in the third episode. And so, yeah, I mean, we are quickly right into this world, but they drop 2 episodes right away, right off the bat. So, I mean, we're instantly into episode 2, which is Don't Touch That Dial. And we see right off the bat, we start, and things are changed a little bit, right? It's still black and white. We're not into color yet, but we've definitely moved from like the 50s into the 60s here.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I think across the 3 episodes, we go kind of 50s, 60s, and then 70s. And it's perfectly represented. I think this reminded me a lot of with the way the beds were set up. That was I Love Lucy right there. Yeah. And I love how within the context of that first scene, you see the progression forward and how, in how TV kind of moves forward, because by the end of that scene, the beds are together and it's one bed.
And they do the old under the covers, like, here we go, like, which was just a total sitcom-y way of like saying, it's time now. Like, that was just the PG way of doing it. We used to see that all the time. And
into the 90s, the 90s, TGIF had that all the time.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so right off the bat, we get some loud noises outside, and they wake Wanda up. So Vision and Wanda are very playfully scared of what they're hearing outside. Vision goes to look, and then he jumps back in the bed. He's really spooked. He talks about how his coworkers were mentioning some unsavory characters in the neighborhood. Wanda actually thinks they're referencing them, the 2 of them. And Vision is just really scared of the noises here until they realize that it was just like a tree, like knocking on the window. So pretty funny opening scene. And this sort of sets the tone for this episode, in that Wanda is really going to try hard to fit in. She thinks that people are starting to notice that they might have powers. They might be off. They might not be a normal couple. She's very insecure about that. Just because their last interaction with the Hearts, she felt like they were swinging and missing a lot throughout the night. So now, throughout this episode, we're going to see her really trying hard to fit in, and Vision too. Like, she lays that in when they have their conversation before they go their separate ways for some part of the episode. But early on, we get the funny where they're both scared, and we get Wanda really like noticing that, okay, people might be thinking we are a little off.
Yeah. That definitely comes out a lot more in this episode and in the third episode, and especially with when we get to Dottie. Dottie is particularly a suspicious character, and I actually want to kind of rewind back to the end of last episode and touch on suspicious characters, because I think the Hart family, the boss, it seemed to be that there could be more to who they are and what they were doing there. Right. The dynamic at the table felt a lot like an interrogation, and not just on that surface level of like, who's this guy that works for me? It felt like perhaps, with the context of knowing that SWORD is involved and watching, are these SWORD agents that have gone in and have been taken over by whatever spell has gone on there,
some sort of like that, doctor, happening. Agent, police officer, scientist, like some people from the SWORD team, because with all of these moments where it feels like there's more than just the surface level interaction. That's the same question that we have to ask, right? Like, who are they? Are they who are these characters? Why and how are they here? Are they trapped here? Are they trying to help Wanda and Vision? Are they? There's just so many questions to ask about a lot of them. And you mentioned Mr. Hart. The one that we see, Dottie, is the one that comes up. We definitely think that come the third episode with Agnes, and with Herb, no doubt about it. Like, who are they now? Are they good? Are they bad? What side are they on? Who is good? Who is bad in all of this? Which are just great questions to have to ask when there's so many ways to go here. So, and now we've got the Bewitched opening scene, and this was just exactly the entire Bewitched opening, a throwback to the witch, to Wanda here. So again, they're just playing like meta stuff on so many levels.
Yeah, that's part of really what buoys the show. I mean, we don't move too much plot-wise in these episodes, but it's just so dense and rich with things like that, Easter eggs and tropes and callbacks and little nods to the history of television and how that kind of affects and reflects on what the story that they're trying to tell is.
So we have Vision and Wanda. They're working on their act for the talent show. Of course, it's a magic act, and they're going to be making Wanda disappear. So Wanda's very this is serious to her, because she says actually the talent show is the talent show is the most important event of the season, and it's our neighborly duty to participate and a chance to appear as normal as possible while doing so. She just wants them to fit in. They even say Wanda and Vision Westview fitter inners. And he's going to go do his part to try to fit in. He's off to the neighborhood watch. She's going to go to the committee meeting for the talent show so she can put in a little bit of extra work there. So they're both just trying to be the regular Joes in the town.
Yeah, and it makes for some good comedy, I'd say, especially on the side of Vision. I really enjoyed him trying to seem normal and not at all.
So yeah, let's go there a little bit. He goes to the neighborhood watch, and he thinks that he's going to be talking to them about serious stuff, security, and what's the patrol situation like here and there, and all they are doing are just eating and gossiping. They're just laughing, and they're just like a bunch of guys that don't really care. They're not into anything. This is just like a few minutes to get away from their wife time, for them. And so he's doing at the beginning, they're kind of like, I don't know why you're here. And then all of a sudden he says a joke when he calls Norm a communist, and everybody just loves it. He said, I've got some of my own gossip. Norm's a communist, and then they all just laugh. Like, that's a great
and he means
scene.
it. He means it totally sincerely.
and they all start laughing. So they say, he's starting to fit in with the guys, and seeing him trying to fit in with them is really funny. I'll go back to a little part that we skipped before, but the Vision stuff with the neighborhood watch, I thought was really great.
Yeah, that was great. And then, the stuff with, was it a committee? What was the name of that? Was it the committee that Wanda was on?
Yeah. So it's the talent show
committee. Mm-hmm. When Agnes is describing the committee and everything, she says that Dottie is, I believe, the key to everything in this town. I thought that was very important.
Yeah, and she's telling her, you got to be on your best behavior here, because she's definitely and even before that, we see there's the moment, I don't want to skip over this too, the sort of the first one of the first like Pleasantville moments where we actually see the color. Wanda walks outside and she sees the toy helicopter in the red and yellow color. It's the first bit of color, I think, besides the red dot that we maybe saw in the commercial with the Stark toaster. And she's looking around, and she wants to make sure nobody sees this. And then all of a sudden, here comes Agnes. She's like startles her right behind, and Agnes is right there. Wanda goes inside for a minute, comes back out, and Agnes just has this really quick, like sort of weird interaction with the mailman, which is just like, it's funny, and it just makes you the fact that Agnes pops up and then it has sort of her own interaction. We just know there's a lot more to this character.
Right. And she even says something, I think she greets Wanda as saying, the star of the show, or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like
that's Truman Showy, right?
Yeah.
So
some of these characters, you get the feeling that they know more about what's going on than we understand that they do.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So they are going to meet Dottie after Agnes warns Wanda about putting on the good act, and Dottie is just the mean girl, right? Like she's just the super mean, manipulative, like talking down to everybody. She's in charge, no doubt about it. And when she's like running the meeting, Wanda is sitting next to Geraldine, and she meets Geraldine, who took a second to figure out her name. It was like she didn't know her name for a second, or she was either.
Yeah, she didn't know her own name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seemed like she didn't know her own name. Very similar to how Wanda and Vision didn't know their backstories when they were being asked about it. Yeah, that stuck out to me for sure.
And Wanda keeps doing like little things that get Dottie's attention in a bad way. Like she's talking to Geraldine and she's, hey, stop talking, or she's clapping at the wrong moment, or she's taking a bite out of food when she's not supposed to be eating at that time. And so she's
everyone says in unison for the children, and then she says it late, and everybody stares at her.
So she's just off, not the first impression that she wanted to make. So back over at the neighborhood watch at their meeting, Vision is he's starting to hang out with the boys now. So what do you do when you're partying with the boys? You chew some gum, TK. You chew some gum. This is purely for mastication. He says that, and I thought,
I don't do that.
I don't do that. That's a hilarious response. So he ends up choking on the gum as it gets caught up in his gears, in his machinery, and we see a funny Vision in just a moment. We flash back over to Wanda and Doolittle, Wanda and Dottie. I was gonna say Doolittle. I couldn't even read my own notes for a second. Wanda and Dottie, and they're having this one-on-one, and Wanda's asking, you know what? Hey, I know we didn't get off on the right foot here. I want things to be better between us. And Dottie says, this is when it gets real serious between the two of them. Dottie says, I heard things about you and your husband. And Wanda says, I mean no harm. Dottie says back to her, I don't believe you. And then
they both say that emphatically too. The way Wanda says, I mean, she says no harm. I mean, I don't know the exact wording, but she emphasizes, like, the conversation stops and it gets very serious there. And then Dottie returns that same seriousness to her, is clearly thinks something is up with Wanda. I mean, she literally outright says, I don't believe you. Very dark.
On the nearby table, there's a radio, and the radio sort of just instead of the background music that's playing, we hear a voice through the radio saying, Wanda, who is doing this to you? And Dottie is startled. Like, this is like, she is really surprised. Now she knows something up, and she says, who are you? And then the radio sparks, and Dottie, it startles Dottie. She jumps, and she actually smashes the glass that she has in her hand. And while her hand is cut with glass, she starts to bleed, and we see again color. She's actually bleeding the red color, and then it's Wanda goes to get a towel to help her. She comes right back, and it's literally same thing as the dinner the night before, right after Vision saves Mr. Hart. It's like the Harts don't remember what just happened. Same thing here with Dottie. She doesn't even remember. In fact, she makes a kind of a comment about how if you want to do get how do you get a stain out of linen? You do it yourself, and then she kind of walks off. So again, another like moment where it's like intense, crazy, and then does she even know what just happened?
Yeah, it's another one of those darkly surreal, David Lynchian kind of moments. And then it's just like the spell. The spell is removed for a moment, and then it snaps right back into place, right back to normal, and she's playing the part again. And we kind of don't know. Is she under a spell? Is she playing along? What's going on here? And that because of the voice on the radio, we have to wonder. Kind of going back to what I was saying before, is Wanda in control here? Is someone manipulating her, and then she's kind of in control, but someone's pulling her strings? Who's to say at this point? But it was very, very creepy, and that was a moment that kind of made my hair on my arm stand on their end. There's a lot of these moments that really just send chills down your spine.
And you don't know when they're coming. right? Because
Mm-hmm.
there's some of these interactions that feel like they might take that serious tone, and then they don't. It doesn't hit that switch. It's just, okay, and then they move on. And it's almost like it builds in certain situations, and then, here it comes again. And here came another really cool commercial. We got a watch commercial here, right, for Strucker, I think. So these commercials are great. There's all sorts of details in them, Easter eggs and stuff.
Hydra. There's a Hydra symbol on the watch.
On the watch, yeah.
Yeah, and Strucker, I believe, is the name of the scientist who was experimenting on Wanda and her brother Pietro back at the end of, I think, oh God, what was it? It was the end of, it was it was one of the post-credit sequences, and then it picked up in Age of Ultron, I believe.
And so, again, this sort of leads us to believe that this is all stuff that Wanda has created in her head, because these are all memories that she absolutely could have, like, subconsciously created, from the Stark toaster to the, to here with the Strucker. So,
and they're formative again. They're formative again. And the wording in some of them is interesting. I forget which one it was, if it was this one or the one from the first or the third, but I believe one of the lines is, I think, "Forget your past. This is your future." Yeah. In one of these commercials. I thought that was really interesting. I mean, it seems like Wanda is literally forgetting her past, and maybe she's created this, as she wants this universe or this town to be her future. This is her fantasy of the life that she never got. And maybe it's all informed by these formative moments from her past, but also, like, growing up in Sokovia, outside of the U.S., the TV that they probably got there was probably old syndicated TV shows, sitcoms and such. So she probably grew up and had all these memories, these formative memories of what perfect or regular lives were. And that all came from that. So I think that's why it's manifesting in this way right now. Who's pulling those strings, who got it all started, though, whether it's like something that she's just manifesting on her own, or if someone's pushing her into it. That's, I think, the real interesting mystery for the show.
We see Wanda at the talent show. She's in her costume and she's ready to go, but Vision is late. She's nervous now. This is the big act. Dottie even comes back and says, you're on next. Whoever's going on right then before them is just, the crowd is loving it. So she's got to follow a hot act, and she's got to be the final act. And now Vision's not here and they're worried. And he stumbles up drunk as a skunk. He's just like slurring his words. He can't speak. He sounds just completely drunk with the gum that is stuck in his gears. And so he and Wanda have to go out on stage and do this act. She tries to tell him what's been happening with Dottie and with the colors and that things have been a little weird, but he can't even comprehend anything. Like, he's so gone. He's not like functioning whatsoever, completely incoherent. And then we get, I thought this entire scene was hilarious. I thought it was just really well done. It was funny. They go on stage for their act. So they have to do a magic show. The obvious irony in it, they're doing, fake magic when they both could do really anything that they want that would make heads turn. But Vision sort of forgets. He keeps missing his cues. He's all over the place. He's messing up words, and he's explaining that they're going to try to trick the audience, which was great, Right. And he starts actually using his powers. So as he is doing something that is insane and absurd, and then everybody starts to open their eyes at, Wanda has to fix everything that he does, which is just a great scene of Wanda overcorrecting. It's totally Bewitched here.
Yeah. And it really pays off, I think, with the final correction, which is he does something that just cannot be explained. And then I think she says, wonder how we did that. And they reveal just some mirrors in the background. Yeah. And then one of the guests says, I think that's how mirrors work. And Dottie just shuts her up right at that point. Yeah. That part really got me. Because it made no sense, but everybody just kind of, mirrors, yes, that must have done it.
And Geraldine pops up at one point. Geraldine shows up in a box. She's like, "How did you magically move me?" They won't even they won't let her know. But they do win the comedy performance of the year. The crowd is just loving this. Dottie is just loving it. And what's funny is they sort of tease while Dottie's watching. She's giving some looks to where you don't really know if she's completely enjoying it or if she's maybe like actually seeing that there's something up and finding and like can tell that there's something weird happening. And so when she comes up at the end and Vision and Wanda are just trying to leave and get back home, she says, "You guys have been the best act that we've ever had. Nobody's ever done this before. We love you." And they give him a big like standing O. So we're really sort of not. We really don't know like what the hell's going on with Dottie, what she's thinking at all at this point.
Yeah. I mean, by the end of it, I kind of just think that she's one of the townspeople.
Mm-hmm.
She's just under the spell. But another interesting kind of thing I noticed about her is that her husband is actually the same guy who was fired in the first episode.
Yep.
So they didn't really continue that or connect that, but it's that kind of signals to me that maybe these townspeople are being they're interchangeable a little bit. Like there's no real continuity for them, or maybe their personalities or their identities are maybe interchangeable and switching around a little bit.
And so Wanda and Vision head back home. They are celebrating that they've fit in. They did a great job. They were the toast of the town for the day. And as they're excited back home, Wanda is pregnant. Oh no! And as they're getting excited, they hear the noise again outside. So they go to check. And we get another one of these scene changing feelings where it's like, okay, you feel something's coming now. Coming out of a manhole from the sewers. It's someone in a beekeeper suit, bees flying all over, and he slowly turns and looks over to where Wanda and Vision are standing, and Wanda just says, "No!" And she just rewinds the scene all the way back to when they're inside and discussing that she's pregnant. So this never happened. This was a creepy moment with the beekeeper. Obviously, we're going to get more from this at some point, something. But the fact that she just angrily looked, because right now she is pregnant and this is what she wants. This is the life that she's wanted. Nothing is going to take this away from her.
Yeah, it reinforces again that she's in control. She has at least some degree of control over what's going on, and she's the only one in that town who does, that we can tell at this point. And that this is something that she wants. This life that she's living, this TV idyllic life, is absolutely her fantasy. Whether she's indulging in this fantasy on her own accord or not, it is coming from her. And that scene was just incredibly creepy. It reminded me of Lost. A lot of how a polar bear would just show up at the end of an episode or something kind of random. I mean, it was a guy in a beekeeper suit, and I think he might have had the sword symbol on him somewhere.
Yep.
And then so you go back to the beginning of the episode, and the assumption is maybe somebody that tree. That's just what we saw representing some other noise or something that, people are trying to break in maybe to this town. Maybe that sword, a battalion of sword soldiers or agents or whatever. They're trying to get into the town or break in through one of the barriers. And that was the sound that we were hearing. And maybe this beekeeper guy, maybe she's seeing him as a beekeeper guy, but it's really like a sword person in like a hazmat suit or something like that. But just the specificity of it, you could even see the bees
flying around,
zipping around. Yeah, it was just so out of place, and that created this very surreal, creepy moment. And I love how they stick to the aesthetics of the time too. Even when she rewinds it, you see the tape rewinding. You see those lines, the scan lines, and so it's just down to every little detail. That's
how you would rewind a tape right then, right? Like
exactly.
We were around a lot of videos like that at TVG, huh? When we'd have to be up in the room with the backtrack.
Oh my God. I just had a flashback. Yes,
right?
That's exactly what the scan lines would look like for us doing that. So, and then and then we'll touch on it later in the next episode, but there's a similar moment, but they don't do it the same way because I guess the timing of the era is a little different, and it's portrayed in a different way in the next episode. So I thought that was really interesting.
The end of the episode has the two of them, talking about if it's really happening. Wanda says, "Is this really happening?" "Yes, my love, it's really happening." And boom, we're in color. Now all of a sudden we are in color, and they do it beautifully too. They do it. It's just that shot. Like a wipe, the wipe of everything that just becomes colorful. Oh yeah.
And you have her in the foreground in black and white with the color being exposed to that. In the background, it's straight out of that shot from Wizard of Oz. That first shot when she lands there and she opens the door, there was a direct nod to that shot, which I thought was classic.
We again hear the Wanda, who is doing this to you, Wanda? So we know she's got, like, again, this is great because every time we feel like she's in complete control, we get a message like that makes us think she's not in complete control, or that there's some bigger force here, or that she doesn't quite know exactly what she's doing. You mentioned sort of that earlier. So, I mean, the way I don't really have a lot of negatives to say about the episodes, except just that if you were looking for something different, the pace is going to be much different than what you would have expected for Marvel. Mm-hmm. But I can promise you, just even as we move into episode 3, this is going to be one of those shows that the more you stick with it, you will definitely be rewarded. And every episode is going to give you a lot more. It's going to connect a lot of other stuff in the greater, like, Marvel universe. And like now, they couldn't have done, I don't think, a whole season of black and white. They gave us a couple cool, nostalgic black and white episodes. And now, starting with episode 3, now we're into color.
Yeah, we're in color. And it's not today's color. It's that 70s kind of
Brady Bunch.
Technicolor, Brady Bunch. Yeah, it's a little pastel in its appearance. It's pitch perfect, tone perfect for that time.
So let's get into episode 3. Now in color, we get that Brady Bunch intro. We are into the 70s. Everything we mentioned: style, clothing, decor, the setup of the home with the staircase, like just all the throwbacks to the Brady Bunch here. And we get the pregnant Wanda and Vision prepping for their new baby. They actually have the doctor over who checks them out, says everything is fine. But Vision's worried because Wanda's pregnancy is, like, rapidly moving forward. I mean, by every minute, she's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. We're not on a normal 9-month timeline like you know about right now, Tim Kelly, but we are we're on a very expedited pregnancy process where she just started showing, and now all of a sudden the doctor says she's 4 months.
Right. Yeah, and I believe he does the math in his head. Vision does, and predicts that the baby will be here by the end of the week.
Yep. I think just 3 days, he said, from now. So they do what, again, I mentioned something that I was doing about a year and a half ago, something that you're doing right now, talking about all the baby stuff, baby names, preps, things like that. They're battling over Tommy and Billy. Vision likes Billy. Wanda likes Tommy. The baby's already kicking now. She's nesting. They're doing the baby's room together. So she's painting and doing all the prep and the setup, and just getting bigger and bigger by the moment. Vision, he's doing the dad stuff. He's doing the diapers on the doll. He's trying to beat his own personal records, and she's got the Braxton Hicks symptoms. Just a really expedited look at what people deal with, in their first 6 to 7 months of pregnancy.
Yeah, that was so. It was a really funny moment for my wife and I with the Braxton Hicks moments when he looks it up. Like, my wife's been talking to me about that so often recently. It was just one of those fun coincidences that we're experiencing, our first baby and her first pregnancy, right now as we're watching this stuff. So we got an extra little kick out of that for sure. And I know you just had your first child too, so same deal. But yeah, it's I thought it was really interesting that the doctor, when he came over, he was leaving, right? He was going on a vacation. And where's he going on vacation? To Bermuda. Obviously, evocative of the Bermuda Triangle and that great mystery over there. So we're sticking to the mystery theme of the show with all the little details.
So even the little Braxton Hicks symptoms, the like non really contractions, they start shaking the house, and a big white light appears, and then it just sort of stops all of a sudden. The power goes out on the entire block because of this, and this is when Vision starts to realize that something might be wrong in the town. And then boom, there's a flash, and we're back, and he doesn't mention any of that, and it's back to just discussing the baby and playfully arguing about Billy or Tommy. So like anytime Vision starts to think that something is up, Wanda is immediately like, nope, not having any of that. We're going to remove this.
Yeah, she just does a do-over every time. And I believe this time I kind of talked about it just before. She does it, and it almost seems like an error on your TV. It almost seems like a glitch or something in your stream.
It wasn't the clean rewind that we saw in some of the other ones, or the back. It was. You're right. It was like there was something definitely like a glitch. That was the perfect word to describe what it felt like.
Yeah, and that added to this sense of it being jarring. But we'd seen it before, so we accept it as a viewer, like right away, like, oh, it's that again. But this time it's even more jarring because she's doing it just to him, which is kind of dark on its surface. Like,
right, she's deceiving him.
She's deceiving her partner, her love, and that's a betrayal of sorts. And yeah, just the way she does it so fast, it's just becoming part of her thing. It's a pattern, and it's maybe tipping. It's a nod toward that she might not be the ultimate protagonist in this, or that she might be going down a dark path and going to be, the bad guy, so to speak.
Yeah.
And maybe not in this, but maybe that's where we're going in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness and some other films that we have coming up in the Marvel slate.
Yeah, I think I was reading some places that she might be the one that referenced with the madness when they're referring to. So she starts to feel real contractions, and then her water breaks and it starts raining all over the place. And then afterwards we get the commercial for Hydra Soak, which is pretty funny. Pretty funny timing there with that. And because the power is out, Vision can't call the doctor. So he has to go run to get the doctor. And remember, you just said the doctor's going to be leaving for vacation to Bermuda. So he's got to try to go catch the doctor before he leaves. So we got now, the Wanda alone trying to do some of her breathing, dealing with contractions. The doorbell rings and it's Geraldine. And so she's got this hilarious scene where, remember, nobody knows they're pregnant. This is a pregnancy that literally just came out a day ago, out of nowhere, and she's in labor right now. She's huge. There's no way that you could explain something like this in a situation where she and Vision are just trying to fit in. This is exactly what she doesn't want to happen. Somebody seeing something weird and knowing that there is much more to her and Vision than just a happy-go-lucky couple here. So, this reminded me a lot of Austin Powers when they're doing the, covering the belly with the bowl.
When they're naked.
Exactly.
Yes, absolutely.
Just again, so many nods. Go ahead.
I love the ultimate way that they did the stork. There's a stork painting on the wall, and the stork is hiding at one point. It just goes right up against the painting. The visual of that, and we've seen stuff like that before, but it worked so perfectly in this. It was like something out of a cartoon, but it worked perfectly in this live action.
We are okay. So Geraldine shows up. Doorbell rings, and now it's Geraldine. And Wanda's got to hide her belly. She's got to cover it any way that she can. Can't explain just being so pregnant right there, but she keeps having like a contraction here and there, and has to drop the something or bend down every now and then. And Geraldine just wants to chat. She comes by to borrow something, and then she wants to chat a little bit. And then we get the stork popping up. Stork is here, and so the stork is walking around all over the place. Wanda is trying to get rid of the stork, but her magic isn't working, and the stork looks like it's going to walk up and like bite Geraldine. She just does not want Geraldine to see this stork or anything that's going on. Power's not working to get rid of it. Geraldine is a little startled because Wanda keeps making excuses, like avoiding any awkwardness, but just barely. You know, she's able to, just like in the talent show in the second episode, she's, every time it feels like she's about to get caught, she just in the nick of time, like the stork's gone, or she fixes something, or she finds something new. So another just tone of the comedy of error stuff right here. And so let's talk a little bit about this with Geraldine. And we still at this point don't really know who Geraldine is either.
That's right. And I should say that I have gotten a little bit of information on that, a little spoiler information. I don't know if
Please do.
Well, so I know who that character is.
Yeah.
Do you know who that character is?
From Rambo, right?
Yeah. So Monica Rambo. And I didn't pull this out of the show. I almost wish I didn't get this spoiled, but just reading about it, I guess it's in some of the articles about the show, and I think some of the press release about it. But yeah, that is Monica Rambo. She was
playing, so yeah, that's why they were able to find out, I think. Yeah,
and Monica Rambo was the daughter of, what was her mom's name in Captain Marvel? I'm blanking on the mom's name, but she was the little girl in Captain Marvel in the 90s, who would then grow up to be an agent of S.W.O.R.D. If you notice in that scene, she's wearing a pendant, and it's that same sword symbol.
The symbol on their necklace. Yep. And that's we see it pop up again, and we get as they walk into the other room for a minute, and the spare room, which is now decorated for a baby, and that's how Geraldine is able to realize that Wanda's pregnant. She doesn't know what's going on. Wanda can't really keep the act up anymore either, because she's literally in labor, and she even says the baby is coming. She's about to give birth. So we check in with Vision, who just gets to the doctor's house. The doctor is working on his car. He has not left yet for Bermuda, but Vision is actually so worried he's using his super speed sort of out in the open, as much as we've seen him do it so far. And he gets the doctor and he brings him back. And the doctor even says when he returns, it was like they were flying. So it's sort of one of the first times we see him like coherently breaking character in this world.
That's right. Yeah. I'm assuming that he might have literally been flying too. I'm not sure. They just showed him kind of running fast, like as he entered the scene and took off the same way. But I kind of put together that since Vision does fly, maybe he actually was flying. And then part of the doctor not understanding could have something to do with this glamour, this spell of whatever's going on in this town.
So we check back in at the house. Geraldine is trying to take care of Wanda now, as Wanda is in labor. But as she's having these contractions, we get like the appliances are all moving all over the place. The lights are going on. The power is on and off, switching all over. Geraldine doesn't know what the hell is happening, but she's just trying to help Wanda through it. And she
notices all the crazy stuff.
She sees it all.
Notices it. Yeah.
That's another great point, is that this is now, the cover is blown as far as like Wanda can't stop these things from happening right now. She's literally having a kid. So Geraldine sees all of this, and pretty quickly we have a boy here. And Vision just misses it, but he walks in and he meets his son Tommy. And as the doctor and Geraldine go into the kitchen for a minute, so Vision and Wanda can have their moment with their son. I thought it was cool when Wanda said to him, "Hey, don't you want your son to see the real you?" And for a second, he shows himself as the real Vision, not the human, not the human version that he's been kind of putting on as a facade here. And
he looks around for just a second in that moment
to make sure.
Yeah.
He checks it, which was a cool moment. It was very like, look, this is their family here, And not only that, TK, we find out there's another baby. So we've got no issue with the names. We've got a Tommy, we've got a Billy, and the doctor says they're all healthy. So, hey, we've got two babies here and they look good to go.
Yeah, I thought this was a great TV trope too. The baby comes out full head of hair, big baby, totally clean.
Like
just
6
months
like on
already.
TV. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was that great moment where they kind of they go in for a kiss. They're having this tender moment, and then she just screams right in his face, like the contractions start again. And it's that trope of, oh my God, it's twins. And the interesting thing, I did a little bit of research on the characters in the comics, and apparently her kids in the comics are two boys. One has the power of speed, and one has the power of basically her power. She's a witch. And supposedly in the comics, there's a storyline called House of M, where she realizes or discovers that they're not real. They're not real. So similar to what we're looking at here, where these kids can't be real, right? And
Vision,
so when she finds out,
yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Like Vision is a robot. He's not a person. Like he can't have a kid, and they've even mentioned it, like those who created Vision in the comics, because with superheroes, there's always like a gray area of if they can have sex or if they can impregnate someone, and it's like it's something that's been like a long-standing joke. Anytime that they're able to, like, people are fascinated with like what's the genitalia like, but like in this particular case, they've said he can't have a kid, so these are definitely fabrications of her mind.
So that being said, she's essentially created these lives, right? So that's got to like stretch her power, and that basically puts her in the realm of like a god, right? Which ties back to the Hydra Soap commercial, which ended by saying, "Find the goddess within." And I believe it was also about kind of, I'm paraphrasing here, but about going off onto escape to a world all your own. I believe it was said. That was another quote from that one. Escape to a world all your own, where your problems float away when you want to get away, but you don't want to go anywhere. Hydra Soak, find the goddess within. I found my notes right there. Yeah.
Wow.
So that really ties into like what's going on here. I think it's a metaphor for everything that's happening. And so I started to say about the House of M. That storyline is a famous one from the comics, and she finds out that her kids aren't real. She goes crazy, and she eliminates mutants from the world. Like she basically rewrites the world in a way that deletes mutants from the equation. And so I think this could be maybe a reversal of that. Maybe we're headed towards the inverse of that, where because we've got Marvel and Disney now owns all the rights to X-Men and the mutants, and they can bring that into their world now. Perhaps they're setting up through the multiverse of madness that she's going to, instead of erasing mutants, she's going to make a world where mutants do exist in some way, shape, or form. I don't know how.
X-Men, like a Quickster, Deadpool, like things that might be even able to tie in now in some way, shape, or form with this. It's really cool.
We know they're coming. We know those things are coming, and so this seems like a great road toward connecting these universes.
I think those twins too, were they Wiccan and Speed? Was that their other names when they at some point, like later down the line?
I think you're right. Yes,
we know them as Tommy and Billy now, but they become reincarnated, and there's a lot of that we'll see how they tie it in, but they have a story. They definitely play a part continually down the line too. So just crazy when it gives you goosebumps when you sort of know the big picture story and you're able to fill in blanks here, just like we're doing again in Star Wars with Mandalorian and what we're going to be doing with all those other Star Wars shows. It feels just very similar because of the worlds and universes that they created. These last few minutes of this episode got real creepy, got very intense, and now things are like really starting to pick up. So Vision walks the doctor out, who says he won't be going on vacation. This was even creepy right here, where he said, "Small towns, they're so hard to escape." And
that's right.
And Vision the doctor said it, and Vision kind of looked at him like, And so, Vision's outside, and Agnes and Herb.
Truman Show vibes on that, though, right?
So
I gotta say, Truman, big
and
time.
Even
like he's trying to get out. His car didn't work. Just the fact that his car didn't work. Even
when you look at so Herb's yard, it was like they purposely did a bad job, and you can tell that there's like an actual background in it. It doesn't. It's like when you really look at Herb and you see the background behind him, it's like the wall in the Truman Show at the end that he runs into.
Exactly.
It's like
it's a painted backdrop.
Yep, and it's not. It's obviously not like they laid it there on purpose, and you could tell Vision. He's looking at it and he's looking over, and so he walks he walks over to talk to them because Agnes and Herb are talking outside, and you can overhear Agnes saying, "What is she doing in there?"
It's very suspicious.
Yeah.
They act very suspicious. They act like when Vision arrives that, they try to like cover up, basically, like, oh,
nothing
like,
to see here, you know?
Yeah, exactly, that kind of vibe.
Yeah, we're not talking about anything. So, Vision, like you said, just like you said, they're acting goofy, a little awkward. They're covering something up. Agnes asks Vision about Geraldine, and she says, "Is she inside with Wanda?" And then we flash to inside, where we see Wanda and Geraldine. They're talking, and Wanda tells Geraldine that she is also a twin, and she mentions her brother. And Geraldine seems a little bit weirded out. And Geraldine then says, again, in a moment where she breaks the character, she knows Wanda. She looks at Wanda and says, "He was killed by Ultron, wasn't he?"
Yeah. She seems to have a realization at that point. Like, it's not like, I got the impression that she wasn't playing some character undercover and then all of a sudden, she saw her endpoint and then went for it. I got the impression that like that triggered a memory and she like snapped out of something,
like like being hypnotized or something like that. Was like the word that woke her up. Yeah.
Yeah. But then once she kind of snapped into it, she took on again this kind of like interrogation mode.
Very similar to Mr.
Reminded
Hart.
me of exactly, where I felt like she was an interrogator. She wasn't being like this good cop bad cop situation like Mr. and Mrs. Hart, where she was just the good cop. She was being that like very sensitive, just trying to coax it out. She was almost sounded like a psychiatrist the way she asked the question. You got the impression from the way she talked that she's maybe not a bad guy. She's coming from a good place, that she means well, but the moment felt scary and creepy.
Because and we really don't know, and we don't think she's a bad guy, because it feels, with what we're seeing out front, like Agnes, like she's sort of had a pretty big heel turn in this episode, because before this episode, she just sort of seemed like the friend, the funny, quirky character, and now we know that she knows about Geraldine. She knows something's up. She doesn't feel like she's a good guy, and so if she's on the opposite of Geraldine, it doesn't feel like they're both bad guys, right? I don't know if Geraldine's here to hurt Wanda either, but Wanda gets that intention and she gets that impression. She looks at Geraldine and says, "What did you say?"
Right.
And like, just like the no that we got before, when like she feels threatened, you better watch the hell out.
Yeah. And I mean, that scene was such a beautiful scene all together, with the cross cutting that you kind of spoke about, where Agnes is talking to Vision, and she says this really creepy line. The way she says, no home, like this, like she's putting it together and
no
just
town,
inferring
no husband.
Odd. Right.
Yeah.
And then, but then inside with Geraldine and Wanda, they have this really tender moment, where she says, "I was a twin." And she starts talking about her brother a little bit, and she sings that beautiful song. I think this is definitely like an Emmy moment for Michelle Olsen. I mean, is that her name?
Elizabeth Olsen.
Elizabeth Olsen. Yes.
Yeah.
Michelle's sister.
Michelle's her sister. Was Full House. That's her character on Full House.
That's literally that's where I went wrong. That's where I went wrong. Yep. Elizabeth Olsen, though, she was phenomenal in this, and actually all
33
all
or
throughout.
31. She's really young too. She just like, she can play every part, like everything she has to do, all of the emotions on all the sides, and then she's got such a great character with Vision. Like, they have such great chemistry with those two characters. It's incredible. So yeah, you mentioned they're bouncing back and forth between outside with Vision and Herb and Agnes, where they're curious about Geraldine, and now we get back inside, where Geraldine sort of acts like she never mentioned Ultron now. And Wanda keeps questioning her. And Geraldine says, "Don't be like that." And then Wanda notices the sword necklace on Geraldine. And she asks her about the necklace. And she says, "Who are you? And what is that symbol?" And Geraldine says, "I don't know." which is like a real creepy, scary moment because you believe her.
Right.
Like, just like we said,
Right.
it feels like she's snapping in and out of these memories, this trance, this hypnosis where she might be here to help Wanda. She might be an agent, but then she's getting stuck in this world. And I don't think she knows who she is.
Yeah, it would seem that way. I think that's a good way to put it, that they're getting trapped and it's maybe a hypnosis of some sort and they're coming in and out of it and it's causing them confusion.
So we see Herb's outside and he's starting to tell Vision what's going on. He's starting to tell her about Geraldine. She came here because we are all, and Agnes stops him.
Right.
Right as we're about to get something good. And then it's like Agnes and Herb sort of like look and act like nothing and they smile and they walk away. And then Herb just sort of plays it off like absolutely nothing. And it's just, oh, nothing, no worries. Like Herb wasn't almost about to like really break this huge bit of news here and give you a big piece of information. And so Vision, I mean, he obviously knows some stuff is up. Back inside, Wanda is in, we think, with Geraldine. So when he walks back in, there's no Geraldine. And Wanda just said, oh, she had to run. So she ran out the back real quickly. What we do see is Geraldine getting deposited literally like out of the space-time continuum, like falling out of the sky onto a field.
Portal.
Yeah, like a portal, right through the portal out. And she's outside of Westview, and what is set up right outside of Westview is like a little compound, like what we are assuming is the Sword compound with military, tents, surveillance, weaponry, all sorts of stuff. Like they are definitely monitoring Westview. They're watching this town. They're maybe ready to try to attack, enter, infiltrate. Who knows? But we actually see someone on the outside of Westview now watching. So, I mean, these last few minutes definitely went real serious. And
they visually, they gave us that cue where all of a sudden the aspect ratio stretches to 16:9 and then starts to compress down to 2:3:5. And then we're in that's like the real world, I think. That's like their cue that we're in the real world now, that 2:3:5, that super widescreen aspect ratio that we see in films. And I thought it was really cool how it seemed to be, they had the town kind of walled off with these, these large devices, almost look like these tractors holding up like an arm with like a big, like a flat satellite or something that was emanating this like a shield or some type of an energy, maybe containing the energy of the town, perhaps, or maybe it was creating the energy of the town. I couldn't really tell exactly. My hunch was that it's the first option that I just said there, that it's maybe sword, like a sword installation that's trying to contain what's going on inside that town. But visually, you also see that the energy, it reminded me of TV static, that classic analog TV static. And I thought that was such a great little touch there. And you see Geraldine, who we know now is Monica Rambeau. She's being surrounded by all these agents. They look like a SWAT team, presumably from Sword. And she's just out of it too. She looks like she just got cold clocked by I don't know, by a running back or something. And she's practically knocked out and just surrounded by all these people. And that's where we leave off right there. I mean, it's a great ending. I mean, it really takes us outside the world, big cliffhanger. And I don't know where we go from here, but I'm very excited to find out I can't wait till the next episode.
Me too. All these questions. And like you said, now we have the questions to answer about like, okay, Monica Rambeau, when or how are we going to find out who she is, what was going on here? X-Men, are we going to get some sort of tie-in there? We start thinking about what's to come. And even in the smaller scale, like next week, okay, are we going to be in the 80s? Like, what are we going to be, modeling after? Like what shows, or are they going to be?
Is that going to continue? Yeah. Or are we going to be all outside in the next episode?
And just a lot of questions from the smallest thing to just like the town of Westview. When they used to say things are going west or heading out west, it literally means things have changed. Like the wording Westview. And it's just,
great point.
They do so much little things that they had to do in the first, couple episodes. They're telling a bunch of different stories, and I really, really found it like so entertaining, a lot of fun. I think, just like what you said, when you watch them all three and you go back and watch 1 and 2 again, you'll like 1 and 2 more.
That's exactly how I felt about it. Yeah. And I just can't get over too. I just want to know that the townspeople, like, who are they?
Yeah.
Like, why are they going
who's
along
good,
with it?
who's bad?
Are they sword agents?
Yeah,
Were they just
Agnes,
the town people, but
her,
now they're
Dottie, the random Dottie's husband, like you said, who was fired. Like, is this guy anyone? Is he anything? The mailman who had like a random interaction. Is there going to be more to that guy? Like, why did he just pop up on our TV? It's fascinating, and we trust. That's what's great is. And I feel the same way with Favreau, too. In the hands of the Star Wars, like with Feige here, like we trust what they've done because of the track record of 20 some really good movies, and the way they were able to tell all those stories and tie them together. I trust that we're in good hands here, and I think like I'm really excited for where we're going moving forward. Like after the third, I just okay. Now I'm starting to get more, and I'm at the same point of like we're understanding, we're also asking more questions, which is just great.
Right. Yeah, I've got so many questions, and I think right now the one that I want to know most is like why are some characters going right back to the facade of it and seemingly like they don't, and seemingly not aware of it.
Yep.
But Agnes and Herb seem to be
aware
in on it. Yeah, like that distinction
Truman
there.
Showy, right?
Yeah,
that's where it's like some are in, some don't really know. You feel like maybe 1 or 2 is just kind of playing along with the gag. It's just I love not only the sitcom stuff that we got through each one of them. Like we said, we talked Truman Show. You feel Pleasantville. Like you get these feels for just so many different movies, and you can just tell the people that have created this universe, they're fans of movies. They love telling stories. They love, they're students of the game. They put a lot of time and effort into it. And this was, I love these first 3. And I'm so much looking forward to it, TK. And I would love to have you back next week to talk more about episode 4, because this was a blast. I mean, this is exactly what I love doing, and we got to hit on all 3 of those episodes right now. So, I mean, big picture, as a fan of Marvel, watching these first couple episodes, where do you feel right now? Are you excited moving forward?
Oh, I'm absolutely more excited than I was when before it aired. I was looking forward to this show. I want to see everything that the MCU does. And I was really intrigued by this because we haven't seen anything like it before, really not just in the MCU, but on any kind of TV show. I've never really seen something quite like this before. And that really intrigued me. But now I'm into the mystery of it. Now it's hooked me, and I just want to know more, and I'm really excited to see how it opens up stories for the MCU, how it ties together all these disparate ideas and elements and properties from other universes that are going to be crossing over. And I'm really excited about that. And I thought a really good thing that I did before watching this was on Disney Plus. They have a program called, I think it's called Legends, Marvel Legends. Mm-hmm. And they did it just for this in conjunction with this show launching. It's like 2, I don't know, maybe 15, 20-minute episodes. And it's just like a recap of that specific character. And they did one for Wanda and one for Vision.
Oh, great.
And
cool.
I think combined they had in all of the MCU, they only had like a half hour worth of story that they were on screen. So now that we've got these 3 episodes, we've basically tripled their story.
These are fleshed out characters now that we never, like we said, we were having to guess and do a lot of the same things in Star Wars. Like guess, are they going to be using things from comics? Or are they not? Are they going to be creating some of their own sort of way of doing it? So yeah, I mean, we feel like we know these characters just through these first 3 episodes, so much more than through everything they did before.
Yeah, and everything that they did before is also important, though. Like it informs a lot. And I actually, by watching the Legends special, I believe that's what it's called. Forgive me if I got that name wrong, but it really recapped and brought back like the importance of the different, character beats and story beats throughout all those movies that they'd appeared in. Because they weren't the main character really in any of those films, but they had a lot
Pivotal
of story
roles
along the way, little by little. We have a lot to work with. There's a lot of their backstory that's been established and shown, and her backstory is really, really rich with tragedy. I mean, that's what we're dealing with right now. This is the aftermath of a lot of tragedy, and so that's going to be ripe for storytelling. Yeah,
she's such a fascinating character because she is just like. Like all of the great, powerful, that have you think of like Jean Grey or Anakin Skywalker, who have had this dark side, like they have this power, but they can very easily go to the dark side. They could very easily be pushed that way with all of the tragedy that they've had throughout their life, through the loss that they've had. So it's this like teetering point, even, like you said, even when she's like messing with her husband, she's screwing with his memory at times just to keep this facade up. I'm fascinated. And I think these shows, like the more you read about and watch and get into them, the more you like them. It's sort of addicting in that, like you get a little bit more content and then you want a little bit more right away. TK.
Yeah. It's the shared universe thing, I used to love, Kevin Smith movies for doing that. I was a big fan of it. I've always been a Star Wars fan.
We got a new Clerks coming soon. Did you see that?
I love it. Yes, I can't wait. He just finished his new draft of Clerks 3. Yep. Yeah. I'm a big fan of that. And even going back to like shared universes, like Rocky, I think was like a pioneer in that. We've got Rocky and now Creed, and across 30 plus years of history. I mean, it's really interesting. We're in a new era right now of like long form storytelling where it's stories are being told across multiple mediums, across decades, and that's I think really cool.
Love it. Tim Kelly, we're going to get you back next week. We'll be talking about episode 4 as it comes out. And this was perfect, man. Hopefully each and every week we can have you here, and we'll have a ton of Avengers stuff to talk about coming up over the next few years, man. They'll be releasing a lot of different stuff. Do you have anything to plug out there, or can the folks follow you on social media anywhere?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on Twitter. Tim is not funny. Instagram, same. I'm not too busy on there, but I'm on Twitter every once in a while. I've also got a music project that's been kind of on the back burner for a while, but if you want to look us up, we're called Ice Cream Fire, and you can find us on Spotify and pretty much anywhere you can stream music.
And Tim is expecting a baby very soon with his wife, Jackie. Yes. I know both of you well from years back, so good luck, congratulations, and good luck.
Thank you.
And so where are you right now? Where are you? How's she feeling? And give us your where you're at in the timeline.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, so we're about a month away from the due date, almost to the day. So the baby's due on February 27th, and we have a name. He's going to be named Connor Nolan Kelly.
Awesome.
And, it's our first boy, and congratulations to you too. I know we haven't really spoke since in person or on the phone since you had your baby.
We had little Milo's 14 months, man, already right now. We're gonna have to have some play dates coming up soon once all this stuff dies down. But it was awesome catching up with you. I'm so glad. It's great. There's a lot of negative stuff and a lot of bad about social media sometimes, but if I wouldn't have posted and had Jackie tell me that Tim's into Avenger stuff, I probably wouldn't have been able to catch up with you like this. And hopefully we're going to be able to talk now on a weekly basis and a lot more. This was a blast, man. I think we helped the people out there sort of. It's nice because I love listening to the shows that cover these things too, right? Like we love hearing what other people have to say, and then they may be kind of like, oh yeah, I wasn't thinking that. So hopefully we made things a little bit easier. Maybe we crossed some of the T's and dotted some of the I's for you, literally like Dottie in episode 2. and we'll be back to talk more next week. TK, thank you so much, buddy. Great. Have a great one, and tell Jackie we said hello.
Absolutely, I had a blast. Thanks so much for having me.
That is Tim Kelly here, folks, on That's What G Said. Such a blast talking with TK, Tim Kelly, all about WandaVision. Looking forward to doing some weekly recaps of that and then some of the other Marvel Avengers shows that'll be released throughout the year. Over at Sarah Candles, you know what's coming up, folks? Valentine's Day, and our friends at CeraCandles.com, CERA Candles.com, you know, those all-natural soy wax candles that are free from the toxins and the carcinogens that a lot of the other candles have. CeraCandles.com has the Valentine's Day box where for $20 plus your shipping, you get a Valentine's Day box with 2 different candles. You can pick between fresh roses, date night, and tuxedo. Any combinations of those 2 in the box, of those 3, you can combine any 2 of them in the box. $20 for the box plus shipping. This is great for your significant other, someone you want to get a nice gift for Valentine's Day. It's not something that's going to cost you an arm and a leg. It's something that they will enjoy, something that the whole household will enjoy. All natural soy wax candles. Check them out. And the promo code GINO gets you 10% off your purchase. CERACandles.com, promo code GINO gets you 10% off your purchase. Let's close things out with the most in-depth, detailed Royal Rumble preview that you will find anywhere this year. Almost 2 hours of discussion. We go through all 18 of the currently entered men in the Royal Rumble. We talk about another 15 or 20 possibilities for surprises, who could win, what the odds look like. Then we do the same thing on the women's side. There are only 12 that are actually entered so far. We go through all of them, all the possibilities for surprises. Darin Zoccali, Andrew Champagne. It's a huge Royal Rumble 2021 breakdown. The boys from the old wrestling rewatch, Darin Zoccali, Andrew Champagne. What the hell is going on? We're talking current wrestling? We're talking about wrestling in 2021, but it's Royal Rumble. And I think no matter who you are, or even if you're a fan of the WWE anymore, the Royal Rumble is probably one of those events that you sort of pay attention to, or you may just tune in to watch, because it is really right up there with WrestleMania as far as fun, exciting, always one as a kid where you really felt like anything could happen. You get the surprise of not really knowing when people are coming out, not always knowing the full field. I mean, honestly, Darin, I probably like the Royal Rumble more than WrestleMania just in that sense, but I've always loved this event. I've always wanted to go back and watch as many Rumbles as I can here and there. So really excited to go through all the listed participants so far. I think we've got 18 that have been announced on the men's side, 12 on the women's side. We're going to go through all of them, and we're going to talk about who's got a shot to win, what maybe it would look like if they win. I'm pumped for some Rumble talk. DZ, Andrew, how you guys doing?
Yeah, man, doing good. The Raw episode this week was a little wonky.
Yeah, all over the place. Yeah. There were some highs. There were some good things, for sure.
There were, and I know that I know that some people think the Alexa Bliss stuff is getting a little weird, but to be honest with you, yeah, I think she fills the role really well. I think she's
doing a good job with it. Yeah,
she's doing a good job with it, and if not anything else, I'm curious to see where it ends up. Some of the stuff along the way may be a little strange, but I'm hopeful. Well, as Andrew would say, "Oh, you adorable optimist, you." I'm hopeful that the ending of the Bliss Fiend Orton thing will have some kind of a cool, blow off or climactic ending, but we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, listen, Royal Rumble season is always a blast. It starts the road to WrestleMania, and the Royal Rumble is a very unique match that you don't see anywhere else, and I think that's part of what makes it so much fun. And sometimes it's predictable, and sometimes we're left, mystified. So we'll see what happens this year.
Okay, gentlemen, how are we doing? Are we all in a good, solid mental state of mind ahead of what I'm about to say? Kidding aside, okay. The best Royal Rumbles that we have talked about on this show seem to have one thing in common, and that is any number of people could potentially win. Whether that's the men's side, the women's side, whatever, it's best when you don't have any idea what they're going to do. It's best when you can make a case for upwards of 8, 10, 12 guys. I mean, the gold standard for that was the Flair Rumble, where you could legitimately make a case for about 20. Nobody's going to ever get there again. That's just the way the business is. However, The Women's Royal Rumble, you can say that about.
Yeah.
We have no idea where they're going to go with that, and we'll talk about that because a lot of that comes down to what surprises are in store, who could potentially come back. And we don't know that yet. The Men's Royal Rumble, you look at the current list of wrestlers that have declared. Guys, I got 2, maybe 3 that could potentially win, and we've announced 18 out of 30. My hopes are not high, and we will go into what I think might happen as we go along. But this is one of those things where I'm really hoping I'm wrong. I just don't think that I am. And a number of rumors that are out there right now, including the fact that a number of finishes are still being thrown around for the Rumble, according to a number of different wrestling insiders and dirt sheets and Twitter accounts and whatnot. This is going to be weird.
Well, and what makes it a little bit different in the era of 2 world titles is that it doesn't have to be the main storyline heading into WrestleMania like it used to. And in that case, it's a little more predictable. Like they can go either way with a finish. They can have multiple people picked out and then still find a way to get the SmackDown storyline wherever they want at WrestleMania. Or right. if they choose whoever to have it win on the SmackDown side, they can get whoever they want to be on the Raw side. So that's what's at least opens it up a little bit. I do think it's intriguing sort of for the reason that you mentioned, Andrew, because of who is announced. And let's go ahead and say it right now, right? We don't know any. We're starting to hear more about Brock Lesnar. Remember, we haven't seen Brock since he lost the title to Drew. In fact, Brock got thrown out of the Royal Rumble last year by Drew. And now Brock actually has 2. I mean, honestly, if you're just talking about storyline, 2 things that would completely make sense. He could again go after Drew, or he could go after Roman Reigns, who's now aligned with Paul Heyman. My problem is, and just sort of big picture overall, before we really get into it, and Darin, you know, we talk about Roman a lot. I know you're a big Roman fan. I think if this, I
was a Roman fan before it was cool to be a Roman.
You've been one of the biggest Roman fans now. Now Roman's just been incredible, and you've always, yeah. I think if Roman is going to lose, like this version of Roman to someone, I don't want it to be someone like Brock. And honestly, I mean, I would love if it was Daniel Bryan, but I don't even really want it to be someone like him. I would prefer it to be a younger someone who can get a little bit more out of it or who can run with it. That's why one of my surprise predictions, I'll even say right now, is going to be Seth Rollins, because I think Seth Rollins would have, and maybe that's a little bit of me wanting it, I think he could be a perfect guy to come and be the babyface to take that away from Roman, or at least feud with Roman, make us feel like he's got a shot to take that from Roman, and maybe we get this good version of Seth as a babyface that we haven't ever really received. It fits. I think he absolutely has an opportunity to do so. I don't know, Big E maybe, but just like overall, I'm not quite sure if there's that young guy that can take it and run with it. So I guess we'll see, but because you see what I'm saying, DZ? It's almost like with the losing, and I'm not comparing it yet. Roman's on a good run, but it's like when we wanted the Undertaker to lose, I always wanted it to be more of someone that they were going to take advantage of it. Now they did a good job with Brock afterwards. It wasn't like Brock beat him and we never saw Brock again. Like he was a badass after winning and beating the Taker and ending the streak. I just want this version of Roman. If he loses, I don't want it to be to like a babyface Brock that I can't really see people getting that behind.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And to the point before where Andrew was saying, looking through the list, like he can only see like 2 or 3 guys winning. I do think there are people that are not yet confirmed that can win.
Yes.
Big E can win. He's not confirmed. Keith Lee can win.
Yep.
He's not confirmed. So there are guys like that have not been confirmed. And there's more than that. So I do think, I'm not going to say you're going to get up to 8 or 9. I do think there will be 5 or 6 guys that when we finally get to the 30 that we think can legitimately win. I do agree with you. And I think if you told me Keith Lee was going to win the Rumble and he was going to get that run and be the guy to go over on Roman, I think he would be an interesting person.
I agree. Yeah, he's the type that I'm talking about. Yep.
But I completely agree with your sentiment. Listen, I know you keep it simple, stupid. It often works, and a lot of times in wrestling, especially with surprising people. That's kind of where they go. My concern was that were they not going to waste a good story in a WrestleMania that again was going to be all virtual? Now, if they are going to be able to have what they're talking about, something like 30,000 people each night at this event, if that actually does happen, maybe it opens up the doors for some more creativity. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's why there's so many possibilities right now as to what they are going to do. Now, the problem is, I don't know if they're going to know the answer to that in the next 5 days.
And they're going to have to make a decision in the next 5 days.
Make a call one way or the other. So I think they're kind of between a rock and a hard place there. And
we're not talking about The Rock.
No, we're not talking about The Rock
and hard place.
We're talking about a rock and a hard place. So a part of me does sympathize with them in that they don't know which way to go, because I would not, I would not waste a WrestleMania with no fans here on some kind of a massive pop storyline. And they probably don't know what to do. So I do get that. But if their reaction to that uncertainty is to pivot to Old Faithful and just do Brock or something like that, I do think, like you, that would be a very big mistake.
So this is where I bring in a couple of things that we were talking about before the show. I stumbled upon a Twitter account called WrestleVotes. They've got a bunch of followers. From what I can see, they do decent stuff. There are 3 tweets that I'll bring up here because they're relevant. The first is, WWE is planning on permitting upwards of 25,000 fans for WrestleMania on each night. So that checks out. The internal discussions are what to do after, and then they talk about the potential situation for live events, for touring, whatever. This is the one that starts to scare me. Once the decision was made to run a 2-night WrestleMania card, the creative team started working on, and I'm quoting here, bigger ideas. So we need to interpret what bigger ideas are, right?
Yeah.
The thought is that WWE now needs 4 major matches, 2 for each show. That probably requires outside assistance from big names. And then it goes into a couple. I'm not going to list them here. If you want to go, you can take a look. This is the one that scared all 3 of us about an hour before Gino hit record. Had a brief conversation earlier with a source regarding the men's Royal Rumble match. They said, there's a finish that scares the death out of me, and it's legitimately getting heavy consideration. Darin, what you're laying out makes sense. For a lot of other years, I don't think this is a year they use the Rumble to make somebody who's fairly new, for any number of reasons. Now, the name that didn't get mentioned there is the name of the first guy that committed to this Rumble that I think makes a lot of sense, and that's Daniel Bryan.
Oh, I'd love it.
Because this may well be his last WrestleMania as a full-time guy or something close to it. Much has been made of that, and if you want to give him one last go-round and give him as much time as he wants with Roman Reigns in an atmosphere where neither guy's really been able to let it all hang out up to this point against the other, that works. And that works really well. Of the scenarios we've outlined with guys that have already declared, to me, that one makes the most sense. We'll go through a couple of other ones as we go on. That's the one that jumps off the page right now if they're going with a full-timer winning the Royal Rumble. Keith Lee is a tremendous athlete. I love watching him. Big E, have loved him since he was with the New Day. Love that he's getting some shine as a singles guy. I feel like this isn't the year.
So we'll get it. Let's go into them one by one.
Yeah.
Before, just want to give you a heads up. This is what the previous Rumbles sort of have looked like over the last decade. 2012, Sheamus won. 2013, John Cena. 2014, Batista. 2015, Roman Reigns. 2016, Triple H. 2017, Randy Orton. 28, Shinsuke Nakamura. 2019, Seth Rollins. And 2020, Drew McIntyre. So Andrew just mentioned the first, and a lot of times this is key. Like the first person who goes out and actually declares themselves for the Rumble wins it many times. I would be shocked if Daniel Bryan is not in the Final Four. I think this, Darin, we talked about this when we were recapping a recent Rumble. The best Royal Rumbles have an Iron Man. have someone that comes out in the first 2, 3, 5 and lasts all the way. It just feels like with Daniel Bryan, he's had sort of a little bit of a losing streak recently. And the reason why he's doing that is because Daniel Bryan is now part of the creative team on SmackDown. And he's, like Andrew was saying, he's going to transition to not being as much of a full-time wrestler. So he's putting over all these guys that he loves. I mean, he's even getting in skits with Otis and Gable to try to pick them up a little bit. He's putting over Nakamura. He's putting over Cesaro, like all these guys. This feels like he's got to be in line for an early entrance, last all the way through some awesome moments, because he's the type of guy that even when it can go through lulls, Daniel Bryan being in there is going to keep a lot of fans' attention. I think he's got to be entering right off the bat. He's going to be in the Final Four. I would love if he wins. I don't know if he himself wants to. That's my worry is that Daniel Bryan says, nah, I don't need to be in it. Like, let's let somebody else do it, because he's literally that type of guy. But it would make a lot of sense, and he has had some interactions with Roman over the last couple months. So I agree with Andrew. Like, if you're making a short list of everyone we're going to go through, the 18 that have been listed, he's got to be in your top 2 to 3.
Yeah. I think when Andrew said that when he looked at the 18 that there were 2 or 3 guys that could win, Daniel Bryan's definitely one of those 2 or 3. It's tricky with him because the way you've booked Roman, is it really believable that Daniel Bryan's going to beat him? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, we've been down that road with him before.
Mm-hmm.
You want the triple threat with Batista.
And we wouldn't mind it. It's not been fitting towards how they've been booking him recently. That's right. Sort of where you're going. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that it's not a matter of saying, that's stupid, that would never happen, it makes no sense. It's just the way they've booked both of them up to this point. It would be I won't call it a 180, but it would be a pretty big reversal in what they were doing. And maybe they're just, they're thinking that by doing what they're doing, they're going to surprise us. But in the meantime, in a lot of the books that take bets on this thing, Daniel Bryan is one of, if not the favorite to win. And in some places, he's an overwhelming favorite to win, which, is surprising because I didn't think that it was that lock, stock, and barrel. Look, I think without question, he has to be in the Final Four. He's a likely winner. I think there are other potential winners. But yeah, he would be on any short list of mine to say this is one of the guys that could absolutely win.
Yeah, I mean, I'll refer back to what I said earlier. This would make a lot of sense in a lot of different ways. You build up to Roman Reigns, the unconquerable head of the table as the big bad heel against the underdog babyface that doesn't quit. It's a really simple story. Wrestling's best when it's simple. I would love it if this happened.
Next, we'll get to Bobby Lashley. You know what? I got to say, I love everything they're doing with Bobby Lashley right now. He does feel, in this iteration of Bobby Lashley, it feels like one of the better versions of him. They've booked him pretty strong. He's not losing like to Riddle or in sort of joke matches here and there. It just doesn't feel like they're ready to go all in with him. I don't see like Bobby Drew or Bobby Roman. I can't feel Bobby versus any of the guys that are sort of in the main event right now for me, DZ. So I don't think he'll be in there, but he's, someone will probably come in, have a couple cool power spots. We'll probably see, I'm not sure if he's going to face Riddle in the undercard of the show or if we'll have them both in this after, or maybe we'll get that match some other time, but maybe something to do with Riddle here. And the Hurt Business has also been sort of having some cracks with Shelton, with Cedric. We might be able, those two aren't listed, but I wouldn't be shocked if they were both in the Rumble and we got some sort of Cedric eliminating Shelton something, and Bobby had to, maybe we get some Hurt Business stuff, but I don't think he's a win contender.
Yeah, something like the two of them arguing in the ring and Lashley like throws them both out or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to try to get things in order. Yeah, I mean, look, I like what they've done with the Hurt Business. I think they've used MVP as well as they possibly could since they brought him back. I think it's a good angle. I think it's a good story. I think all the guys have responded well to it. It just wouldn't make any sense to have Bobby Lashley win right now.
No, I completely agree. I mean, a lot of my comments are going to be a straight up or down, yes
sure.
or no. Bobby Lashley just doesn't feel like that kind of guy, and you can say that about a bunch. Now, I'll echo what you guys are saying. the Hurt business is the most I have cared about Bobby Lashley in a long, long time. I mean, look back to the stuff he was doing with Lana. Oh, my God. Thank goodness they dropped that. And thank goodness they've got him as part of a faction that's doing some entertaining stuff, if not at the main event level, certainly in the upper mid card. So more power to them for that.
The next two I'll sort of mention together. I maybe we'll break them up, but AJ and Randy, I kind of feel the same about. Like Randy, I think like we could talk ourselves into Randy and we could talk ourselves into AJ because they're both so talented and they're both the type of guys who you could slot in anywhere at any time, and it really wouldn't seem too absurd. I just like both of these guys would not shock me if they're in the Final Four. We'd imagine we'll probably get some Orton Edge stuff. We'll probably get some Orton Fiend stuff at some way, shape, or form. Orton Alexa interaction, who knows even. These two they would be right below the list of the 2 or 3 who I think have a legit shot in that. It wouldn't shock me if either one of these two guys win. I just don't think that they're placed in a position to win right now. I don't think either one of them really need this right now either.
Well, no, Randy Orton doesn't need anything ever.
Yeah,
Randy Orton, and neither does AJ Styles.
No.
Randy Orton is the guy that you fall back on when you have nothing.
Yep.
And you like last year, they were in a unique situation where, it was hard to figure out what to do with everything going on in the world. And Randy Orton probably had the best year he's had in 8 or 9 years.
Yep.
He's good for that. There's just no real reason to put him in this spot right now. He already had his run with McIntyre. Don't get me wrong. I've enjoyed Orton Reigns stuff over the years. I think it's gone well. I just don't see how that works right now. It doesn't seem like it fits. Same thing could be said for AJ Styles, who's walking around with the bodyguard and everything now.
Almost.
Yeah, there's just not anything there that tells me that he should win this for any particular reason. Now, they're both great. They're both tremendous. AJ Styles is probably one of the top 3 wrestlers on the planet. It just doesn't seem like it fits right now. But you know what Orton's going to do. Orton's going to come in at like 23, 24, and he's going to be down to like the last 4 or 5 and probably do the same thing he does every year.
Mm-hmm.
I see AJ potentially filling the role that Gino laid out for Brian, the Iron Man type
he
guy.
could be. That'd be great.
Yeah, and I'd love that. AJ is a guy who you have to think doesn't have a whole lot many more chances to win a Rumble, so that could potentially work in his favor there. Also, the thought of AJ Styles and Drew McIntyre at Mania, that's pretty exciting. I could get behind that. I could roll with that.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, you guys are absolutely right. Neither of these guys needs it. The plan ever since Edge got hurt, and we'll get to him when we get to him, had been pick it back up with a third match between the two of them at WrestleMania. If that's the case, I really hope we get something closer to their quote-unquote greatest match ever, as opposed to the last man standing debacle that we got at WrestleMania, which had no redeeming qualities at all whatsoever.
We're up to, I'll kind of group these two together. I guess I'll throw one more in there with them. Otis, The Miz, and Morrison. The first thing I got to say is, like, watching Raw last night, we haven't had Morrison wrestling a whole lot lately. Damn, he's good. Like, he just had a really good match with Sheamus for a while, and he like looks phenomenal right now. He's in incredible shape. I know he loves doing the stuff that he does with The Miz because they're buddies and they just get a kick out of it, but I'd love to see Morrison get a little bit of a push, or like sort of make him a little bit important. So that way, if for some reason they ever do have The Miz cash in, you can at least go to that and have a match that seems sort of, something. But none of these guys, the Otis just lost the briefcase. The Miz has the briefcase. Morrison is The Miz's lackey. Doesn't feel like it's the time for any one of them. They have been teasing a lot of, stuff with cashing in with Drew, cashing in with Goldberg. I think it could be I could much more likely see The Miz having the title at the end of the night than winning the Rumble. Cashing in the Money in the Bank, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think either are going to happen.
Me neither.
But if you ask me which one is more likely, I would agree that him cashing in is more likely than that. Look, Otis is not winning. There's no reason to go in any depth there.
Nope.
Morrison's not winning. I listen. He's a great worker. The guy's literally carved out of like freaking I don't know what that he's in the shape that he's been in for as long as he's been in the shape. And I would love to see him get in like an IC title program. I think he's certainly good enough, but I think he deserves it. He's not winning this. And the Miz, there's just make no sense for him to win the Rumble while he has the briefcase.
Right. So yeah.
And on top of that, Andrew, I don't know when the hell in what they're doing he's ever going to cash in this briefcase either.
Everything they have done with the Money in the Bank briefcase just rots my brain. They did this cinematic match at WWE headquarters where guys got thrown off the building.
The roof.
Yet miraculously showed up on television
Rey
the very next
Mysterio.
week as if nothing happened. They gave the briefcase to Otis. And at the time, I thought, you know what? I don't particularly know where they're going, but I'd like to see what they have in mind. Then it became very clear that they had no plan, that they just gave the briefcase to Otis for shock value. They gave the briefcase to Miz. Miz lost it, and then Miz got it back because reasons?
Yeah.
Just every bit of this to me stinks to high heaven, and all three of these guys are talented. Otis has won me over with some of his stuff. He's got a job for as long as he wants it. The Miz is a great talker. Morrison, I've been a fan of for a while. It's a shame he didn't stick in his initial run with WWE. You can look up the reasons as to why. They are predictably stupid. He went to Lucha Underground and had just amazing matches with guys like Ricochet, with guys like Alberto Del Rio. Really good stuff. Now, can any of those three win the Royal Rumble? No. And I don't know what they're doing with this Money in the Bank thing, and I just hope it ends quickly because it's become a weight, an albatross almost, and it's a story that needs an end.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did something like the Miz tried to like cash in on Roman on Sunday, and Roman just like lays him out and leaves him like unconscious, and Miz can't even make the Rumble, and like a surprise entrant takes his place or something like that.
Jimmy,
could be.
If Jimmy's available, I don't know when he's coming back. That would be one, and he's the other. And you got so let's go there. Jey Uso would be one who he's not winning the Rumble. If he has a run, I would not be shocked. And and he's been, no matter what, he has been elevated incredibly from a guy who was thought of as a very, very good wrestler in a very, very good to all-time great WWE tag team in the Usos, and to now he's a legitimate upper mid-carder to you can slot him in the main event, and he's going to give you a really, really good match. He's become a very useful hand, and honestly, DZ, this was all because of Roman elevating him.
Yeah, it is. And his place in the Rumble is kind of interesting because he's already had the run with Roman, in terms of as an opponent, to get to the point that he is now. So what exactly is his role in this Rumble? Is he in it to win it? Is he in it to eliminate somebody in particular?
Certain people, yeah.
Like, is there more to that? So that's one story that has me somewhat interested. Like you said, I don't think he's going to win, but just to see what his role is, and if anything, kind of gets spawned off of that into, more of the Roman story.
Maybe, but I think we can all agree he's not winning.
No.
It's been great to see him work as well as he's worked and get the shine that he's gotten, but as a straight up or down, this is a pretty easy no.
Yep. Next, I'll group a couple together. Jeff Hardy, Elias, and Jeff Hardy, Elias, and Sammy. Let's put the three of them together. Jeff Hardy and Elias have been feuding recently. I mean, I just can't see any one of these three winning. They're fodder. Jeff will do a cool spot or two here. I've just been a little disappointed. Like every time they feel like they're doing this Jeff Hardy's last run, and it feels like they're gonna give him like a big win or two, or maybe a belt, or have him have a couple big victories, and then he just they've done it like 3 times with him now, where it's like they're about to get behind him and then they just stop and he's just there. So those 3 guys, Jeff Hardy, Sami Zayn, and Elias, I would be surprised. I'd honestly be surprised if any of them were even sort of around in the final 4 or 5.
Yeah, I agree. None of the 3 of them are winning. Love Jeff Hardy, but just don't. Yeah, I mean, I really don't have any kind of added to put to this. None of them are winning, and you probably just get some kind of a wonky Elias Jeff Hardy feud fueling thing. That's pretty much all I have.
The only note that I have is there was one year in Gino's pool where I had a spot and was thinking, come on, be somebody good, be somebody good, be somebody good. And the second the guitar chord hit and Elias came out, I went, God damn it.
Yeah, I remember you telling.
He's not getting above that level. He just isn't, and there's nothing wrong with that. He's got a role in the company. But looking at those 3, no. And in the unfortunate case of Hardy and Sammy, it's a case where you've got 2 guys who were legitimately hot at one point. That was many years ago, and the ship sort of sailed as any sort of Rumble contenders for them.
The next 2 guys I'll sort of put together. Although, I guess Dolph, we could see Dolph being an Iron Man type again. He's had that role before. We could see Dolph coming in, lasting for a while. He's a good hand. He's in a tag right now with Bobby Roode, who has not been announced, so maybe we do get Bobby Roode in this also. He's not going to win. He's definitely not going to win. He's got less of a shot than someone like Sheamus, who he's a little bit interesting to me. Sheamus, he becomes one of these guys that I wouldn't be shocked if he's in the final 4. He's won a Rumble before. They had all that build up with Drew. He's McIntyre's buddy. We could absolutely see a Drew Sheamus being a match. Now that wouldn't be the main event, but if you have Roman against whoever babyface chasing him on the other side, that's still a solid match. And they'd have a couple months to have Sheamus turn, be evil Sheamus. They can go through all their history. I could see them making a case for Sheamus. He's one that might not be in the top few that I think actually had a decent shot with what they've done over the last couple months, DZ.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a different winner of the Royal Rumble each of the last 11 years. There was no repeat winners throughout the 2010s up to 2020. Randy Orton was a repeat winner from before, and so was John Cena, but they didn't win twice in that same period of time.
Yep.
And Sheamus, of course, did win back in 2012. Yeah, that wouldn't completely shock me. It might surprise me a little because I really wouldn't have seen it coming. But I know they like Sheamus a lot. He's a great worker, and I could certainly get behind a Sheamus Drew McIntyre story with everything that in their personal lives, what they've been through together. And that's definitely something that I would not boo. It would surprise me a little bit, but it would be one of the more welcomed outcomes, in my opinion.
I don't like being the Debbie Downer of the group. I truly don't.
He's not winning.
40-something-year-old Sheamus winning the Royal Rumble does absolutely nothing for me. Face Sheamus, heel Sheamus, whatever. I like Sheamus. This is a very useful guy to have. He ain't winning.
He's getting a match with Drew sometime, I believe. They never really did that, right?
If you want to do that, you do it at Fastlane.
You do it in the in-between.
That's where you do it.
And maybe you
don't do
it
it at WrestleMania.
And maybe you don't. Yeah, maybe he's one of the last few in, and he says something, and Drew says, "I'll give you a shot anyways," whatever. And then he turned some. But there. It just felt like they didn't put. And let me preface this with saying, there's plenty of times where they don't put a bow on something. It just very much felt like they like deliberately went away from that relationship for a few weeks to make us maybe forget about it. So he wouldn't shock me as much. And I'm sort of like in the, like, I don't mind Sheamus at all. He doesn't bother me. He's sort of, for a little while when they were kind of pushing him as the top babyface, I was, I'm not quite sure with this, but yeah, I don't mind him in his role. And I could definitely see the way they could do it. Like the way it would make sense. There are better matches and there are better winners of the Rumble as we move to the next two. I'm gonna clump together because like 3 weeks ago I would have said 0% chance either one of these guys, but I do think in the last month they've really rehabbed both Nakamura and Cesaro with the way Nakamura won the gauntlet, or the way Nakamura was in that gauntlet match, and he looked so good. Cesaro has looked very good, and he's had a win over Daniel Bryan. They've both mentioned, I think anytime somebody comes out and cuts the promo about the Rumble, just mentioning the Rumble, they feel a lot more important to me now than they did a few weeks ago. These two guys, I sort of feel like with the Sheamus in that, and maybe even like in the AJ Randy sort of, I don't think they are. But if you told me they did, based on how they've built them the last couple weeks to try to make them seem a little more legit, and Shinsuke's got some interactions with Roman now, you know what? These guys would be in like the top 10 for me, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Shinsuke. The thing with Shinsuke is that bothers me is that I'm not going to say when he won that they screwed it up, but
they did though. Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah, but they did. Because the matches with him and Styles, look, and I'm not saying that they were bad, because they were not.
We were expecting a lot more.
And I'm going to be honest with you, that was on us. And it was on us because we've seen their matches in Japan and thought that was what we were going to get. But in WWE and the limitations that they put on some of these wrestlers with some of the moves that they can and can't do, and the style of match and the way that they want these matches to be built up, you just were never going to get that match in WWE. And I think we set ourselves up for our own disappointment, to be honest with you. And then the really weird thing about it was that after that run, they buried Nakamura. Like, buried him. I mean, he went from being a Royal Rumble winner to...
In a main event match at Mania to just...
Speak English.
Yeah.
You're right.
To just nonsense. So, I don't know. Are they going to go down that road again? They're heating him up at this time, at the right time to do it. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. Are they going to do him and Roman? Okay, that would be interesting. I could see it. If you're asking me on a list of out of the 30, is he in the top third of people that I think could possibly win it? Yeah. Do I think he's going to win it? No.
Yeah. Similar.
Yeah. I think the common thread here is these might be two guys that have benefited from one Daniel Bryan being on the creative team of SmackDown now. And I'm happy about that. Look, when Nakamura wants to go, he is among the best workers on the planet. The problem is you don't get that out of him very, very much, or at least you haven't the last couple of years.
Yep. And then why? Just recently he came out of nowhere again. Like his level of work perked up so much over the last few weeks. And maybe it just was Daniel Bryan kind of telling him in his ear, like, hey, look, just like, trust me. I'll put you in a better spot here. You know what? I'll make sure I'll give you opportunities. And that could be because they know each other and they trust each other,
Yep. The other change that they made a couple of weeks ago, and it was subtle, they went back to his old music.
Yep.
Not the one with the stupid lyrics nobody understood over the guitar lick for no reason. Just the guitar lick and people going, whoa. Like, subtle stuff like that. He's not winning the Rumble. But I like where he's going, and I love where Cesaro is going. I need to mention this because I have fallen in love with this. Up, down, down every week has 4 guys playing Uno. It has Cesaro, Xavier Woods, Tyler Breeze, and Adam Cole playing cutthroat Uno. I have never known that I needed cutthroat Uno in my life. Before I started watching this a couple of weeks ago, it is freaking amazing.
I will tell you this, though, and he's not going to win, but if by some miracle like Cesaro won this, it would probably be one of the more popular Royal Rumble winners of all time.
Certainly among the internet community, that's for sure.
Yeah, yes. People would get behind it. Him or Nakamura. That's what is interesting. So we're looking through this group, especially of those announced. There are a lot that we've gone through that I don't think will win, but I sure wouldn't mind it. It's just the ones that we haven't had announced that scare me a little bit. I'm a little worried of. I think we have 2 or 3 more that we haven't got to that have been announced so far. One of them, I don't think he's going to win the Rumble. I wouldn't be shocked if he has a decent run. I think there's going to be some sort of interaction probably with Xavier, but I I didn't like Mustafa Ali as the head of the Retribution, this here and there. Everything they're doing with him going back to the Kofi storyline, I love. This guy can cut some really good promos. And remember, they were going to go with him a couple years ago. He was going to get the spot at Mania that Kofi got. It was supposed to be this guy for the title against Daniel Bryan. And maybe he wins the title. We don't know. They were getting hot on him. He was cutting some great promos. Now, again, he's not winning right now, but I do think that he actually doesn't have as much of, just by a couple of these promos he's cut recently, he doesn't have as much of the Retribution stink on him as I thought he would right now.
Yeah, I'm conflicted on him because a part of me says he could fill the role of a guy that goes for 45 minutes and get some positive heat behind him. But at the same time, with the Retribution thing, is he really the type of character that they would do that with right now?
No, it doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't feel like it. So yeah, I'm kind of in between on him. I mean, look, I love him as a worker, and I hope one day he does get that big chance because I do believe he deserves it. I just do, with everything that's going on with Retribution and how his character is right now. I just don't see that kind of a run for him here.
I like him. I think he's a tremendous worker. I think he cuts a decent promo. Retribution is one of the worst ideas WWE has come up with in the last 5 years. And not just because, it's a bunch of masked people in sheet masks getting heat, and we're not supposed to know who they are, except we know exactly who everybody is because of Twitter. On top of all of that, wasting Dijakovic and Mia Yim at the same time? Come on.
I know. I agree. I hate it. That's why I'm sort of surprised that the way he's come off after the last couple of weeks of just promos, he doesn't feel like the rest of. And I hope that when they repackage them, they don't have the stink of this on them either, because this has just been garbage. This Retribution stuff, it really has, for some talented performers. He's not winning, but I'm interested to see going forward with him. I'd love to see him and I think him and Kofi could have a really fun, like a mid-card match at Mania, or him and Kofi, or some sort of a tag with him and Kofi and versus a couple of him and someone else from Retribution. Something they're good performers, and that could be a fun. You're going to have 2 nights this year, so that could be a fun something to fill. And I'd like to see it. So I think we're down to the final 2 that have been announced. And both of these guys have a legit shot. It feels like, I don't know if they've done enough with Big E yet. The first one, they're no doubt, and they've been slowly, very deliberately letting you know for a while. Big E's now breaking up from the New Day. Big E is now going on to his own. Big E is now going to start picking up some singles wins along the way. I think the way they've been building him up has been pretty damn good. It's sort of exactly what you do when you want to create someone again from the beginning. And he's got it in the ring. He can go with anyone, big, small, you name it. He's got the personality. He can cut a promo and then flip the switch and go from funny to serious in an instant. I would love if they said Big E's going to be the guy and he's going to go after Roman. He even had that little interaction with Paul Heyman. So maybe there's some seeds sown. I could see a big run for Big E. It feels a tad early. I could see Big E being like a SummerSlam guy, maybe after another couple months of strong build, him beating a good opponent as the IC champ at Mania, and then maybe Big E can go after Roman at SummerSlam or later in the year. It feels a tad early for me here, DZ, but I like everything they're doing with him.
I agree with everything you said. It does feel a tad early. I do like everything that they're doing with him. It's the thing with him is that he's been, he's such a weird guy because he's been around forever, but this feels new.
It does, right?
It's kind of weird, right? So yeah, from that standpoint, maybe he's got a little more possibility to win here than a guy that was just new. But yeah, I tend to think it's more down the line than it is right now. But a lot of the betting sites like him. He's one of the stronger plays, one of the favorites, if you want to use that vernacular here. I've seen him anywhere between 4-1 and 6-1, which is fairly low when you're talking about, listing how many people are listed to bet on things. So people think he has a shot. I think he has a shot. I tend to think it might be a little early, but if you're asking me for a list of guys that can win, he's on the list.
By the way, if any of you out there are listening to this and listening to us talk about odds to win the Royal Rumble and think, oh my goodness, these guys are real degenerates, you've come to the right place.
You are correct.
Now, if you were to give me future odds on Big E winning the 2022 Rumble, I would take them for as much money as I could bet, because everything signals that this guy is going to be a gigantic deal. And he's got everything it takes. He's got a good look. He can work. He's got mic skills. He can be serious. He can be funny. If I go much further, I'm going to completely echo everything that you guys said. This seems a tad early. If they wanted to use the Rumble to pull the trigger on a guy, this is the guy they would do it with.
That's a good point.
I just don't think they're going that route.
I believe the last of the 18 that we have had announced, you think you know me. On this day, I see clearly everything has come to light.
May I point something out?
Yes.
Why did they spoil the potential surprise of Edge coming back?
I wonder that too.
I don't think it was a surprise though.
Well,
I think all of us expected him to be in it. I mean,
as far as the internet crowd, yeah, but it just, to me, it reeks of, why would you do that if that guy is gonna win?
If the only thing I think is because there's no crowd, right? Is that the reason?
Maybe.
Because we're not going to get the surprise pop. So at the very least, you get now the buzz of some people who are like, oh, Edge could absolutely win this. I'm going to tune into the Royal Rumble on Sunday.
He could, and I mean, I thought that regardless, he could win. I mean, it would not shock me at all if he wins and you get Roman Edge at WrestleMania.
No, or he could even do the thing where he wins and says he just wants to face Randy. Like we could do something like that. I don't think he would do that. I think he would go after the title. Edge versus Roman would be great. We could get you could put Edge with anyone. Edge McIntyre, God forbid Edge Goldberg. He would slot in fine anywhere, and it would feel like a big match. And it just, with him, DZ, does it feel like they have unfinished business with Orton? The thing is about Orton is, think about him right now, though. He feels like he also has unfinished business with The Fiend. So one of those two guys is going to be doing something else.
Yeah, I think, which is why I think if Edge were to win, I think he faces Reigns. I think you can do the story where the way that they booked Roman, where Roman cuts the kind of promo with him where he says to him stuff like, your time is over, man. You shouldn't have come back. I'm gonna take you out back and put you down like the dog you are. Like a typical Roman heel promo, just like, shitting all over the guy for being an old, washed up has-been. I think that
Edge can do the rated R stuff. He can tell him, I've gone farther than you've ever gone. I've done things that you've never done, and that would be cool. And the promos between those guys with some Heyman in the mix, like, just to give Edge props. Damn. And we talked about it the last few weeks. This guy, since he left the WWE, because of the acting classes that he's done and all the movies and TV shows that he's been in, he is the best promo that WWE has right now. I mean, it's just very real. Everything he says, you can tell it's all in his own words. And his promo last night was the best part of Monday Night Raw.
And to be honest with you, based on Andrew's analysis, and I'll kick it over to him now. Andrew's analysis being, this is not the year to do the build up the new guy, have him go against the big guy at Mania. If that is the case, and we're just drawing the conclusion that is what is going to happen, then we better hope Edge wins. Because otherwise, it opens up the doors to all sorts of things that we really don't want to talk about.
Okay, I'm going to give you guys two doors. Behind one door is the storyline Darin talked about with Edge and Roman Reigns, where you get those promos going back and forth that would undeniably be some of the most entertaining promos we will hear all year. Mm-hmm. Behind door number 2 is Goldberg asking who's next and Edge saying, okay.
Yeah. Which is, what's funny is that in any of them, you would get the spear versus the spear.
Yeah, except with Goldberg, you get the Goldberg going against a guy that has had 93,173 neck surgeries.
Right.
Yeah. That would just feel like a waste for Edge, right? Like, Edge is here now to go to Orton stuff is great. Give me Orton Edge and then Edge and new guys. We didn't get any of that last year because he got hurt. We didn't get any Edge and AJ, any Edge and Seth Rollins, any Edge and Roman, like we mentioned. Edge and any of these new generation that he never had the chance to wrestle with. That's what I would love to see. They use Edge for the next year.
Can I point out the other match we didn't really get? We sort of got it way back when, but we didn't get it when he came back. We didn't get Edge Lesnar. I'd take that. That'd be fun.
Yeah, sure. So those are who have been announced so far. I've got a list of a bunch. I'm going to go through people that I think will be in that won't win, or they have a chance to be in, and they'll just be some filler. Rey Mysterio, Dominic. I actually wouldn't be shocked if we saw something like Dominic eliminating Rey, if they were both in there. But I think they're going to start. They've at least teased that they're going to team up and maybe be a tag team. Corbin, Ricochet, which was weird. They did the whole thing with Ricochet. He lost to AJ. He didn't qualify.
What a good match that was.
And that was phenomenal. And then we just haven't seen him since. I figured he would at least be able to win his way in again, but maybe he just doesn't get in. Apollo Crews, Andrade wouldn't be a shock. I've actually heard he might be coming and getting involved in the Flair storyline in some way, shape, or form, maybe with Charlotte at some point. I'm not sure if they're going to ever do that. We'll see. He could be in there. Adam Cole, Samoa Joe, and Wade Barrett. Could we see one of them step off the commentary table and come in for a surprise? I've read that Tyson Kidd has been running the ropes, working out, and he wants to have a one last chance. I just don't know if WWE would do it. I don't know if they would be. He'd have to.
Here.
No, and he'd have to. And that would be one that'd be much better with a crowd, because he could come out and the crowd would go crazy for him, give him a big ovation that he was able to come out and get his moment. Damian Priest, someone from NXT that could be on the way up. Finn Balor, could we see Finn? He had a great run in the Royal Rumble a couple years ago. We mentioned the Hurt Business. They have announced Bobby. They haven't announced Cedric, Shelton, or MVP, any one of them. Bobby Roode, Xavier Woods, Matt Riddle, Jackson Riker. Those are all guys I don't think that could win, I wouldn't be shocked if we see. Now, as far as the guys who could win that haven't been announced, I think I've got 5 or 6. Let's mention the 2 that are always going to be floating out there. And, of course, if they were a surprise and they were in there, they absolutely could win. And that's always John Cena and The Rock. Again, no crowd. Both of these guys are in tons of movies right now. Insurance, all that stuff. Is this the time for them? I don't know. But it's always worth mentioning, because if they're ever in anywhere, they have a chance to win, to easily put them in the main event picture. I think there's 4 or 5 guys we haven't mentioned that really could be a surprise entrant and win. I mentioned right off the bat, I genuinely think it's going to be Seth Rollins. I think Seth Rollins is going to win. And maybe it's a little bit because I've wanted to see the babyface Seth Rollins for so long, but he is the freaking, he loves this company. He's the guy that defends this company online. He's the guy that's fighting fools about it on Twitter. He sticks up for he bleeds WWE now. He feels like someone that it just is waiting for a great babyface run, a babyface moment. The stuff with Roman all built in. Seth has had interactions with Heyman before too, with all the Brock stuff. You talked a little bit about this at the beginning, Darin, but for me, I'm talking myself into this a lot more. They had their Seth and Becky had the baby early December. And Seth has already had his 2 months to be 6 weeks, 2 months to be around. I think he's I'm expecting him in the Royal Rumble. Whether he wins it or not is one thing, but I'm expecting him to show up.
Well, I'll put it to you this way: if you legitimately think that he is the winner or has a good chance to be the winner, I would, if I were you, I would jump on a plane right now over to London and go bet, because you're gonna get 20-1 on him.
Yeah, yeah, and that's way too high for a guy. If he's in, he's won a Rumble and he's got the built-in stuff with Roman right there. He could come out the next night and cut a babyface promo and say, I'm a new father. I was a miserable guy for the last year. I've changed. I'm fighting for my family now. And I know you, Roman. I'm fighting for the WWE. I'm coming to take that title from you. I know you better than anybody. I know how to beat you. I'm coming after you. Like, it would be so simple, so easy. Boom. And then we've got it for,
Roman could tell him to go home and change the diapers, and Becky wears the pants in the family, and they can do all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Look, listen, if he's in the Rumble, he could absolutely win it. He hasn't been around for a few months, so you can go in a lot of different directions with him. You have a kind of a blank slate with him, so it certainly gives you an opportunity to do it.
Remember they botched his return last time when he was like it was the perfect time for him to come back as the red hot babyface, and then he had to turn right afterwards again and become whiny heel. It's like they've screwed up giving him the opportunity to be the babyface guy. And honestly, maybe it's just because he's not as good that way. Maybe it's because WWE is not very good at booking babyfaces right now. But of the guys not on the list, Andrew, what would you think of a Seth Rollins?
I mean, we've seen it, and the way he spent his 2020 leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. The storyline with the Mysterios was some miserable storytelling.
Brutal.
I didn't care. I had no reason to care. Nobody was better off for it. No one. Seth is a tremendous worker. He deserves at least the chance to have a baby face run carried by something else other than Burn It Down in his entrance music. The problem is, I think you hit it. I just think he's a way better smarmy heel with a punchable face. Problem is, the Monday Night Messiah character was awful. So if they were to bring him back and keep him a heel but drop the Messiah stuff and just let him be himself with the volume turned up, that would be fun. I'd enjoy that. I just don't know if he's capable of that kind of top-level babyface run. Again, if you like him, go bet on him. You're going to get great odds, but I don't see it, at least the way you do.
Keith Lee is one we mentioned before, and we haven't seen. It's been a few weeks we haven't seen him, right? He wasn't on Raw. I almost wonder, because we didn't see a whole ton of people on Raw, and I had heard this, in that they were sort of like not wanting to put the whole roster out there in case some sort of COVID thing happened this week, because if they had some sort of an outbreak and they had 5 or 6 or 8 people catch it with the Rumble coming up, they would have been in bad shape. So we saw a lot of guys and gals working double and triple duty on Raw. I almost wonder if that was the reason why, just to kind of say, okay, we've got a group of 10 here that we're going to do the show with and make sure we at least have everybody else sort of separated. Keith Lee wouldn't be a shock. He's had moments where it's felt like it. I also had heard a couple months ago that there was some sort of a rumored Keith Lee versus Drew McIntyre versus Brock Lesnar match in the works. I mean, as far as non-named entrants, he's got as good of a shot as anyone not named Brock Lesnar.
Yep, I would agree. The betting odds around the world agree with you too. He's one of the guys that are up there. I think him not having him on for the last couple of weeks actually could play to your advantage, because he doesn't have a kind of set in stone storyline. So he kind of goes into this as a guy that if he wins it, he doesn't have to leave something behind that he's in the middle of. So, you could argue that that's by design as well, because, he's one of the guys that they might have win. Listen, I hear Andrew's point. It's not the year to do it with a guy like him. I get it. But if you were going to use this Rumble as a Rumble to light a fire under someone who is, quote unquote, new to the WWE hierarchy
It's him or Big E.
It's him or Big E, correct. It just depends on if they're going to do that. And Andrew, I understand your point in that they're not. But if they are, he's one of the logical candidates.
Yep.
Yep, agreed. Love Keith Lee. Love everything about him. Hate that he wasn't immediately, pushed with the rocket up his rear end when they called him up. By the way, question for you guys, since I won't be breaking any new ground with any Rumble things. I really miss his old theme music. I love the basketball and everything. I love that theme. I wish they didn't have to change it. I know there's issues with the people that did the theme music and they were advising people to change it. I know there are reasons for it, but that was a really good theme.
I've got 3 more on my list, and then if you either have anyone that I haven't mentioned or anyone to throw out there, feel free. So the one rumored is someone who I don't think could win, but I would not be shocked to see him show up. I guess I would probably expect him to maybe settle in NXT, but I don't know, is Jay White from New Japan. There have been a lot of rumors about him, who has had a couple-year run as a sort of main eventer in New Japan. I believe his contract is up, and I don't think he's been doing anything since. Could you see someone like him showing up? It would be like we saw with AJ a few years ago. There were the rumors with Omega, I think a year back. If he's available, I could see him showing up in the Rumble. Especially because I don't know, he's not as big of a star as either one of those guys as far as like AJ or Omega. So maybe it would be an okay time to debut him at a Rumble without fans. He's more of a heel. It would feel cool, but it wouldn't have this big like WTF moment. I could see him being in here, DZ.
I could. It's not going to be the same as AJ Styles.
Nope.
But I don't know. Would a guy like Jay? Would he get, if there was a crowd? Would he get a monster pop?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
So if you're going to do it, you could do it without a crowd. Yeah, he wouldn't. If he showed up in the rumors about him, on that we've seen online, wouldn't shock me. I would say, oh wow, there you go. They called that one right. Wouldn't shock me.
Jay White's come a long way the last couple of years. When he initially went to New Japan, and it was very clear New Japan really liked him, the general response was why?
Yeah.
He's got this sort of Brian Kendrick-y look to him, and he can work, but there's a lot of charisma that wasn't there. He's come a long way. Mm-hmm. I will give him credit for that, but he doesn't carry himself as the guy that would be a gigantic shock to the system. I feel like he's a guy that they could potentially bring in to debut at a takeover. I think that would make a lot of sense. I think NXT is a great spot for him, and it makes a lot of sense considering NXT and AEW going at it in the ratings, which I don't hold a lot of stock in personally, but that's a different conversation for another time. He seems like an NXT guy to me. He doesn't seem like a Royal Rumble shock guy.
We got to mention him. They have announced that on Saturday night on the WWE Backstage show that they're going to tell us who the number 30 entrant is for the men's, and they're going to tell us who the number 1 and 2 on the women's side are, which I don't like. I don't like that at all, because number 30 is definitely one that we always love to hear. I don't mind it as much when you tell us number 1 or 2, because we're going to find that out pretty quickly. That's fine. In the women's, I don't really like it because they've only announced 12 people. So we're already going to know 2 of them right off the bat where they are. And I feel like because they announced that at least one of the 3 people they announced is got to be sort of a big deal. Otherwise, like if you're telling me number 30 is, Apollo Crews and the girls are like Dana and Mandy, who cares? So I think one of those that they announced is going to be someone that they think will cause a few more people to watch the Royal Rumble the next night. Is there any chance that is CM Punk in a year where we have no fans?
No. None. Less than none. Less than none.
And when Darin and I agree instantly, that's how you know the world is imbalanced.
Yeah.
So we're down to Brock Lesnar for me, your 2003 Royal Rumble winner. The thing that's scary about Brock is that from just pure storyline standpoint, like you said at the beginning, he really fits for either way. Like he's someone that you could slot in and it would make sense in either place. It just wouldn't be something that the fans would be interested in again in a main event title picture again. I'm not ready to get behind Brock as the babyface going after Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns. And I sure as shit don't want to see Brock Lesnar be the guy to beat this version of Roman Reigns, which is an awesome heel version of Roman. Number 2 with Brock, just like we said with Goldberg at the beginning, these guys don't need to come in and win a Royal Rumble to be slotted in to any match, anytime, any place. You can instantly have them come. They don't even have to win the number 1 contenders match. You just say Brock Lesnar is coming back. He never got his rematch. He's challenging Drew McIntyre. Brock Lesnar is going after Roman Reigns. He comes out of the crowd from behind. He tells Paul Heyman to F off. Whatever it is, they make sense. I don't want to see them, but they make sense, and that's what scares me. And the things, Darin, that Andrew has mentioned is what scares me, is that the way that they might be thinking about this year behind the scenes, thinking, okay, we need guys that everybody knows in these main events, so we have to have Brock in one spot, we have to have Edge in another spot, we got to have Goldberg in another spot, and at least we're going to have those 3 guys separated in different matches, and we can line up some of the newer stars with them. That's what worries me a little bit. And the fact that it makes sense for him, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see him win this Rumble.
So 2 points on Brock, one a wrestling point and one a real life point. The wrestling point, and I'm prefacing this where your answer can't be neither, okay? But if you're going to bring him back as the babyface to go after Roman, okay? If that actually happened, and you go to WrestleMania and you got 30,000 people there, and you have that match, which one of the 2 of them are getting cheered right now?
Roman, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
That does not work. You end up with the actual babyface Roman that you always tried to get.
That would be my worry with Seth, too, is that I think the guy who goes against Roman should be a very, very blatantly obvious babyface that's going to get cheered. And that's Daniel Bryan, that's Edge.
Yeah.
You know, there's not many that are on that list to where because this version of Roman, when we see fans come back, he is going to get cheered.
Yep. Now, the real life point. So Brock Lesnar is a guy very set in his ways, very, very secluded, likes his life up in Canada, doesn't want to be bothered with nonsense. Is he really going to make a commitment now to leave Canada and essentially live in Florida with this next WWE run? Because he can't go back and forth to Canada. You're not allowed to do that.
That's a great point. That's a really good point.
So is he really going to come out of Canada, where we all know he loves, and set up shop in Florida for open-ended months?
And Vince will pay him to do it, but like you said, does he even give that much of a shit?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, I just don't know. Knowing Brock and the way he is, not like I know him, but just knowing from what we've seen.
Hey, Brock, what's up, buddy? You in the boot box? Yeah.
But no, seriously, like, I just don't see him saying, yeah, man, I'll come down. I'll leave Canada. I'll come live in Orlando or Tampa for 6 months. I just don't see that happening. I don't.
I don't know anything about what Brock's motivation would be to do that. I can see one storyline that would work with Reigns to a point. It would be a repeat of the storyline with Batista and Triple H that made Batista a super duper star. Brock comes back with Heyman. Brock wins the Rumble. Everybody thinks the plan is that Brock is going to challenge whoever the Raw champion is. But then Brock turns on Heyman and Reigns, and then you get Brock as a babyface that maybe people want to cheer. This would result in a couple of months of really good television if they were committed to the idea. Here's the problem. What has to happen at WrestleMania in order for that storyline to work?
Brock has to win.
And that's not going to happen.
And Brock has to be there for weeks of storyline buildup between now and the Rumble, where has another match against someone at a different point. You know, like I agree with you. Like the story is there, but is he going to do it? You know,
I don't know. I mean, look, those that have listened to our wrestling segments for the last couple of months will know this. Way, way back when Roman Reigns came back and started tearing down the house every time he came out, I said on this show, there's only one way this is going to end, and it's with Brock Lesnar coming back and them doing Lesnar Reigns 72 at WrestleMania. I was half joking. Half of me thought they might actually do this. Well, we're in this situation, and there are far crazier things that could happen than Brock Lesnar coming out at 29 as a shock and eliminating everybody, and suddenly Brock Lesnar is in the main event at WrestleMania. And if that happens, the screams you will hear emanating from Staten Island, New York, are of one Darin Zoccali.
Let me ask this, though. So in that particular scenario that you just laid out, and let's say for the next 2.5 months, because I think WrestleMania, they're saying, is going to get pushed back
middle to later April, right?
In that scenario, then Brock doesn't have Heyman as his mouthpiece. You're going to get babyface Brock cutting promos like that.
If they know what they're doing with babyface Brock Lesnar, they don't let him within 100 yards of a microphone.
And he just can yell. Honestly, just give him the yell. I'm coming after you, Roman. Screw you, Heyman. That's all. Literally, that's all I need from him.
Suplex City. Keep it under 7 syllables.
Yeah. Can we talk about one guy that we haven't talked about yet?
Please.
I've got another guy as well.
Okay,
Darin,
go ahead, Darin.
You
Andrew,
go
anywhere else, go for it. Yeah.
Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
Roman Reigns beats Owens handily, comes out at 29 or 28. Jey Uso's in there with him, helps him out. Reigns wins the Rumble, and you get Reigns McIntyre at WrestleMania, and they unify the belts.
I would be fine with that. I
don't think that's crazy, right? But with everything that's going on right now, I don't think that's crazy.
I would not bother me. Andrew, what would you think?
I like that scenario a heck of a lot more than mine. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the scenario that I'm about to tell you is the one that they were talking about earlier as the, oh my goodness, how are they even considering this scenario?
Hang on. I got to open a beer.
You're going to need one.
Here we go.
Okay. So, of everybody that is currently on a WWE talent contract, over the past 5 years, who has been the biggest headache?
Biggest headache to us or to WWE?
Everybody.
Biggest headache going back the last 5 years. Biggest headache.
A few.
Biggest headache that is still under contract.
By WWE.
Yes.
Biggest headache that is still...
Yeah, you kind of got me stumped a little bit here.
I wish we weren't on the air and I could sit here for 2 minutes and just
ponder it, but that's what's great. I'm not going to let us do that. Okay, well, give it to us.
Do the words freak accident mean anything to you?
Wow. So
Lars Sullivan
has
not been on WWE television for months. I queued up this article, and according to the Wrestling Observer, it noted that since the top star on Friday nights, Roman Reigns, is a heel, WWE does not want, and I'm quoting here, another top heel they don't want to beat on the same brand. For those who are unaware, Lars Sullivan, real name Dylan Miley, made a number of comments that could lightly be described as offensive and more accurately be called, oh my God, who the hell let this guy open his mouth?
Yeah.
That was part of it. It also came out that he was in a number of films a couple of years ago. That was in and of itself.
Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, less said about that, the better. Somehow,
I needed scotch. I didn't need beer, by the way.
Yeah.
For some reason, I will never understand this. I will never, for the life of me, understand this. WWE has seen Lars Sullivan as a potential gigantic star. I would not be surprised if he returns at the Rumble. I would not be surprised if he had a sustained run in the Rumble. Would I be shocked if he wins? Yes. If he wins, are we going to go on here and act like the sky is falling? Abso-freaking-lutely.
Oh, you're going to just love it, though. If for that prediction, I will definitely do something special. Like you'll get like a 20-minute to just cut a promo on anything you want time, like free Andrew time on the podcast. If you pull that one off, now I agree with you. He wouldn't shock me to be in it. He would shock me to win it. And mainly just because he's been a guy, just like you said, who's been such a headache. I don't know if they would trust him to stay and keep his head on his shoulders for a main event run that's going to be a 3-month type build. That would be
my thing is, if you're going to see if he's a top level guy, why not do it when you don't have any fans in the building?
No, and this is what makes this Rumble a little different to predict, is because the fact that there are no fans. Remember last year, the pandemic had started really here in the U.S. about a month, 6 weeks after, when early March, when things started shutting down. And then from there on, we didn't have crowds. We did have a crowd at the Rumble. This is going to be the first time that they haven't had a crowd. And how much does that play into how they're going to book the thing? So some overall, and keep in mind, we're recording this Tuesday night. We still have
Gino that I think we have to mention.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Braun Strowman,
of course. Yeah, he's someone for sure. I think he's still banged up, but he wouldn't be a shock. And remember, anyone that can come into the Rumble at a 28, 29, 30 doesn't have to do a whole lot.
Maybe he's 30. That would make a lot of sense.
That would. The other guy that we haven't seen that I pray to God they have something good planned for, Aleister Black.
Sure. Yeah.
Poor Aleister Black.
I know.
Yeah,
you're right. He's a good
Aleister Black. I mean, if you can find a better example of someone paying for something their spouse did, more power to you, because that's certainly what it seems like right now.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah. Any other, I mean, we'll get one or two, I'd imagine, veterans coming back. We always get one of those here or there, goofy one or two that doesn't really have a chance to win, but they're going to get a silly pop. But I almost wonder, like we said, because of the no fans, are we even going to get some of those nostalgia because they're not going to get a pop? Who knows? So DZ, I'm looking at the list right now, and if I were to have to give up the guys who I think are going to be in the Final Four, I would say I'm sticking with my guy Seth because I think he's going to be in it. I'm saying Edge, Daniel Bryan for sure are in the mix, and Sheamus. So I would say Sheamus, Edge, Daniel Bryan, and Seth Rollins. That's going to be my Final Four.
I'm going to do that. You get 2 of the old guard and 2 of the new guard. I'm going to say Daniel Bryan, Edge, Keith Lee, and Big E.
Sure, that'd be cool. I like that one.
All right. I'm going to take a mishmash here. I'll go Brock.
Goldberg, Lars Sullivan,
Brock Lesnar, and Hulk. Yeah,
Ultimate Warrior.
Yes, the ghost of the Ultimate Warrior will come back, shake the ropes, and win the Royal Rumble. No, my Final Four, probably, in all seriousness, Brock is going to be there. If he's there, I think he wins. Bryan, Edge, and I'll throw Styles in as the 4th because I feel like he might potentially get a long run.
Nice. I don't think we'll have as much to talk about with the women's just because they don't have nearly as many announced, and there aren't as many like outside of the box. I think there are 2 or 3 obvious ones that we can mention that haven't been announced, and it feels like it's going to be one of them or one of the 12. So we'll start at the top. We've only had 3 women's rumbles so far. 2018 was Asuka, 2019 Becky Lynch, 2020 was Charlotte. Number 1, and Darin, I gotta say, she has been terrible recently, even more so. Like, I'm normally not as hard on her as others because I think she has a purpose in the women's division. She's a big monster heel. You need that. Her ring work is so dangerous. She almost.
I've been saying it forever.
And I know, and I agree. And I just have given her benefit of the doubt a lot of the times. The last few weeks, she almost knocked. Was it Dana out last night on Monday Night Raw when she slammed her down and her head hit the back? I'm talking about Nia Jax, who she's always going to have the spot in the Rumble where they're going to team up to eliminate her. What we have to have in this, Darin, they botched this earlier. They screwed this poor woman up for months. She got put through 25 tables. If we don't get Lana eliminating Nia Jax in here to at least give you some sort of putting a ribbon and a bow on that, then, I mean, honestly, I've never seen anybody get as buried as Lana. There has to be something where she can get in here and maybe eliminate Nia. I don't think Nia has a shot to win. She's probably always one that you assume maybe could, but her work lately has been just dangerous, man. And I just hope she doesn't win, to be honest.
Yeah, I've been saying it for a long time, and there's been spots that are even beyond the obvious ones that you've seen, posted on social media and YouTube, where she's just very, very unsafe in the ring, and you're seeing it more and more each week. The best thing that Nia Jax ever did in the Royal Rumble was enter the men's thing and get RKO'd by Randy Orton. That literally is the best thing she's ever done. If she wins, you'll also hear screams from Staten Island, New York. I don't get it. I never got it. I understand she's big, heelish, whatever, blah, blah, blah. She's not the female Big Show. Hey, the Big Show in his day could actually work. He didn't hurt. He was
doing drop kicks off the top rope in WCW, man.
This is not the female Big Show. She's just bad. And she's bad. The screaming in the ring, the promos, I'm sorry. There's just nothing about her that I think is any good at all. And God forbid she wins a Royal Rumble.
Some of it isn't her fault, and I've gone on length as to why. You don't put someone you're trying to put over as the women's version of Vader in half-hour matches that she's not capable of holding up her end on. It was horrible when they brought her up. She probably needed another year in NXT, in all honesty, just to learn how to work a little bit more and maybe be a little bit more closely supervised as far as what she could and could not do. That much, I will readily admit, doesn't seem like her fault from my standpoint, but it's tough to argue with what we've seen. It's ugly. I'm not quite as passionate about it as Darin is, but it has not been a good couple of months for Nia.
Yeah, she's in the tag team with Shayna right now. They're in the middle of a feud with Charlotte and Asuka. Charlotte is our next one to discuss. Charlotte's in the middle of this weird thing with Lacey Evans and Ric Flair.
Just why? What's the point of this?
I'm not a fan of this. I just
Charlotte doesn't need this kind of stuff.
No, and Rick doesn't need to be involved in this kind of stuff anymore. Like, he's past that,
Unless he's getting paid extra money.
Sure.
Which is always possible.
Which is it always could be. But it's just the problem with something like this is like, who looks good here? We're not we're not all getting behind Charlotte because Charlotte sort of comes off mean to her dad, who's like an old man, and he's like getting swindled by this young, good-looking girl. So it's like you just sort of feel bad for Rick in a weird way. I mean, he's being slimy and Weasley, sure, but it's like nobody feels like the babyface with this. Charlotte won last year. I don't think she's going to win this year, but I think she's like a dead cinch for probably a Final Four. And either an elimination with Lacey or somehow Rick distracts her and Lacey gets it. She feels like she should be. She's always to me, like a Roman in the Rumble. They always should be there in the Final Four because people think they're going to win enough. And a lot of people don't want Charlotte to win. So people would love to whoever beats Charlotte, someone will go crazy for. If we got like a Charlotte and Rhea at the end, a throwback to their awesome, WrestleMania match last year, which was one of my favorite women's matches ever that I've ever seen. It was that good. I don't think she wins, but I love Charlotte. I don't have I think she's phenomenal. I would not. It never bothers me when she's in main events. It makes them feel big. She just doesn't need this, and it would be better for somebody else.
Yeah, I think it's the only thing with Charlotte. Look, I think she should always be one of, near the end, Final Four, Final Five. The only thing with her is that this particular year, she, for the first time, doesn't feel like she's going to really win at all.
No.
So, like, there's just, with everything they're doing with this weird story and what they're doing, so do you do something where she actually just gives you, like, the really long run this year? And maybe she lasts 40 minutes and Lacey, with Rick's help, gets her out, when there's like still 7 or 8 people left. Maybe this is the year that you do that with Charlotte. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, look, if you get her down to the Final Four, a lot of people could buy that she's going to win. But to be honest with you, if you get her in the Final Four, I'm going to say, okay, one of the other 3 are winning. And I think a lot of people probably think that way.
That sounds about right. The one thing that I will add to it is, you guys know where this Ric Flair, Lacey Evans thing is going, right? There's going to be a wrestling wedding, and someone is going to end it with cake on their face. It's going to happen, and it is telegraphed in the worst possible way. I just hope this means we're getting something other than Charlotte Lacey at WrestleMania, because I love Charlotte as a worker. I think she's terrific. Lacey, I have no reason to care about.
If this ends with the Rumble where it was all a ruse, and and Charlotte and Rick were just screwing around and playing Lacey, and she just eliminates Lacey and they laugh, I'd be fine with that. I just don't like that. Like, I hate the going against, and it rubs me a little more the wrong way because of what we've talked about with Rick and his family and his other kids. It's just like he lost one of his sons who was really into it. I don't like the idea of him going against his daughter. And maybe a lot of people don't see that or feel that, but there's just nothing that I feel positive about all this, unless it's just, hey, they were playing each other to really show you want to play the dirtiest player in the game, like, you better be ready because you're going to get swindled and you're going to get fooled. So that I'd be okay with that if that's your ending, and if it doesn't end up with Charlotte Lacey at Mania, because I think Lacey serves a purpose, but she's not there right now. She's not there yet. Let's go through some others that probably don't really have much of a chance to win. I think we can put Mandy and Dana together, DZ. I don't think either one of them have a shot.
Nope, but hopefully Mandy gets plenty of on-screen time.
Agreed. Completely agreed.
Agreed. And we can go like Liv and Ruby Riot Squad. Don't think either one of them.
I hope Liv gets plenty of screen time. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine. I actually really like Liv as a worker too. I think she does a good job.
She's
very much improved.
Better.
Yeah.
So
really.
I wouldn't mind at all for actual character working, reasons if Liv actually got a nice little run and was in there for quite a bit. Yeah.
I would also like to use this time to point out that Enzo Amore cheated on Liv
Morgan.
That sounds like an ad-libbed sentence, but that is something that actually happened.
It's like, what are you doing, you idiot?
Nobody ever really, proclaimed Enzo Amore
be the smartest guy
in the world.
It's a great point, DC. It's like the apple didn't fall far from the tree there, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, we've seen guys where, wrestlers have, cheated where you look and you're like, all right, well, I get it. I understand, but that situation, no. No.
Was it last year or 2 years ago when it felt like Shayna, or it was last year, where it felt like Shayna was going to win? She was like the favorite going into the Rumble. I think a lot of us discussed it. And
her and Roman were big favorites up until, so Shayna stayed the favorite. Roman's, if you follow the betting markets, Roman actually flipped with Drew at like 2:00 in the afternoon the day of. But Shayna was a big favorite the whole time.
Yeah, and then since last year, she's been in the tag with Nia. They've had some you've gotten a little bit more personality from Shayna, but the problem with Shayna has always just been like she is just not the fit for the way WWE wants to present their characters. She hasn't like connected a whole lot with the audience. She doesn't cut very good promos, or they don't really give her the time to cut the kind of promos that she was cutting in NXT that made her actually believable. The way that she was presented in NXT was just so much better than she's ever been presented up here on the main roster, I cannot imagine seeing it. I could see her and Nia maybe having a little dissension, eliminating one another. Maybe she can start to build herself back up, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel like Shayna's being built or is like hot at all right now.
No. With the tag team thing that's going on right now, it wouldn't make any sense. You know, she may have a day in the future where it does. And last year I thought it might have been it, but right now with how they're booking her, it just doesn't make any sense.
Completely agree. Now, you mentioned potential time in the future. I don't know about that. Shayna Baszler is 40.
That's a good point.
They took a long time to move her up out of NXT, and personally, I would worry that maybe they missed the boat with her as a potential single star. So it's unfortunate, but that's the way it is.
4 left that they've actually announced. I don't think 2 of them have any chance. Tamina and Peyton Royce. It's really been unfortunate because I like the Iconics together, and we'll mention Billie Kay. I wouldn't be shocked if we see her show up in here. She's been doing the gimmick where she's trying to find a new team. She was trying to fit in with the Riot Squad. She's just lost. And they were a fun tag team together. Again, if Billy's in the mix, I can't see her winning. Peyton's announced, I can't see her winning. I know they're high on her. I think that's why they split them up. But then they put her sort of into a tag team with Lacey Evans. She's in there. I can't see Lacey winning. Tamina, can't see her winning. So any of those 3 or 4, Darin, that you think would have a legitimate shot?
No. I don't. I mean, Lacey, yeah, I don't see it. I mean, I'm trying to think of any kind of a possible angle. Nothing really out of those coming to me that says, I know they're kind of like, they like Peyton Royce and she's getting a little love, but I can't see any of them. No.
Yeah, I can't see any of them either. I think the only logical thing they can do at this point is reunite the Iconics, which would be fun. I'd enjoy that. I liked them as a team, especially when they were like the token mean girls who were never as smart as they looked. I thought that was a really cool gimmick they had. They had a bunch of really good one-off throwaway lines that you could use as GIFs and just input into any social media conversation. Thoroughly enjoyed that. As far as the Royal Rumble goes, though, no dice.
So we're down to the final 3 that we've had announced. I'll couple Bianca and Bayley together. I don't think Bayley has as much of a shot, but I'll couple them together because they've been feuding for a while. Bayley comes off of her really good 2020 where for a long time her and Sasha were actually a pretty entertaining tandem and they were doing some really, really good work together. But Bayley has sort of been shuffled down the card a bit, but I think right now her job is to get Bianca over. So I'd imagine they have some sort of interaction. We saw Bianca looking good, slamming a basketball in the obstacle course last week. Bianca and Bayley, I think, Darin, that Bianca is one of the favorites in a lot of places. She feels like someone that they can, easily get the rocket behind. But she's got to get, is that her going to go after, we would assume a Sasha Banks, because on the other side, maybe she goes after Asuka. Who knows? She would probably be one to go after Sasha if she wins. And of the 12 that they've announced, and probably like 15 or 16 that we can predict and assume are going to be in there, I'd probably rank her second.
Yeah. So, like Andrew was saying, the men's seems to be a little bit more top heavy in terms of who they like. This is more of a horse race where there's like 8 or 9 women that are within 7 points of each other in terms of odds, and she's one of the favorites. Having Bayley work to put her over would kind of fall into line with giving her this push now. She had the big run in the Rumble last year where she had the amazing run. I think she was in for like 40 some odd minutes. Had some great moments there. Love her on the mic. Love her as a worker. Think she's an absolute star in the making if she's not already a star. Does it feel a tad early for her?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, a tad. I agree.
Maybe, but I would not be surprised if they pulled the trigger on her here.
Depending on who they have waiting in the wings to potentially come back, I think Bianca Belair makes a lot of sense. The Rumble, by the way, is a perfect spot for her because there are a couple of things that she does really, really, really well, and they don't get old in the space of a Rumble. because you can do those spots, go sit in the corner for a little while, then 5 minutes later do those spots again on somebody else, and the crowd will still pop. I think Bianca Belair has a lot going for her. She's a very good talker. She carries herself like a star. Wouldn't be surprised if she got a long run. Whether she wins or not, that depends on who they have coming back.
The last announced is, I think, based on everything that's been going on, is probably the favorite of who is in the mix, and that's Alexa Bliss. They've obviously been going with this Alexa Bliss Fiend storyline. Alexa Bliss got a win over Asuka on Raw a couple weeks ago. She was about to beat Asuka on Monday night for the title when Randy Orton RKO'd her, which you don't see a whole lot. Like that's about as much of stuff they do, like men on women violence kind of thing in this day and age. And they're obviously very invested in her, the Fiend stuff. There's an easy, feud that they've already built in with Asuka, where Asuka's sort of scared of all the different things Alexa's been doing. I think she makes a lot of sense, Darin.
She does. Is it the craziest idea in the world that they both win? The Royal Rumble ends with her and the Fiend, on a swing in the middle of the ring, like smiling. I guess wilder things have happened. I could say that probably is not outside the realm of possibility of being in Vince McMahon's warped, chaotic mind of something that he goes, oh, imagine if we have the Fiend and we have Bliss and they're just on the rocking horse, together in the ring, and that's how we end the Royal Rumble. Yeah. Maybe. They certainly, I'll be honest with you, they sold me a bit. I thought she was going to win last night.
Yeah, me too.
They had me going last night in that match where when they had that weird stuff going back and forth and she flipped the switch or whatever it was at the end, until Orton showed up behind her, they had me believing that she was going to win. So I would say she's probably one of the top 5 or 6 that can win.
I hope she doesn't. I like Alexa Bliss. I really do. When they called her up, I thought they called her up way too early. She's more than held her own in a number of different ways. I'm just sick of the Fiend stuff. Like, they took what was a tremendous idea in the summer of 2019
and destroyed it.
They didn't so much destroy it as much as they ran it into the ground.
The Seth Rollins match was the one that bothered me the most.
That stunk.
Obviously Goldberg.
Goldberg in Saudi Arabia, that's for sure. But the thing that I'll compare it to is when you trot the Fiend out as much as they did, it loses its luster and he becomes another guy. The reason the crowd reacted so well to Finn Balor's Demon is you only saw him a couple of times a year, and when you saw him, you knew shit was about to go down. I will never understand why they dropped the Demon with Balor. I will never understand why they thought that was a good idea and just decided to make him just another guy with an Irish accent. But I'm just done with anything related to the Fiend for a while. I think having him off television was a good idea. If Alexa winds up winning the Women's Rumble and we've got to sit through 3 more months of this leading up to WrestleMania, that's going to be a lot.
And I got to say, I agree with you, Andrew, in that I don't love it. I want to give Alexa props because she's doing the best with what she is.
And that's not a knock on her.
No, not at all. And I agree with you. I feel exactly how you do, that she's just a good performer. And you were even getting at, like, I'm not sure if she's ready to come up. She moved up and she's small, but she actually packs a little bit of a punch. Some of the punches she throws and her elbows and forearms and stuff, they don't look terrible. She's got a little something there to her that more than I thought, and she's done a great job with it, but she's one that, 1, doesn't need it, and 2, there's just more interesting choices right now. So that's only 12 that have been announced. There's a group that I've got listed that I think might be in the mix, but I don't think they could win. I mentioned Lana, mentioned Lacey Evans, mentioned Billie Kay, mentioned, now we get to some of the veterans like Michelle McCool, Alita. Do we get them in there in the mix again? Neither one of them would shock. And then about NXT, do we get an Io Shirai? Do we get an Ember Moon? I think we are for Trish Stratus, another one to mention that I guess she wouldn't be completely absurd if Trish came in and won and had a match with like Sasha. That wouldn't completely shock me with as much as and high as they are on Trish. We could always get a Beth Phoenix. She does some of the announcing, some stuff still for WWE. So, I mean, of all of them, I don't think any of them have a legit shot, but one that I do that I'll mention with that group is Rhea Ripley. Yep. I do think Rhea Ripley has a legitimate shot to win.
She's the favorite right now, Gino.
Wow. I mean, that's insane. Like that she's the favorite, that she's that short, but
I mean, we know she's plus 700.
Yeah.
That's not crazy.
In a wide open.
Yeah.
But we know they're high on her. She had an incredible main event caliber match last year with Charlotte. You could put her with anyone and it would be fine. I mean, her and Sasha would be great. Her and Asuka would be awesome. Whoever you put them with, it'd be great. If she won and then said, I want to beat Charlotte first, and we got her against Charlotte in another match at WrestleMania, that would be great. She is one that I would absolutely like as much as anyone to win this. It would be a little surprising to me just because, I mean, she's been completely in NXT. Have we really seen anyone in a Rumble come up from NXT and just win it like this before?
No, that would be surprising. But, she went back to NXT, but she also had a monster match with the greatest woman wrestler of all time at WrestleMania last year.
Mm-hmm.
It showed that she can she's not only ready for this, she's beyond ready for this.
And she's done, they've wrapped up what she was doing in NXT now. Like, she's obviously going to come up, and I think it's pretty safe to say she's going to be in this Royal Rumble.
Yes, I completely agree. She's one of the ones that I think can win. She's one of the ones that I would be happy if she won. I love everything about her. I love her as a wrestler. I love her I love just everything she does. Her character, everything about her, I think is tremendous. I think she is an absolute superstar for years and years to come. And if she wins the Royal Rumble, you'll get a fist pump from me.
Just to be clear here, Darin, you called Charlotte Flair the greatest women's wrestler of all time there just now?
I think she is too. I do too.
There are a number of very tough-looking women from Japan who are both going to be going to your doors. Darin, I hope you can take on Aja Kong. I'm just saying, I think she would break you apart. Now, it's a discussion. That's for darn sure, kidding aside. But Rhea Ripley's got a lot going for her. She has done everything there is to do in NXT. And if they were going to use the Women's Rumble to make a new star, like truly make a new star, that's how you do it. And we've discussed this. The Women's Rumble is probably in a far better place to do that than the Men's Rumble is.
Yep. Okay, so I think, of the ones that I've just gone through that they haven't announced that we're assuming in there. Lacey, maybe a Naomi. We'll see. She might be in the mix. Carmella, yeah, she could be. Naomi always has the great spot or two, that she does at the Rumbles too, kind of like the Kofi spot. I mentioned Trish, mentioned Ember, who's been down doing some good work in NXT. We could get an Io Shirai coming up, making an appearance. Lita, Billie Kay, Michelle McCool, Lana, Mickie James, they were all on my list. There are two that everyone's thinking about. One of them just had a baby 6 weeks ago. Is she physically going to be ready? What's great about the situation is that even if she's not 100% ready to go out there and have a 30-minute match, she could come in, be number 30, be in there for 5 minutes, and then she could have a couple months to build herself back up and to get back into shape before she even has her match at WrestleMania. We wouldn't need to see Becky Lynch in Fastlane having a match. We could see her cutting promos on, and continuing to build to the feud with whoever she wanted, with Asuka, who Asuka beat her at the Royal Rumble. We remember when Becky won the Rumble in 2019, or she could go after her friend Sasha Banks. That would be fun. Sasha, you think you're the boss, you're the badass. Well, I was the man last year, the man versus the boss. I'd love it. She would be, an obvious top contender if she's in it. We just have to ask physically, is she ready? Does she want to come back right now?
Yeah, that's all above our pay grade. That's all real life stuff.
Yeah,
we're talking about wrestling kayfabe, and now you're talking about someone who's been a mom in the last 6 weeks, and is she really going to come back and do this now? I can't possibly speak for her. I can't possibly know what she's thinking in that realm. If she came back and that happened, it would be great. But I have no way of knowing if that's even a remote possibility.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be one thing if she had a baby in September or October. This seems really quick. And also, who's to say she wants to come back? We don't know.
Right? Yeah. She had a damn good run. I mean, and then she's a mom. I mean, and like you said, we don't know what she's thinking, but as far as looking at it from the outside, you were just the biggest star in wrestling on the men's or women's side for about a year. You had as good of a run as any woman in WWE recently has had. You were right up there with Charlotte, with Ronda in these awesome matches. You were drinking beers with Stone Cold on Monday Night Raw. I mean, there's not much more from a check off all the boxes. If she says, "Hey, I'm a mom now and I'm done," you've done plenty. Maybe she's got the hunger. We'll find out. If she's in the mix, she's obviously a top contender. And then it all comes back to Ronda, who was supposed to do the mom thing a few years ago. And we never know with Ronda if she's got the itch to come back, if she wants to come in. If she does, you could obviously slot her in anywhere. She could very easily win, and whatever match she's in is going to be a big deal. Those were the final two that I had, because I feel like if either of them are in, they're obviously going to have as good of a chance as any to win.
So Ronda did put out a tweet tonight to try to poke at the wrestling fans a bit. So the tweet is a screenshot of the top 3 favorites from, I think it's from the Odd Shark website, of women Royal Rumble contenders. And it shows Rhea Ripley, Ronda Rousey, and Shayna Baszler. And Ronda Rousey is the second favorite at plus 750. And the tweet says, best way to make a profit since Wall Street Bets did that stuff with GameStop. I don't understand. Hashtag Royal Rumble 2021. So, is she just, stirring the pot to try to make people think that she's going to be there? Who knows? But she did take the time out to put the tweet out there. I don't know. I mean, the only thing I do know is that her contract expires April 10th. So,
yeah. The other thing that I'll say is, not too long ago, she did a spot on Up, Up, Down, Down with Xavier Woods and company. So, wouldn't surprise me if WWE said, hey, let's extend the contract another couple of weeks. Let's make sure you're taken care of. Come to the Rumble. Do a run until WrestleMania. I mean, did we see Ronda and Sasha at any point when Ronda was doing her initial
They had a Rumble
run?
match, and it was damn good.
Yeah.
It was damn good. And actually, to be honest, for as much shit as we were giving her, the best match that Nia Jax ever had was with Ronda.
Yes. And
it was
that
actually
the match
very
where
good.
Alexa ran in and cashed in the briefcase, right?
Yes. Yeah.
There's one problem, Andrew and Gino, with her, is that if she shows up, we all know she's winning.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the only problem. Once you see her, you get the initial, oh shit, and it's like, oh, okay, so she wins.
Yeah.
So that's the one issue with bringing her back. But that doesn't mean that they don't do it.
So is there anyone for either of you that we haven't mentioned that you wanted to throw out?
No, I mean, in terms of people that I would like to see, someone there's two female athletes in NXT that I would like to just see on the stage because I enjoy their work. Tegan Knox, I think she deserves a shot to just come on in and have a little run. Everything that she's been through with the knee surgeries and everything. And I would love to see Toni Storm in there too.
Sure, she's phenomenal. Yep. I'll give one more too from NXT, and then Andrew, you if you have any to mention, Candice LeRae. She's great. She sells. She's a really good worker. I've actually announced her in person maybe 3 or 4 times years back, so I got to see her just in intergender matches when she'd be bleeding and just going absolutely crazy. I always love when she gets a moment to shine, so I'd love to see her get a little Rumble run too.
I don't have anything to really add other than to say we mentioned Trish Stratus a while back. I love Trish for a number of reasons. I hope she doesn't. I thought she had the perfect ending with that match with Charlotte at SummerSlam. That was probably the match of the night.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she has anything left to prove. part of me hopes that she's done, at least from an in-ring standpoint. You want to bring her back to do commentary? Sure, by all means do that. I have no desire to see her in the ring again. I thought that was a perfect ending.
We are just a few days out from the 2021 Royal Rumble. It'll be just the fourth year now where we're going to have a men's Rumble and a women's Rumble. And coming off of a 2020 with COVID, with no fans, where things were totally different, it's sort of a little difficult to predict, but we've done our best to try to go through everyone that we know is a confirmed entrant, everyone that has been rumored to be an entrant, some of the odds, a little bit of everything. So on the women's side, guys, before we close up here, I think Charlotte's going to be there at the end and not win. I think Bianca Belair is going to be in the Final Four also. Give me Rhea Ripley in the Final Four also, and If we don't get one of the big two surprises, because to me the only two of the surprise entrants that I think could win would be a Becky or would be a Ronda. If it's not one of them, give me Charlotte, Bianca, Alexa Bliss, and Rhea Ripley as my Final four.
So I have the same exact Final Four. If Ronda or Becky are not there, I have the same exact Final Four. If Ronda or Becky are there, I would probably end up having to take Bliss out of it.
Yeah, or maybe even Charlotte. One of them could throw Charlotte, and you could have a little bit of a feud.
I'm on the same bandwagon as you.
Likewise here, I really wish we could have three differing opinions, but I think you guys have it exactly right. If Ronda's back, she wins. If not, Rhea probably wins. Maybe they throw Belair in there for an upset to try to push her and get her over. It would make a lot of sense if they did that. But with Ripley being there, it doesn't seem quite right quite yet.
Awesome stuff, fellas. This was a blast to be able to talk a little bit about the current WWE product. And who knows, we may be having to do an emergency podcast like late Sunday night.
Have we ever done an emergency podcast?
I don't
think we have.
No, we haven't.
We might need to break the glass.
We may have to shatter the glass if we.
I hope we don't.
Me too.
No disrespect. I love you guys, but
me too. I would love to be kicked back and have some beers and not have to sober myself up to record the podcast late so we can yell and scream about Goldberg winning or Brock Lesnar winning the Royal Rumble or Goldberg beating Drew McIntyre. I hope we don't have any of that. And then next week when we talk, we can just discuss, how cool was it? Daniel Bryan won. Edge won. We got Bianca Belair or Rhea Ripley to win. We'd all be fine with any of those results.
And also, by the way, if we do an emergency podcast, the words out of both of your mouths will once again be, Andrew, you were right. That's another reason you guys don't want to do that.
He's going to have that on his phone as his ringer for years to come, Darren.
That'll be my alarm clock,
rotating. Andrew,
I'll get out of bed. I'll get out of bed.
We're right.
To Darin Zoccali biting his tongue and saying, Andrew, you were right.
I would rather, given the circumstance of what would make you correct, I would rather have to have told somebody prior to the 2009 Kentucky Derby who told me that they knew Mind That Bird was going to win the race. I would rather have had to have publicly gone on the air at the Meadowlands and said, I'm an idiot. You, sir, were right, than have to tell you on Sunday night that you were right for Goldberg winning this race.
I'm impressed that you didn't go a political route with that.
Yeah,
I'm just not a political guy, man. You know? I'm just all about the moment. I don't.
Fellas, this was an absolute blast. It's been fun talking about the old stuff with you, and it's good to talk about some recent stuff with you. And we'll have to chop up on this a little bit next week, and then we'll get into WCW, where we talk about one of the biggest moments in wrestling history, when Hulk Hogan joined the NWO Bash at the Beach 1996.
But whose side is he on?
We'll talk all about that next week. Darin Zoccali, Andrew Champagne, you hear them each and every week here. Darin, you've been doing a hell of a job with some of your Turfway picks and some of the stuff you're doing for Twin Spires. Let us know where we can find you. And then Andrew, give us the info about Champagne and JD.
Yeah, on Twitter at the Track7. Apparently, the guys over at Church-Owned Twin Spires said, "Hey, that Darin guy used to do a lot of TV stuff. Let's start putting him and giving him some extra work."
Put him to work, yeah, absolutely.
It's fun, I love it. So yeah. My Twitter stuff. I follow the Turfway meet very closely. I give you a lot of facts, stats, and statistics and different angles to be playing there. It's actually a really good meet. The quality of horses there has been much improved from previous years, and I'm really enjoying it. And Twin Spires has been using some videos for each of the races at Turfway each night, and then some other stuff that I've done with their bet back promos, and it sounds like they're going to be utilizing me more and more in some other stuff going forward. So I'm really looking forward to that and getting back onto the TV stuff a little bit, even if it is virtual and on Twitter. So I know that pains some people that they're going to have to listen to me again talk about horses, but you know what? It's one of the things I love to do. So
STFU. You know what? STFU.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for darn sure. Take it and run, man. Champagne and JD this week. We're going to focus on Sam Houston, which is a track that I know Gino has been talking a lot about on the show. We'll have Jessica Paquette on the show to talk about the big racing festival card on Sunday. So that's going to be a blast. We had Barry Spears on last week to talk about the Pegasus. All three of us gave out wildly different pick four tickets. And if you took little bits and pieces from everybody, you wound up doing okay. Pacific Gale, unfortunately, was just an impossible horse to come up with. And if you had that horse, more power to you. JD somehow did going 3 deep. I don't know how he did it. I probably sealed my own fate when I brought a clothes hanger into the camera shot because every time she got close, she hung. And then naturally, Pacific Gale doesn't just win. She wins as much the best after taking dirt the first half mile of the race. I'm going to be replaying that in my nightmares for a while, but a lot of cool stuff going on. At Andrew Champagne on Twitter. I'm doing a lot of stuff for racing picks as well, doing some writing for Bet America on some sports betting stuff, so stay tuned for some of that stuff as well. Lots going on, and key to all of those, of course, will be the enjoyment I will have on Sunday when some part-timer comes ambling down the ramp and throws everyone else over the top rope and causes Darin to have an aneurysm.
By the way, Bet America is soon to be Twin Spires across the board, it sounds like. So
cool. I've been hearing something about that. That's really cool.
Yeah, they put out a release that they're rebranding all their sports stuff, from Bet America to Twin Spires.
Just to kind of put it all under one name to make it a little bit easier.
Right? It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I've been doing stuff twice a week for them. I actually just put something together on the worst Super Bowl national anthems. So there were ample mentions of prop bets in there. So that was fun. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Got a couple other cool things in the works too.
Let me know how to play the game, Andrew. Let me know what to do.
I will do that. My initial instinct, regardless of what the number is, take the over.
56 and a half right now.
Points. It's been that kind of a year in the NFL. Fellas, always appreciate it. It's been such a blast, and we'll be definitely going back and forth over the weekend. And hey, don't forget, I'm going to mention it a lot on here too. If you're a Royal Rumble fan, Stable Duel's got that Royal Rumble contest this weekend where it's literally just a normal Stable Duel contest. If you finish top 30, you're going to get paid out, and you're going to get assigned whatever you finish to a Royal Rumble entrant. If that entrant wins, you're going to get another $100 bonus credit and some swag. So if you're not even a wrestling fan, you can still play. It's not going to be any different. You might just get an extra $100 credit and some swag if your Royal Rumble entrant wins. If you don't care about the Royal Rumble, you don't even have to watch, and you just play the tournament and you finish top 30, you're going to win some cash. So we'll be checking out that contest this weekend as wrestling and horse racing fans in the crossover. Folks, big thanks to Darin, Zoccali, and Andrew Champagne again. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty more coming up here on That's What G Said. What a fun show, and a big thank you to Martha Claussen for helping us out, talk some Sam Houston, to Andy Villanueva helping us with the Thursday Sam Houston, for Tim Kelly with that great WandaVision episode 1 through 3 breakdown, and Royal Rumble 2021, Andrew Champagne, Darin, Zoccali, always helping us out on the next episode of That's What G Said. Chris Griffin, track announcer from Sam Houston, was going to talk to us about the continued big week and what to look forward to on Sunday. I'm going to have all the Saturday racing. We'll hit Oaklawn, we'll hit Gulfstream, we'll hit Sam Houston. Sunday, Sam Houston, full card with Sam Sherman. Chad Cooper's going to join me for the weekend wrestling. We'll have a little more on the Royal Rumble. We'll recap what happened on AEW, and we'll also talk some Tiger Woods documentary, and I'll have an old wrestling rewatch, the 2002 Royal Rumble, for you to hear. Cindy Carava is going to join me for an interview also, so another just packed episode of That's What G Said podcast. Big thanks to our buddy Joey Cleveland, who does all the music here. As you've been hearing in some of the episodes, we've got some new intros and outros, and over the next few weeks, things are really spicing up. Big thank you to Joey. Good luck this week, folks, and we'll be back in just a couple days with a huge episode because of the Sam Houston big day this week. We're going to even have a huge Sunday Sam Houston preview, so much to discuss this week. Thanks for tuning in again.